Well, Colin, welcome back to Red Bull Cricket. Second game in 5 years, but it was looking pretty useful for you out there.
Oh, it was nice to be back. Nice to have an opportunity. I think a lot of people always feel that I just want to play white ball, but always hoped I'd be back, and it's nice to have the opportunity. And felt semi decent as well.
How difficult has it been to prepare for that, knowing that you'd have to play quite a bit of championship cricket possibly this season?
No, I think I've really enjoyed the preparation. To some degree, red ball cricket gives you a great base to play attacking white ball. So, I've sort of used the pre-season period, and it's been nice to be out here with the group and sort of used that quite well and feeling relatively good nick.
You looked as though you were willing to take on the bowlers quite a few times there.
Yeah, I think coming back to red ball after a while, there was a few things I wanted to change. When you have sort of a second opportunity to some degree, and one of them is to look to score. I think in my early part of my career, I sort of fought that and often a little bit too defensive at stages. So, I think that's how I'm sort of best suited for me to play. And when it works, it looks good, and when it doesn't, it doesn't. So I'm prepared to go through that and look to score and be busy.
You looked to be well sat as a team, but it all went a bit pear-shaped after your dismissal there.
Yeah, I think yesterday we were fortunate in a way that the wind blew the way it did, because I think it definitely put the bowlers off a little more than we probably realised. The pitch always had enough in it, but so they gave us a few freebies and that allowed us to build an innings. Whereas today, when they really hit the areas, we saw how difficult it could be. So I think that to flip that round as a positive, our bowling attack will be looking at it and thinking if we could put a few good balls in a decent area, hopefully there'll be some rewards.
And welcome to Glamorgan Cricket Online viewers as well, as first ball of the morning from Harris is played to Hogan at mid-on by the left-handed Alex Lees. Had just the one over before lunch yesterday, whereupon the heavens descended upon us. There was no play after lunch. Alex Lees just faced the one ball, got off the mark first ball. Michael Jones dispatched the last ball before lunch to the boundary, and that was it for the day. Harris in to bowl to Lees, who plays that one out on the offside, and there's no run, so James Harris preferred initially to Tim van der Hoogten to open the bowling. So welcome along wherever and however you're listening and viewing. Martin Emerson from BBC Newcastle will be with us very shortly, as James Harris bowls and Lees leaves a ball that had a little bit of life in it outside off stump. Sharply through to keeper Chris Cook. And the other member of our commentary team today will be Edward Bevan. Voice that needs no introduction to Welsh listeners. Been covering Glamorgan cricket for more than 4 decades. Thanks to David Pritchard for his efforts over the first couple of days. As Harris bowls and Lees defends it back to him, back down the pitch, and there is no run. It was absolutely glorious blue skies when I arrived at the ground just after 9:30. There's a little bit of cloud, but not threatening cloud at the moment. The weather forecast has been rather optimistic for the first 2 days. Let's hope it's clear today. As Harris is in to bowl to Lees, who drives nicely into the offside, but straight to Carlson at cover mid-off position in a patch of sand. There are still the residue of yesterday's build-up of ice and hail. Still a thin line available, visible rather, away from the playing area, away to our left towards the pavilion, and also down in one sheltered corner beyond the boundary, thankfully. Harris is in to bowl. Lees drives into the offside. He's found the gap and he'll pick up 4 runs there, finding an unprotected area of the offside. It's the usual 2 men trying to do the job of 3 in that area. And Lees picks up his first boundary. And Durham a 9 without loss in reply to Glamorgan's 234 all out. Theoretically, we have a further 103 overs to be bowled today. Michael Hogan in his 10th and final season for Glamorgan before retirement. In his testimonial year as well. Various events will be planned. The testimonial brochure is now out and available. hogs2022.co.uk if you want to see details of what he's up to. As forward comes Jones and defends carefully to Carlson at cover, and there's no run. David Lloyd, the skipper, is at first slip. Sam Northeast, Glamorgan's new signing, is at second slip. And Colin Ingram at third. As Hogan is in to bowl to Jones, who's forward pushing into the offside, thinking about a single. Carlson quickly to his left to prevent any run being taken. Now, despite the bright skies, bit of hands in pockets from the slips this morning, so not too warm out in the middle. 9 without loss. In comes Hogan, bowls, and Jones will get runs on the leg side here, playing it just past the umpire. There's a sliding stop by Callum Taylor, and a rather over-enthusiastic throw that Chris Cook only just managed to get a hand on, but it was being backed up. Anyway, 10 without loss. Both batsmen on to 5 not out. Conversation between Michael Hogan and Vice-Captain Carlson. Hogan runs in towards us from the River Taff end and bowls, and Lees allows that one to go through outside off stump, and there's no run. So there doesn't seem to be much in the way of alarms in the wickets so far, although obviously all the disturbances with the weather may cause a few problems. Hogan in once more, past umpire Warren, bowls, and Lees gets a steer down to third man. There is, for once, a third man, Tim van der Hochten, and they go through for a single. Looking to play it in that area, I think, Lees, but maybe not quite as fine as it was. It ended up. Still, there was no danger as he was in control of it. Lees averaging 39 last season for Durham. 3 tests in the West Indies, where he averaged 21. Michael Jones, the bearded Scot right-hander, faces up in the sunshine to Hogan, who finds the ball going back past him as Jones drives gently up to mid-off. Carlson fields. Everyone jogs round. (11-4) no wickets, Durham. No alarms in the first 2 overs as they look to build a lead in the final session if they're still batting, and maybe put Glamorgan under a bit of pressure on the final day. So Harris in to bowl, and Lees works it on the leg side, down to fine leg in fact, and they'll just jog through comfortably for a single. Lees on to 7, Durham on to 12 without loss. And you have to credit Durham bowlers for putting the Glamorgan lower order under a bit of pressure yesterday morning, and last 5 wickets went for just 20 runs, which was maybe a bit of early season rust for Glamorgan's batsmen, as Durham found some accurate lines. 3 wickets in the end apiece for Potts and Rain, 2 apiece for Rushworth and Coughlin. Harris in to bowl, outside off stump. Jones down on one knee to leave it for some reason. Like the pose. 12 without loss here on this 3rd morning of the game. As we say, a very good morning to Martin Emerson.
Good morning. Still had a bit of ice on the field. I was worried when I saw the sharp frost outside the hotel this morning, but that's melted away pretty quickly, thankfully.
Harris in to bowl. Jones drives onto the offside to Hogan and a wide-ish mid-off. Hogan stops it and field cleanly, but no damage done. Yeah, it still looks a bit shivery out there. Players' hands in pockets.
There's a little bit of a cool breeze coming from the northwest as I was walking along the river today.
Hopefully nothing worse than a breeze arrives during the course of the day. Harris in, bowls, comfortably forward comes Jones. No terrors in the tracks so far for the Durham batsman.
The James Harris has the record figures for a bowler against Durham, beating formally the previous one was Michael Kasparovich.
Oh,
so he took 9 for 36 at Sophia Gardens in 2003. Chris Wokes did the same at Edgbaston in 2016. Harris took 9 for 34 at Lord's.
in comes Harris and bowls, and that's played on the leg side by Jones. No run, 12 for no wicket.
So that was in 2015. It was May Bank Holiday weekend, and it was blowing a hoolie, and some of the fences at Lord's were blowing down. It was really windy, and he was coming in from the nursery end, and he took 9 for 36 and 34. Durham were bowled out in no time. His match figures were also the best, 13 for 103. Broke a number of Middlesex records as well.
Harris yet to provide a huge threat this morning to Jones, who defends up to mid-on. Carlson fields tidy enough over. 12 for no wicket are Durham with Lees on 7. Jones 5. You're listening to BBC Sport Online and the Glamorgan Cricket website.
Anyway, Durham was skittled out that day, and I remember the match because there'd been a royal birth during the game, and the television news helicopters were hovering just down the road outside the hospital in Paddington, but you could hear them on our microphone all day long. And then we were thankful to see the royal baby heading back to one of the palaces and the helicopters following them and leaving our area.
Quite so.
Hogan then from the river end, bowling to Lees, who is on 7. 12 without lost Durham. Lees defends, ball runs up towards mid-off. I remember the day because the match finished very quickly, around about lunchtime I think it had finished, so I got a lift back off Joe Rushworth, Chris Rushworth's dad. And on the motorway my wife rang to say she'd just been to the Civic Centre and had just registered our third daughter's birth at the Civic Centre that day. So James Harris and Astrid Emerson will always be intertwined. May 2015. In comes Hogan again. Oh, there's an appeal. LBW worth a shout. It looked initially as if Lees was trying to leave that one, and it came back in at him a bit. He's standing outside the line of his stumps.
Yeah, that's what saved him. Oh, did he play a shot though? It was sort of half a shot, wasn't it?
It came
Just
up around about
enough.
box height, maybe in a thigh pad, but from the camera view, he's basically batting around off stump, so you can see his leg stump and parts of his middle stump. Here's a replay. Certainly worth a shout. That's just inside the pad roll, isn't it? The knee roll.
Don't think he's playing a shot.
No. Hogan again round the wicket. He's played a shot that time. He's got forward there. Defended. It goes short towards mid-wicket.
Well, Hogan's not hugely demonstrative, but he did hold the appeal much longer than he usually does.
Well, my instinct was it was worth a shout, and I wouldn't have been surprised to see Russell Warren's finger go up, but no, it wasn't given. And I think the only thing that's saved these there is his stance. At the moment, we can now see two. Well, you see it on the monitor now, but we can see two stumps. We can see leg and middle. Hogan again round the wicket, comes in and bowls. That's left. It's gone through to the keeper. Cries from the slip cordon there.
Has he always had that pronounced and off stump, or even outside?
Sometimes, but I think what you've got on this occasion is you've got Hogan coming round the wicket to him, so the chances of him getting bowled around his legs are probably, you would think, slim. If he then gets bowled around his legs.
Yes, he'll be.
I'm getting some looks here. I said it was worth a shout, by the way. So,
be tapping Gully on the head if he did get bowled around his legs.
Yeah. Hogan again in past Russell Warren and bowls. That nips in off the inside edge. And this has been quite a testing over for the batsman. Hogan stops about 5 or 6 yards from him with his arm raised as if he was about to appeal for an LBW, but pulled out of the appeal in the belief there was an inside edge there. Got 3 in the slip cordon. As he comes in once more. Right arm round. Leads forward to that, pushes it up towards mid-off. And that is the end of the over. 5 gone. 5 gone. You know what? I've been looking forward to the start of the season. You want to get back in there, because we get a bit ring rusty during the winter as well, don't we? And you know, remembering all the fielding positions and everything about the game, that sort of slips out your head during the winter. But I feel like we've never really had a proper bash at this game because of all the interruptions with the weather.
Well, it was one session yesterday, wasn't it?
Yeah.
And just under half a day on day one.
Yeah. So 122 overs have gone down the drain so far in this match, and all they can retrieve of those now is 8 today if the weather is okay. I think it looks okay today.
Yes, just if light is the issue after 6 o'clock as well. Harris is in to bowl to Jones on 5 not out, and Jones is forward very carefully. No run.
Is that yours?
That is mine.
Right, that's not the one that was on the floor in the corridor.
The Cricketers Who's Who, you're very welcome to consult it if you so need.
My playfair should be waiting for me when I get home.
Yes, they always seem to arrive a day or two after the start of the season. One day in my case, probably in yours as well, but obviously you weren't at home. Harris, 3 slips weight behind Michael Jones, and they're not needed as he drives firmly back down the pitch, fielded by Carlson at mid-on. There's no run. Cooper was querying the existence of Michael Hogan merchandise for his testimonial. Fairly modest so far, just the testimonial brochure. Caps will be discussed at the next committee meeting in May, we're told. There we are. Hasn't gone all out with the T-shirts as yet, Mr. Hogan. His next delivery is played on the leg side by Michael Jones. Stephen Mossas, is 2-3-4 a competitive score? Not sure. It's at least 50 fewer than Glamorgan looked on target for.
Somebody's got a Hogan hat on there, haven't they?
It's just a Glamorgan beanie that we're seeing on the monitor.
Is it? Right.
Could just get a bit of yellow marker pen or something.
Yeah.
Adapt it.
Bit of gaffer tape.
Harris bowls. Jones leaves outside off stump. Bat well hidden out of the way. Good morning to Ben Bonney, who's settled in for day 3 from sunny Mallorca. I hope you're managing to get a bit of sunshine as long as watching the stream out there. Adnan asks, are we in for more rain and hail? I blooming well hope not. Not according to the BBC forecast. How's the Met Office looking?
I think it was alright. I looked at it all
right. Harris to Jones, who's forward, defending up to mid-wicket, and there's no run. 12 without loss. Absolutely glorious. Around about 90 minutes ago. Met Office reckons the chance of precipitation is less than 5%, and we're likely to see quite a bit of sunshine today here in Cardiff. So if you fancy coming down this afternoon, should be all right. Bring an extra layer maybe. Harris bowls. Jones is forward, defending to Carlson at mid-on. There's no run. A lot of...
Might be better off driving here because there's another 100 flights being cancelled today. So we were in the airport in Gran Canaria the other morning when my mother-in-law rang to say that they're cancelling all the flights, and I thought, I hope they're not. I looked on Plane Finder and ours was off Casablanca at the time, so I knew we were getting home. But start of the Easter holidays, it's going to be chaos for a lot of people. 12-hour waits in airports and whatnot.
Well, it's less than half you'd get if you were queuing at Dover. Look on the bright side, man.
There's all kinds going on there. It's not just the lack of ferries. There's problems with the customs computers and stuff as well. I was reading yesterday as this is defended by Lees, start of a new over. I'm sort of lost my concentration there because 3 ducks came in really low across the ground and circled around the square, and then they've flown off again back towards the river.
So that's not an omen from the Durham point of view.
It was literally weather for ducks yesterday, because when I went out to do a little piece to show all the ice on the field, there was a duck wandering past me on the grass.
Put there by Central Casting.
Yeah. Hogan to Lees. Lees flicks that off his legs towards that short grandstand boundary for 4 along the floor. It's a little bit overcast at the moment, which makes following the line of the ball against the dark green surface a bit tricky. The sun's just gone in.
Yeah, there's some fairly cheap boundaries to be had on that shorter side of the ground at the moment, which is not protected as Glamorgan attack.
In that respect, and you look at 234 with that short boundary, you think Glamorgan left themselves short. Hogan in again from the river end, round the wickets to Lees. That pitch is wide of off stump, has a bit of bounce in it and goes through to the keeper.
Yeah, good luck if you're playing or spectating at club level for the first time today. A lot of clubs ticking into action.
It was 197 days from the end of Durham's game at Bristol last year in September on a threadbare pitch, when they were beaten in just over 2 days worth of play, to the start of this game on Thursday this week. Hogan in, defended. He's retiring at the end of the year. I was chatting to him yesterday lunchtime. He said he's looking forward to being a dad and doing the school run and things like that.
Yeah, he's got 2 youngsters, but obviously has not been able to play as prominent a part in their upbringing as he would have wished.
Well, as my children say to me and my wife, why do you have to work all the time? You see, you know, all those things you enjoy. How do you think they're paid for? Hogan bowls, defended by Lees there, who went forward rather tentatively to that one. Very straight delivery. Seemed to be leaning a long way to reach the ball. My thought was on day one it was holding up in the pitch a little bit, but having spoke to Ben Rain and then Matty Potts yesterday, they said they thought it was a decent wicket.
He hasn't caused too many tricks so far.
Lees continues with that stance on off stump, with the leg stump and part of middle exposed as Hogan bowls, and there's an appeal here, but it's angling down. Possibly a bit of bat, we'll have to see on the replay. Hogan gave up straight away on the shout here. Must have been a bit of inside edge. He's just raising his hand to celebrate an appeal and then pulled it down again.
Yeah, the problem is that as long as Lees plays a shot, then Hogan's got to bring the ball back quite a long way, isn't it, with this
coming round the wicket.
Pronounced stance that Lees has. Probably half a stump outside off. You'd think he'd take guard. Not quite sure what that's be called. There we are.
Can I have off, please, umpire? See, there's rugby action in the Cardiff Stadium today.
Yeah, down at the Arms Park.
Setting the cameras up.
Harris is in to bowl outside off stump, allowed to go through by Michael Jones. Yeah, that's available on BBC One Wales and on the BBC website.
I was wondering where it was going to be, because the SAT truck was there this morning and they were setting all the cameras up.
Well, every game in this league is on a pay channel, but a few are live with the BBC and S4C as well.
So it's Cardiff against Scarlets.
Yeah.
They're from Llanelli, are they?
That's right, yeah. But Cardiff has reverted to the old club name, and Harris bowls, and that's forward by Jones, played to mid-on. Llanelli Scarlets went the other way and dropped the Llanelli from their name. Cardiff Blues, as was, have now dropped the Blues from their name.
Right.
So it's Cardiff against Scarlets.
Wonder what the mayor of Llanelli thinks about that.
To be fair, they do draw their support from quite a wide range of West Wales. Harris in to bowl. Jones forces on the leg side, but only as far as Callum Taylor at mid-wicket, and there's no run.
We went and had a tour around the Millennium Stadium.
Mm-hmm.
Not long after it opened, actually, so probably about 1999, 2000 we were there, I think it was. And one end of the stadium is slightly smaller than the other.
Yeah.
That's because that is the only bit of the original Cardiff Arms Park that survived, because it's built into the back of the stand where the rugby ground is.
Harris lopes in and renewed sunshine and bowls, and Jones steers it off a thick inside edge down towards backward square, and they go through for a single, 17 for naught.
So that one end of the ground is slightly smaller than the other end. I've seen a couple of cup finals there, so I saw Southampton Arsenal in 2003, I think it was, and then went back to see Arsenal Man U in about 2005, the first cup final decided by penalties.
Yeah, there was a run of cup finals when Wembley was being rebuilt. Harris to Lees, who is forward and noodling that one gently down to third man for a single, 18 without loss. Lees's guard to face the over-the-wicket Harris is considerably more conventional. Can actually see off stump. Whereas when Hogan's bowling round the wicket, you can see his leg stump. Yeah, that north stand end of the Principality Stadium, as it is now, is known in Wales as Glanmore's Gap.
Glanmore's Gap.
As Harris is in to bowl, forward comes Jones. The Glanmore Griffiths was one of the drivers behind the reconstruction of the stadium. He was then Welsh Rugby Union, I can't remember what the title was then, head honcho anyway. I can't remember whether he's the treasurer or the chief executive or the secretary. Anyway, he was a principal driver of the stadium, and unfortunately they failed to come to an agreement with the owners of Cardiff Arms Park for a complete demolition of that side and reworking, so they had to work with what they had. So the north end is slightly lower than the south end.
Yeah. Hogan round the wicket, bowls, defended by Lees, goes towards mid-wicket. The tour was fascinating in that you finish in the Royal Box, but they also take you up to the back row of the main stand, and you can see the sheer slope of the stands. And they were saying because of vertigo and fear of heights, and some people just unable to get up there for whatever medical reasons, for each event they have to keep a few seats spare elsewhere because people can't get up to the top row.
It is a bit of a track up there. I've seen a few games from close to the top.
18 without losses. Hogan in the sunshine now, bowls to Lees. Lees pushed the ball up to mid-on, no run. I think it's one of the best, certainly one of the best stadiums I've been in. It's a fantastic place. When the roof's closed, the atmosphere is incredible. Although the Arsenal fans were a bit dull against Southampton, the Southampton end was lively.
Yes, unfortunately we haven't been able to have the roof closed for the last couple of years because of COVID. Let the viruses blow away.
Yeah.
Hopefully that'll change come November internationals.
18 without a loss. The sun is shining brightly now in Cardiff as Lees defends from Hogan. It's interesting how things like that are now going to have to be included in architect and building design. And we've just, in Sunderland, the new fire station theatres opened a few weeks ago. I think it's got a capacity of about 600. But I was reading about the design of that building, and they have air. The air conditioning comes in from the floor and is designed to go upwards and get sucked out through the roof. So any particles that come out of people's mouths disappear up into the air and into the filtration system. This is an appeal from Hogan. Lees looks very unmoved by what's just happened there as he tried to play across the line to one which thudded into, I think, his thigh pad. Let's have a look again. Ooh.
That is extremely adjacent.
That looked like it was about to smash into off stump. And Hogan can't quite believe that hasn't been given. From up here, it Initially, my thought was that there didn't look much in it, to be honest with you, but looking at the replay...
Has he just edged outside off? Maybe.
Hogan again. And he gets banned on that one. The reaction next door was quite funny to that there.
Yes, he was
heads in hands.
given out several times by the Glamorgan media staff. Oh dear.
Oh, look at that. Look at that.
Lisa's just
That would have snapped the off stump in half, I think.
Continued his movement across just to give the fraction of doubt in the umpire's mind as to whether it struck outside off. But I think it struck on off stump and knocked him down.
Last ball of the over. This is over number 9. And it's played by Lees towards point. That is the end of the over, and I think Alex Lees can consider himself a very lucky man.
18 without loss. Yeah, with regard to the COVID regulation, I suppose that'll be good for people's health anyway, because it's, you know, even if this particular virus goes away, if buildings are designed so the air is refreshed more regularly, it'll prevent the circulation of any sort of bugs and sniffles. The arrival of the loudest mobile phone in Wales. Herald's Edward Bevan about to
Where? I never heard it.
enter the fray. I'll do one more over, and hopefully Edward will be with us. As Harris is in bowls, and Lee Jones chops down on that one, plays it back up the pitch to the bowler, and there's no run. And so there's rugby at Cardiff Arms Park, Cardiff Scarlets, and the Wales women play their English counterparts at Kingsholm Gloucester. Kick-off 4:45 there. It's a bit of a shame the two overlap. Harris into bowl to Jones, and plays again back down to the bowler. 3 slips, third man, point, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. Fine leg. As they obviously knew Edward was coming on to commentary, so posting a third man specially for him. Harris is in to bowl to the watchful Jones, who pulls at a rare short delivery and misses. And it goes through to Chris Cook, something of a surprise element, as video viewers are treated to another replay of the latest Hogan LBW appeal against Lees.
Yeah, it was nowhere near, was it? Ed, you need to get a nice ringtone on your phone so everybody can hear it.
18 for naught. Harris is in to bowl to Jones, who's pushing forward. Ball doesn't go very far. Indeed, it is picked up by Jones and lobbed to the nearest fielder. Jones, extremely watchful, has added just a couple of singles this morning, but he's still there and has looked less troubled than Lees has, to be honest, who's survived those two convinced but not convincing LBW appeals by Hogan, not convincing to umpire Warren, who's the only person whose verdict counts. Harris to Jones, plays on the leg side. Carlson dashes round from mid-on to field. There's no run. The sparse crowd, such as it is, because it's still pretty chilly and there are a lot of counter-attractions still down at the River Taff end, which usually is the warmer of the ends here at Sophia Gardens, but I don't think anything is going to get to the status of warm this weekend.
What are the distractions, are there?
Well, the football and rugby going on.
Right.
There's a lot of people into a couple of sports. As that's left by Jones outside off stump. There's no run. End the over here on BBC Sport Online. 18 for naught, Lees 12, Jones 6. Martin Emerson will be accompanied by Edward Bevan for the next 25 minutes or so.
The other new hobby for people this at the current period in time is standing in airports for hours on end. Good luck if you are going away for Easter. I know it's for a lot of families it's the first big holiday for probably 2 years since the whole coronavirus pandemic began. I have to say, experiences of going through Newcastle Airport last week. We were in, through, and sitting down for breakfast in about 20 minutes or so. 25 minutes. Hogan to Lees, who's on 12. That's a length ball, but quite a way outside of the off stump. Lees leaning a long way to play that one back towards the bowler's end. Good day, Ed.
Happy
You sorted?
season to you, Martin. Yes, I am.
Yeah.
Yes, and talking about the cold weather, you experienced plenty of this at start of seasons up in Durham.
No? It's nice in Durham.
Oh yeah, it's very fond of the place.
The last 2 or 3 years we've had very dry springs, really. Hogan again. Comes in and bowls. Oh, inside edge onto the pad and down to fine leg for 4. Leg by, no, it's signalled as a 4, yeah, inside edge onto the pad. Hogan thought he had got. That's a very late connection from Lees there, right on the toe of the bat. Hogan thought he'd got him bowled him round the leg side. There's some people in the ground with sombreros on.
Yes. Keep the head warm.
Yeah. A memory came up on my Facebook timeline today, Ed. 5 years ago, me and my family were camping in Boroughbridge in North Yorkshire.
You're very brave.
It was gorgeous weather. It was so hot on the Saturday we were hot and bothered putting the tent up. As Hogan comes in again and bowls. This is played by Lees up to mid on no run. And on the Sunday it was a beautiful warm day, and we hired a boat for a few hours and we went up the River Eure in a lovely little boat, and it was gorgeous weather.
Oh yes, you can have great. Well, we saw a fortnight or 3 weeks ago that lovely spell of hot weather.
We've just had the second sunniest March on record.
So I heard that.
Yeah.
I always said you should start in March the 7th.
Yeah, start in March, miss April out, and then come back in May. But May was really wet about 3 years ago. It was a horrendous month. In comes Hogan again, and this is drilled by Lees out through the covers. It won't have the legs to get to the boundary on the pavilion side of the ground. He runs 2. It's chased all the way over there in the end by Callum Taylor. I was going to say, May was a bit miserable last year as well. We were in Derby and didn't see any play for 2 days in Derby last year. It lashed it down. If you remember, the start of last season was sunny but really cold. And
very, very
we were
cold.
commentating, we had to have the windows open all the time.
First game, of course, Glamorgan were at Headingley and snowed off.
Yeah, it snowed
Probably cost them the game.
Snowed on the Sunday at Nottingham. This is turned by Lees to the short leg side boundary on the grandstand side for 4. There's only one fielder out there, and it was nowhere near him. Kieran Carlson chasing after it to collect it beyond the boundary rope.
Yeah, Lee's playing with a little bit more confidence now, especially against. Well, he's faced Hogan for most of the morning, and he, of course, will want to establish himself this at the early start of the season because he is the current one of the England opening batsmen, and I'm just wondering if, although they probably won't come to Wales, one of these scouts might be down watching various players. Well, they'd probably watch it on the stream anyhow. We have that now. But he looks a very compact, very well organised player, Alex Lees. Remember him playing for Yorkshire, of course.
Yeah. Hogan in from the river end. And Lees plays that safely back up towards the bowler. And that is the end of the 11th over here on BBC Wales and BBC Radio Newcastle. Durham, 28 for none. They put Glamorgan in on what seems like weeks ago on a Thursday morning. They got to 110 for 4 at lunch. Then a truncated afternoon in between all of the hail showers that came along. They closed day 1 on 164 for 4. Yesterday, they lost their last 5 wickets for 20 runs, and actually the last 6 for, I think, 46 it was. And they were bowled out for 234. Durham faced 1 over before lunch. There were 5 without loss, and then the mother of all storms came in. The sky went black. The pitch went white, and that was the end of that.
James Harris to continue then. from the Cathedral Road end. He's in, and bowls, and Jones is forward, plays it out in the covers. They go for a quick single, it's well judged, and no problem in the end. But I've said to a few people this morning, Martin, I went home last night, and I would say about 1.5 miles we got on the ring road. Not a drop of rain fell there all day and all the way home to Swansea. Victoria Park, which is about 1/2 mile down the road, didn't have a drop. It was one of those. There's a theory that the buildings in cities draw rain. There are all sorts
and
of
the
theories. The river, of course, yes, and mountains where I live. Harris to the left-handed Lees is in and bowls to him, and Lees is right forward, smothers everything, plays it out to mid-off, and the score remains on 29 without loss. You'd expect London, with all those buildings, to get lots of rain, but the southeast normally gets away with it.
Well, it creates a lot of heat, though, as well, doesn't it? Such a size.
Bumping up from
I mean,
the
if you
road.
think, if you go from one side of Greater London to the other, you're effectively travelling from the likes of Manchester across to Liverpool at such a distance. It's a region in itself, really, isn't it?
3 slips wait as Harris in, bowls to Lees. Lees is forward, good looking shot, will get runs. Past the bowler, that's going to run up possibly for 4. No, I don't think it's got the legs. And it's stopped just inside by Carlson, and they cross for 2. Lees growing in confidence here, and as I mentioned a few moments ago, at the moment he is in possession. He battled away on that tour of the West Indies, and it doesn't. Somebody criticising, oh yes, very slow. Well, 5 days of cricket.
Yeah.
What on earth against top-class bowlers? And I think he top scored in that woeful second innings, 30 odd, didn't he?
Yeah. Was it 31 or something, did he get?
Yes, so, it's there for you, Mr. Lees. Take the challenge and try and cement that place.
Made his debut for Durham here in 2018.
In comes James Harris and bowls to him. A little bit rushes on to the batsman. He plays it round the corner. They will cross for a single.
The previous delivery, there was a moment of peril because Harris dived down and got his hand on the ball, and he nearly deflected it onto the stumps, and Jones was trying to shoot back into his crease while backing up. And I think, luckily for Jones, it missed the stumps, because had it hit, he might have been out.
Lees has moved on to 25. Jones, ever watchful, is on 7. James Harris back after 10 years with Middlesex.
Yeah.
And
Decent
good to see him back. I think
I don't know if you heard me
his
say
action has changed so much. As he comes in now over the wicket and bowls, and Jones is forward again to a good length ball, which he nudges away into the offside.
I was saying in commentary earlier, he holds the record for the best figures in a match against Durham, 9 for 34 for Middlesex in 2015. Meanwhile, at this moment in time, Jones, who is playing in his 14th first-class match, has hit the milestone of 500 runs.
Oh.
So he started on 443, and he's now got 7 today.
Where's he from, originally?
He's Ormskirk area. He came through the Durham Academy.
Good.
And he's played some one-dayers for Ireland as well.
He watches now as in comes Harris, bowls short. Takes evasive action and the ball goes through to wicket-keeper Cook. That's the end of the over. Durham 32 without loss, and we have had 12 overs.
He plays one-day cricket for Scotland, and he made 81 on his one-day debut against Ireland in 2018. View of the Durham dressing room there. Got Ben Rain with his beanie hat on. Durham skipper Scott Borthwick in his short-sleeved whites, and got his sunglasses on. David Bedingham chatting away there as well, and Tim van der Houten is going to have a ball to replace Michael Hogan.
Steady bowler again, and I think what you've got to do on this pitch, as we saw from the Durham bowlers, just the 4 seamers used, but they stuck at it. They bowled very well, I thought, on the second day. It's a pitch, pretty true pitch. Does a little bit, I'm told, but if you're off and not bowling particularly well, you will get punished. And a lovely quote, wasn't it, from Colin Ingram when he was interviewed yesterday after scoring 87. On the first day, he said, we have some freebies. Made the most of it, but thereafter, it was quite hard going.
Lees, by the way, in the West Indies, 126 runs at an average of 21, and his highest score was 31.
People seem to forget, you see, Martin, that Graham Gooch, his first innings for England was naught, and he could hardly get off the mark. But anybody who doesn't get 70 or 80 when they play for England now is deemed a failure.
Lees is on strike. Van der Houten right hand round the wicket from the river end. Played to short mid-wicket, where it is fielded by Colin Ingram. Van der Houten is he was born in Sydney, but he's played one-day internationals for the Netherlands. The last of those last year against Ireland. He's also played for Hobart Hurricanes, New South Wales, Tasmania, and the Trent Side Fireworkers franchise of the Midlands. Here he comes again, and that's, I think, jammed between bat and pad there, as far as Lees is concerned.
Glamorgan had 5 players in the 100 competition last year. I think Chris Cook played 1 game. And that was just about it.
Yeah.
So
and they haven't got any this year, have they?
Haven't got any.
Yeah.
Interesting position for Glamorgan. Do they stick with those youngsters plus Hogan for this year, or do they say thanks for doing so well?
Yeah. And the Hooten bowls. It's drilled back down the ground, but stopped by the bowler. Well, in that cup final last year, Durham brought 3 players back in who'd been at the 100, didn't they? Was it Rain was one of them? And
Bellingham, was it?
No, Bellingham had been playing in the One Day Cup. He went off to the Birmingham thing, didn't he? But I think he got 2 ducks, and then he was back. Who was it? Was it Bryden Carson, Matty Potts?
Don't think Bryden Carson played.
Matty Potts possibly. Ben Rain.
Yes, it was a strong side.
This is played up to mid-on. And it was Durham's worst performance in the competition in the final, having breezed their way through the group stages.
Firm favourites to win that.
Yeah. I remember talking to a photographer in the car park before the day's play, and he said, "Surely Durham are favourites for this one." And I said, "I don't like this tag of favourites. They're never normally the favourites in a final. They weren't against Hampshire, and they weren't against Warwickshire, and they won both of those. And first time they go into a final as the favourites, and it all went a bit pear-shaped for them." 32 for none. Van der Houten to Lees. Lees plays that short to Ingram on the leg side. He's about 3 strips away, Ingram there, with his back to the grandstand.
There'll be a little story, the unusual facts of cricket. A man scores 87 in his first game in 5 years, or first game since last year, but only his second in 5, and he will be left
dropped
out
for Marnus Labuschagne.
Yeah.
Here's the bowler, and that's played to the square leg boundary. There is a fielder there, 1 run. Is it definite that he will be dropped?
What do you do if you're the Glamorgan coach?
Is it because he's
a third? You see,
he's an overseas then.
He's a third overseas,
right? So they have to. So they've got. Well, is Nisa fit though?
Nisa fit for next game.
Right. Okay. Yeah, well, that's an unfortunate conundrum, isn't it?
Yes, but Colin will have plenty of cricket.
Well, is this Labuschagne lad any good?
Has
he done anything?
I think he got 400 or 500 at first.
Right, is that all?
He just lives for cricket.
Yeah.
He used to call Hussey Mr. Cricket.
Yeah.
And I think Marnus will be Sir something cricket.
Captain Durham for a year, Mike Hussey.
Yes.
When was it? 2019 when Labuschagne had that fantastic summer?
That's right, his first season. Harris is to continue. And bowls to Lees, and Lees is forward. Loves to get on the front foot, doesn't he? Mm-hmm. Which any young lad is watching. If you get your stride in, smother ball, keep your head right over the front foot, you won't go far wrong. 33 without loss, and of the 33, Lee's leading the way with 26, and Jones is 7. Still the 3 slips, still attacking. Delighted to see a third man from the start. As in comes Harris, over the wicket and bowls, and Leeds just glides that round the corner. He'll get a run, but won't come back for a second. the score moves on now to 35 without loss. Tidy opening spells. Harris is in his 7th over. And 0 for 12.
Paul's emailed. He says, "Hi Marty and the gang. Greetings from a sun-kissed but chilly Costa del Hartlepool. Let's hope the weather gods behave today. Should be with you all day. Apart from going to the chippy at around 11:30. So if he has gone to the chippy, he's not hearing this now. He's going out tonight, he says, to watch an excellent local pop group called Electric Sheep."
In comes Harris and bowls to the right-handed Jones. It rather squares him up, but eventually drives firmly up to mid-on. Van der Gooten. Perhaps he met 11:30 tonight after a couple of pints into the chippy then.
It's a chippy lunch, I think. I wonder what Electric Sheep do.
Electric Sheep. Sprinkling of spectators on the far end. No spectators in front of us, which is always a popular place to watch because they're renovating something or other. Harris bowls, and this is played towards mid-on again. Ball coming across him just a little. Jones playing very watchfully here. 3 slips and a third man, a cover and a mid-off. And on the onside we've got a fine leg, mid-wicket, saving one, and a mid-on. 2 shouts so far, but umpire got it spot on, I think, for an LBW's against Lees from Hogan. And Harris in. Bowls, again, is right on a length, played back down the pitch. And no run.
As mentioned, Harris took those wickets against Durham the week of a royal birth, and Andrew's asking which baby was it. It was Prince William and Kate had a daughter in early May 2015. Remember the daughter's name? It's gone out of my head.
I don't remember when anybody really gets children except my own.
Well, it was just because the helicopter was hovering above Lords for a day.
Harris in, bowls, and this is played up to mid-on. That's the end of a very tidy over. Well, remember Harris.
Princess Charlotte it was.
Was it?
Yeah.
The 3rd child or second child? I don't know. 2nd child, probably.
Yeah, I think so.
When he took
it was George, Charlotte, and then Louis.
As I said, when he was a 16-year-old, Harris, 16-year-old, and lots of days, and bowled up and took, I think it was 16 wickets in the match. But he has changed his action. He used to have a more zippy action, but he seems to have changed it at the point of delivery.
He was just angling it back in up the hill into a fierce headwind. It was a really stormy day.
Bowling into the wind, was he? Taking those wickets? He took 80 wickets one year. That might have been the year.
Well, he took 13 in that game. 9 for 34 in one innings. I think it was 13 for 103 in the match. Van der Houten to Elise, who's on 27 from the river end. It's played back to the bowler. I'll tell you what, Ed, I like a beer and all that, but sitting having my breakfast at 9:30 today, this morning, and there was a lad on another table drinking a pint, and I'm thinking that's a little bit early in the day.
I tell you,
must be some stag do on or something. But
we were on a family holiday a couple of years ago, and we very early flight to Bristol Airport.
Yeah,
and we were just wandering upstairs, and the bar was open, and there they were, a couple of lads.
Yeah. Van der Houten to Lees. That's gone off towards the point area and is picked up this time by Andrew Salter. No run.
And I said, it nearly puts me off seeing that. To which my eldest daughter said, I wouldn't mind. No, it's lovely. Have one now. I said,
what time in the morning was that?
6:30, 7:15. Some people
that's
do it.
That's still the night before, isn't it? That's still last night, that time in the morning.
Hearty breakfast.
Yeah. Van der Houten balls. This is defended by Lees. It runs up to mid-on. It's his dot ball. I'll have to go and do an update for Radio Newcastle in a few minutes and then be back with you a little bit later on. But yeah, you see people in the airport at 6, 7 o'clock in the morning having a beer, and I can't get my head around that. Yeah.
You would have done it if you were 21, 22.
I don't think I would have done that at that time in the morning, no. Certainly not at 21 and 22, I wouldn't have done. 34 without loss. Durham trail by 200. Leading edge from Lees. He looked to try and tuck one away through the leg side then. It's gone out through the covers in the opposite direction. Gets a single.
Yeah, squared him up a bit then.
Yeah. Mervyn says, great to have you back, Martin, and lovely to hear the dulcet tones of Edward Bevan. We just need decent weather now. Thanks, Mervyn.
Yes, many thanks. No.
Well, we last saw each other in September, didn't we, when you were up in Chester Street?
Yeah. Well, that first morning, the ball did everything. It goes Glamorgan all up for 97.
Some younger players on the boundary watching the action. Probably just about to have a net session in the indoor school.
Yeah.
Van der Houten coming right arm over to the right-handed Jones, who just dabs the ball back up towards the bowler's end. No run.
I better take over from you because I missed that last over. 35 without loss. What time is your midday, is it?
Yeah.
Okay. So you obviously do...
We're still in the same over, Ed.
Are we?
Yeah, because they've switched over because of right-hand, left-handed. Eh?
Yeah, I thought you said I'll got to go in a minute.
Yeah, I'll go at the end of
Tell me, do you still do different... I know Radio Newcastle, obviously, BBC Newcastle. Any other northern outposts you have to cover?
Yeah, tees.
Right.
Van der Houten, that's flicked away by Jones down towards long leg for 1. And that is the end of the over. So 15 gone, and Durham are 36 without loss. Lees 28, Jones 8, and they trail by 198. I'll go off and do my update, and I'll be back a little bit later on. Yeah, updates this afternoon. We'll be live into Radio Newcastle and Radio Tees.
Bit of musical chairs as Nick comes back. And we've got a change of bowling here after an useful spell from James Harris. It'll be James Wheel to bowl. So the first, what are many overs we had? First 15 overs have been pretty accurate, not hugely penetrating. It's been very watchful batting from the two batsmen, especially from Jones, who's not out 8. Lees has, must be said, played a few streaky shots, but it's been good, accurate bowling, and the batsmen haven't really had to get away. So after 15 overs, yeah, just over 2 and over. Here's James Wheel then, and he's coming in with 2 slips and bowls to Jones, and Jones plays it up towards mid-off, and it ends up at square leg. Just a little bit of movement there. Morning, Nick.
Morning. Yeah, James Wheel, former Durham player, so he'll be looking to make an impact, particularly. One game with Leicestershire before he joined Glamorgan at the start of last season. He wasn't a regular in the first team, but did have a few appearances.
He's another Phil Steele lookalike to me. People from Durham. Phil Steele is a well-known after-dinner speaker, journalist, broadcaster. As in comes Wheel, bowls, and this is played away into the offside, straight to cover, tumbling stop there by who was that at covers? Salter. And also a very much lookalike of Chris Rushworth, which amused Nick yesterday, but I didn't know whether he agreed or not.
There are a few shaven heads, aren't there?
They're tall as well, you see.
With Rushworth and Rain as well. The Rain is heavily bearded, so a lot of skin visible from bowling from this end.
Here is Wheel, quite brisk bowls on the length, but beats him. It's the first ball we've seen all morning that has beaten a batsman on the outside. Good delivery. Saw him bowling on the stream in one of the practice matches a couple of weeks ago, and he bowled extremely well. Didn't have a particularly good first season, but there'll be competition for third and fourth seamers in this Glamorgan side. Michael Nisa will probably play, I would have thought, next week.
Yes, as long as the fitness comes up.
Wheel into the right-handed Jones and plays it off his legs, backward of square, and this time Taylor fields. Good Lord, Very wayward throw. It ends up at mid-wicket, the other side.
He's been a little bit over-enthusiastic in the field this morning, Callum Taylor. There was another one that Chris Cook only got a fingertip to. And enthusiasm to be welcome, but not when it results in a wayward throw. Now, Lees is taking guard.
He takes guard outside off stump.
On the outside of off stump as he's scratching away now.
Have a look at his back foot. It stands out off stump. Now, international bowlers, if he does play for England, look at it. You can see all three from here. And
Wheel coming round the wicket.
Yeah. 2 slips. Keeper standing back. As in comes Wheel and bowls. And you see, there's a huge amount of criticism on players who take off stump. But if they know their game, and they do get runs, don't change it. But this is an extravagant place. Extravagant. Clear view, haven't you, of his
it's only with the bowlers round the wicket, I think, though. Let's see, because when Harris was bowling over the wicket, it was much more conventional.
I wonder if he's been bowled on the legs a few times. Wheel passes the umpire now, bowls to Lees, and Lees plays a good-looking shot, but straight to short mid-wicket. It stopped there.
Salter is mucking around,
and he
stays prone.
I don't know, I think he had a little crack in the knee.
Oh yes, he did. He's sort of smiling and grimacing at the same time. I thought he was
horrible. That is
doing
on
his
the knee.
best. Thought he was doing his best sheepdog impression for a moment, watching the ball in front of him. But no, he has got it back on the knees, laughing about it. But hopefully, no damage done.
37 without loss, then, and 28 to Leeds. Jones still in single figures. We've had 16 overs, and this by the approach. Correct approach, of course, by Durham. Nick will probably tell you that this will be a bonus point match.
Well, I think it's a little too early to say that. Glamorgan collapsed yesterday morning, so Durham could do likewise, or they could get a decent first innings lead. Van der Hoogten is in to bowl. Jones shoulders arms outside off stump. If Durham got 100 ahead tonight, which is feasible, they could maybe declare around lunch tomorrow and give themselves a couple of sessions to bowl Glamorgan out. But
they'll have to go a bit to get 300 odd. If Glamorgan bowl as well as they are.
Shortish boundary though on the one side.
Yeah.
234, I think was at least 50 below par, wasn't it? Possibly 100. Van der Hoogten to the upright Michael Jones, who's bowled, pushing forward there.
Good net there.
Van der Hoogten getting one through Jones's defences, and Durham lose their first wicket. Jones is bowled for a very watchful 9, and it's 37 for 1. Van der Hoogten strikes in his 3rd over as we watch the replay on the Glamorgan stream. And it's a bit of nip in that one. It's just come in a little bit and hit off. Yeah,
you described it well, Nick. It is, well, a little bit of nip. He played, I would have thought, played more or less down the right line, but it was just moved a little bit to knock the off stump. And Glamorgan struck there. It's a good wicket. He's gone for 9, 37 for 1. And if you bowl accurately, you will sometimes get through the batsman's concentration. 37 for 1.
Van der Hoogten celebrating exuberantly. Jones just playing a fraction down the wrong line. He wasn't far off with it, but enough to count. So Jones, who had a creditable average of 39 this season, begins with a single-figure score. It's also the same average of Alex Lees, who played in 11 matches to Jones's 8. And this Durham squad playing in this match is very similar to the squad that defeated Glamorgan by an innings last September. In fact, I think only Oliver Gibson, the young paceman who didn't make the 11 anyway, was not involved in the group at that stage.
Glamorgan only had 5 played in that game, playing in this game. So plenty of changes.
Sean Dixon is in at 3.
Former Kent player, isn't he?
Born in Johannesburg. played just 3 first-class matches last season, averaging 26, but made something of a mark, but not enough for Durham against Glamorgan in the one-day cup final, when he was undefeated on 84 not out, when Michael Hogan got rid of Chris Rushworth to win the match and the trophy for Glamorgan.
Interesting change, though, because we've seen Wheel come on here as a left-arm seaman going across. And when you've got a left and a right hand, you have to adjust your line. And Van der Gooten did that perfectly. Sean Dixon runs in the final of the one day Royal London. Very aggressive player in one-day cricket, and he moved here. I think it was last year or the year before. Well, moved here. He moved to Durham.
Van der Hoogten will bowl to Dixon then, when Dixon's finished his limbering up and stretching, and takes guard now. And now cloudy skies. Van der Hoogten is in to bowl to Dixon, who pushes on the offside, thinks about a single off the mark, but decides otherwise.
Strong batting lineup of Durham. And I remember last year they racked up 500 after that. Glamorgan was shot out for 97 just after lunch. Or was it just before lunch? Can't remember. Didn't want to remember.
Yeah, I'll give you the rest of the Durham batting lineup after this delivery to Dixon. In he comes, bowls, and Dixon pushes forward again. Concentration at the maximum. So Scott Borthwick, David Beddingham, star of last season with 1,000 runs. Then Ned Eckersley, Liam Travaskis, Paul Coughlin, powerful, potentially middle order. Ben Rain, and also striker a decent ball, as can Matty Potts, and Chris Rushworth probably bringing up the rear. Van der Hoogten bowls. Dixon drives and is off the mark with runs through the offside. It may well be 4. Carlson is off in pursuit, slides and hauls it up just inside the boundary in front of that vacant grandstand, away to our right. And they've gone through for a couple of runs. 39 for 1. Just peering, you can see one set of orange overalls on top of the stand.
Rather him than me.
With the
this wind.
With the construction efforts that are continuing there. 39 for 1. Dixon to 2. Still 3 slips for Glamorgan, as they have all morning. Van der Hoogten bowls. Dixon pushes forward. Plays it to point. Salterfields, no run. So end of a successful over from Van der Hoogten. He's bowled 3 overs, 1 for 5, and Durham 39 for 1 after 17 overs. So that's around about 2 1/3, 2.3 runs per over.
What's pleasing for Glamorgan's ball is they've kept the ball up to the bat. I can't remember one ball where the batsman's got off the back foot to anything short to push it away into the covers. And nothing has been struck forcibly through the covers. A couple of 4s from Lees, which played off his legs, but they bowled pretty well, I must say. Just the 2 slips for Wheel, who's ready to bowl his second over and abort his run-up. There's this extraordinary stance from Alex Lees, where you can see all 3 stumps, and his left foot is, in my reckoning, outside the off stump. Here is Wheel. In, bowls to the left-handed Wheel. He leaves outside the off stump. Brisk pace from Wheel.
Yeah, he looks as though he might have put on a yard or so of pace from last season.
Did have a bit of an injury problem, but appears pretty fit now.
He only took 7 wickets at 50 last season. Need to do better than that if he'll to stay in the side with Harris here and hopefully a bit more of Nisa than last year.
In comes Wheel. Bowls. That lifted just a little off a length. And this time it does get on the back foot and plays very, very watchfully out into the covers.
Yeah, Keegan Peterson, by the way, made 64 for South Africa against Bangladesh. He's involved in that test match being played at St George's Park, where South Africa are 410 for 7. Everyone's got runs down the order there.
Wheel round the wicket, bowls again, and this is again left. Just saying, Nick, when you were elsewhere this morning to Martin, that it's every innings now for Lees will be important, as he'd want to try and cement his place. Important for Durham, of course, important for himself, because he has been the last on the line. They've tried just about everybody you could think of, and Alex Lees has this opportunity, so he'll be pretty watchful as in comes Wheel. Bowls him. Always beaten outside the off stump, and he fishes to a ball that perhaps wasn't there to play. It is a very good delivery, and really didn't have to play for it, because with this stance on off stump, or just about outside, it was well wide of the off stump, but nevertheless this is a good delivery. 28 to Lees. The run rate is just over 2.2. Accurate bowling here from the Glamorgan seamers, as Wheel is in again and bowls. Concentrating his line on off stump, and that has gone through to Cook.
News about Ben Stokes, in case you missed it yesterday. It came out when we were off air. That,
encouraging.
No new problems despite the scan of his knee. It provided a bit of pain in the West Indies tour. He still has some tenderness in the knee, but is likely to appear for Durham next month.
In comes Wheel and bowls, and again that line is on off stump. That is a maiden over from Wheel, and the score remains at 39 for 2. Could play against Glamorgan there at the end of the month, aren't they, sometimes?
That's round 6 of the championship in mid-May, yes. So Glamorgan might come up against Ben Stokes, which would be a good challenge. I just wonder, looking at the schedule these days, how many players can aspire to play for England in both Test match and limited overs cricket in the future. Whether they will, as they have at times over the last couple of years because of COVID, but because of workloads and the sheer volume of international fixtures.
Well, next year I think they go 4 or 5 tours.
As Van der Hoogten is into bowl to Dixon, who drives into the covers. That's a lovely shot from Sean Dixon. It'll race away up towards the scoreboard at the River Taff end, away to our right, and no point in chasing that one, as
lovely shot,
played beautifully through the ball. Classic off drive from Dixon.
Played it on the up, but trusting the pitch, which is a good pitch.
6 to Dixon, 43 for 1. Wheel it was who had to go and retrieve the ball. Spectators are allowed to throw it back, but unfortunately for him there weren't any in that particular part of the ground. Just concentrated in a very small segment to the side screen. Most of the crowd, apart from the few in the pavilion area as well, looking side on. Van der Hoogten bowls. Dixon is forward, defending to mid-off. Wheel fields no run.
No longer do you have to see fielders, as they did the last year or so, having to wear about 3 caps at the same time, because when somebody bowls, toss it to mid-off, who already has a hat on. And they were like adverts for new caps and hats last year, because the umpires weren't allowed to hold on to their sweaters or their caps.
Yeah, I was a bit surprised for that. It must be very distracting, I would have thought, wearing a couple of caps when you're chasing the ball or trying to get underneath a high catch. Van der Hoogten from the River Taff end bowls to Dixon, who leaves one outside off stump. Good carry through to Chris Cook.
It was a good carry,
but it was a decent leave. So, yeah, multi-format England players. Are there going to be any more after the likes of Stokes?
At the moment, I don't know what's going on in English cricket. You could tell me, Nick. We won't get drawn into that, but I don't know. The latest, of course, is do away with 6 counties has been put forward, or fought, or
floated, I think.
Floated is the right word, yeah.
Van der Hoogten bowls. Dixon drives again nicely through the offside. Wheel will give chase this time, but gives up. It's in vain. It's a second beautiful cover-driven boundary in the over from Sean Dixon. He moves into double figures on 10, and Durham are 47 for 1.
Very much a front foot player, because even as the ball is being delivered, he's on that front foot. Perhaps it might be worth just giving Dixon the ball just back short, just a little bit short of a length, but through the offside he played 2 beautiful shots.
Still a gap there on the offside for him to address, just the one player wheel in front of square. As Van der Hoogten bowls to Dixon, who pushes that one gently towards the gap, but decides there isn't a single as Wheel and Salter converge on it, and Wheel, the former Durham man, picks it up. 47 for 1. Yes, I'd be surprised to see many players in a couple of years' time doing what Stokes has done and be a prominent choice for all formats.
Especially as he pounds away and hits that left foot.
Well, yes, particularly given his all-rounder status.
Yeah.
Van der Hoogten bowls to Dixon, who pushes forward. Up to Wheel at mid-off. No run in the over, 47 for 1. Couple of boundaries in that over to Dixon. But I don't think it'll be feasible, really, to continue for England players if they continue to try and squeeze so much out of the international game in terms of revenue. Then they're going to have 2 squads, effectively.
Well, look at Johnny Bairstow now. He's playing in the IPL at the moment. Plays for England in both formats. He's got this, supposed to be playing with the Welsh Fire. How many games he'll play, I don't know, in that other franchise competition. He's just playing cricket all the time, isn't he? Non-stop, 12 months a year. As Wheel starts his third over to the left-handed Lees, who plays it up gently to mid-on.
I mean, things have been more difficult than usual because of coronavirus restrictions, I guess, and obviously you have to take players' mental welfare into account. You can't spend your entire life sitting in hotels, even lucrative though it may be. It's not very good for the brain. I remember interviewing Bairstow from India down the line, and he just seemed delighted to talk to someone, you know.
Yeah. His Wheel bowls, gets right on the front foot, smothers any movement and pushes it out as Lee is up to mid-off. He has remained on 28 for a while. And Dixon is already in double figures on 10, where the other batsman that's departed, Jones, was on 9 for about 16, 17 overs. So Dixon showing attacking intent here. The clouds gather. It's a glorious morning now, but they've gathered. Don't look like rainy clouds. As Wheel is in and bowls just wide of the off stump. He's in his third over, just conceded the 1 run.
Yeah, Jones rather faced 46 deliveries and hit 1-4 in his 9. He's looking pretty solid until he missed a straight one. Other games in the second division are all slightly more advanced. They had weather condition problems at Leicester. Leicestershire 79 for 4 in reply to Worcestershire's 348.
Covered a bit there. You were 6 for 3 last night.
3 wickets to Joe Leach, top ball there, and 51 not out for Lewis Hill, young Leicestershire middle order player. Middlesex against Derbyshire. Middlesex 401 all out. Derbyshire 226 for 6. Their new opener Shan Massoud made 91 of those. 2 apiece for Murtagh and Bamba.
Next ball is played off his legs this time, up towards the mid-wicket boundary from Wheel. He'll get to, they'll think of a third. It's one of the biggest boundaries, well, it's the biggest boundary on the ground. And good return coming in, and just a hurry at the very last moment. Did Alex Lees take 3 runs, the score moves on to 50. So, little muted applause from some spectators as the sun comes out in this spring.
The son gets a bit of applause.
Yes, indeed.
50 up, which probably
Yes.
has more to do with the applause.
In comes the third slip now then for Wheel. For the new batsman Dixon, who's looked very comfortable, very confident since he came in. 3 slips then go down. Cook is standing back as Wheel comes over the wicket and bowls. Good delivery because he got on the front foot again to Dixon, but thought about playing it and left it. So that's Wheel has now bowled 3 overs for just 4 runs. Van de Gooten, the wicket taker, 4 overs, 1 for 13. And the 4 bowlers have bowled pretty well on this pitch.
Yes, we've just seen up and down, straight up and down seam from both sides so far, and Durham just using the 4 bowlers. Leicestershire, we mentioned, by the way, Durham's opponents next week, and Glamorgan travel to Trent Bridge to face Nottinghamshire, who are 287 for 6 at Hove, 88 runs behind with 4 wickets remaining, with a century from Steve Milani. And it's led a recovery for Notts, who were in trouble at 52 for 4. 287 for 6 as Van der Hoogten bowls and Lees defends to mid-on, and there's no run.
Very compact player, isn't he, Alex Lees? Typical Yorkshire concentration all the time. And it was a good move for him when he moved up to Durham. Got an England place through it as he settles in now.
Yeah, continues with this
Extraordinary.
centric guard on or outside off stump as Van der Hoogten bowls, and that off the inside part of the bat ends up at mid-wicket and there's no run. So Notts next week against Glamorgan will scheduled to have Stuart Broad. Their overseas players, Pattinson of Australia, I believe, is still likely to be
Oh yeah, he's out for a while.
injured, and Patterson of South Africa. Haven't been able to locate his whereabouts. Van der Hoogten bowls, and that struck him on the thigh pad. That's
Bit high that was, wasn't
high,
it?
as well as Lees moving outside off stump. Van der Hoogten getting excited, but yeah, it wasn't maybe as high as we thought, but he was definitely outside off stump on this occasion.
Yeah.
Surviving 2 strong shouts from Michael Hogan earlier on, one of which
Padded
he
up
wasn't
to the
playing
first
the
one,
shot.
yeah.
But he's continuing to lead the way for Durham. He's on 31 not out. Van der Hoogten in the sunshine, bowls, Lees drives, Van der Hoogten gets a hand to it and deflects it to mid-off. And there is no run.
Yeah, Glamorgan next week will most certainly have Marnus Labuschagne coming in for poor chap Colin Ingram, who made 87, and it looks as if Michael Nisa, he's been bowling flat out here in the lunch and tea intervals, will probably play at the expense of one of the seamers, or possibly Taylor might drop out.
Van der Hoogten bowls, Lees pushes into a gap on the offside, calls for a quick single, and it's there. It's a good, intelligent piece of cricket from Alex Lees. Just pushing into a gap. Andrew Salter dashed towards it from point, but there was no orthodox cover fielder. It's an easy single, 51 for 1 in the 21st over, so 2.45 runs per over.
Thinking of your journey to Durham, our good friend Martin Emerson came down by train. It was pretty wise, that, I think. Think about it, Nick.
As Van der Hoogten runs towards us, bowls, and Dixon is forward defending to mid-off. No, I shall be going via the motorways because for family reasons I've got to return to London rather than Cardiff at the end of it all.
I tried that once or twice in the past, but you never know when the game's going to finish. What time?
No.
What day?
Well, that was the
It's
extraordinary situation with Kevin Hand, our BBC Radio London colleague, who's been based in Spain at times. So
I think he's back now.
Towards the end of a game, he's been known to be on the website checking the latest flights from various London airports.
Yes, it's hard going in the car, but there we are. Here's Wheel around the wicket, but starts on the over, and that's driven nicely between mid-off or parried. It won't go around to the boundary. They'll take 2 runs, but a good bit of field in there at mid-off.
Yeah, decent effort from Carlson, wasn't it?
Carlson is such a quick mover, isn't he? And possibly save 4 runs, but it's 2 more, and the score moves on to 53 for 1 and Lees 34.
Yeah, he and Callum Taylor, definitely the young guns of this side. It's quite an old Glamorgan side, a few 30-somethings and the rest late 20s.
Wheel round the wicket, bowls to Lees, and Lees goes out the off stump, and whatever Whale or the others have thought, all right, let's bowl one at leg stump as quick as I can and see if Lees can get down in time. He has been struck on the pads a few times, but he looks a very, very compact player, Alex Lees. 2 slips, 3 men on the offside, saving a single and a 3rd man as in comes Whale bowls, and this is pushed back down the pitch, and there's no run.
First test against New Zealand doesn't start until the 2nd of June, so you would have thought there's the potential for Lees to play in the whole block of county games. What time?
What's the last day of the 6th? Is it around the end of May? Because they gather together, don't they? Sort of week before the England players. As Wheel is in bowls, and he has to adjust at the last moment and just push tentatively out. This is a very good spell from Wheel.
Well, Durham's championship match in round 6 at Lord's finishes on Sunday the 22nd of May, and then the counties go into T20 mode after that. So yeah, there's a possibility of at least being available for all Durham's opening block of championship.
Nothing like it, practice. Wheel bowls, at least is behind it, plays it back down the pitch. Good bowling, good batting, very careful batting by an opener. That's exactly what you want.
Yes, it's been a
Excuse me.
fairly well contested battle between bat and ball today.
Yeah, with these short boundaries, you've got to be on the button. Wheel is round the wicket yet again, bowls and is watched onto the bat by Lees, who plays it out into the covers. That's the end of the over, and very impressive figures. 4 overs, 0 for 6. So we'll probably have what's the time? Nearly 12:30, and lunch just a couple of minutes later today.
Oh yes, it's 1:10, isn't it? Lunch.
Is it the 8 overs today at the end of the day, or is it just the second and third?
It's 100. Well, we're on day 3, aren't we? So it's 104 overs
again
available to be bowled today. Should the rain stay away, and the light might be a bit more of a problem, possibly.
Especially if the seamers are bowling.
After 6 o'clock, because they're only allowed to use the floodlights on a certain number of days a year, because of Cardiff Council regulations, and those days are pretty much used up. With the T20 Blast, the Limited Overs England International here, and the 100 come August. 53 for 1 here on BBC Sport Online from BBC Sport Wales and BBC Radio Newcastle. As Van der Hoogten is in to bowl outside off stump, no shot from Dixon through to Cook.
mentioning the seamers of bowl, I think all the seamers we've seen on either side to bowl well in this game. Glamorgan, of course, have another option in David Lloyd, their captain, who very often last year would come on as third or fourth change, and then pick up a wicket. He does swing it as much as anybody, or more than anybody probably. So he may have a little trundle later on.
Yeah, respectable figures. 21 wickets at 26.5, David Lloyd. As Van der Houten bowls, Dixon blocks it firmly up to mid-off. And there's no run. But it'll be interesting to see whether he bowls more or less than last season, because you sometimes find captains are a little bit reluctant to use themselves when they're a sort of fourth, fifth bowler like Lloyd. Spinners, Salter and Taylor, but we haven't seen an over of spin so far. Van der Houten bowls, Dixon is forward, defending, very much the same way as Michael Jones was, very watchful, and Dixon's hit a couple of boundaries, but
not since then. Talking about change bowlers, of course, Glamorgan, the famous story when they won the championship way back in 1969. Tony Caudle, who was in the championship side, medium pace bowler, very useful bowler, came on as fifth or sixth change, took 9 for 46, and I'll finish the story in a moment.
Van der Houten bowls and Dixon pushes forward, is beaten by that one through to Cook.
And said to his captain, I can bowl, you know. Tony Lewis, the captain then.
Yeah, I was not quite sure why that happened. I mean, because Caudle was one of the leading three bowlers, regular seamers, wasn't he? He was in the side primarily as a bowler.
Yeah, it's batted 8 or 9, but you heard Nash, Lawrence, Williams, Shepherd, and it turned a bit, Roger Davis, Peter Walker, and eventually Tony Caudle.
Van der Houten bowls, Dixon drives beautifully through the offside. That, I think, will be 4 more runs. Carlson's after it, but has to give up the chase in front of the scoreboard as the ball rattles into the advertising hoardings there. And Dixon moves up to 14 and the score under 57 for 1. Dixon's third boundary, and they've all been in that cover to mid-off arc.
Might take a slip. He's got 3 slips. Nothing's... One ball's just beaten him on the outside. He might just want to try and reinforce that. Because quite early on, when Ingram was batting fluently, Durham had a sweeper, didn't they?
Yes, they used a sweeper, particularly on the short side of the ground, away to the grandstand side, to our right as we look out from the media centre. Van der Houten bowls, extra effort. Dixon blocks this one to mid-off, no run. So 3 boundaries in his 14 not out. Has chosen wisely so far, Sean Dixon. 20 runs off 40 balls for this partnership. Durham 57 for 1, and Morgan will be keen not to let Durham get away in any sort of acceleration in the run rate. Durham quite happy to accumulate at least for the first couple of sessions, see where they get to at tea, and whether they're in any position to forge ahead and put pressure on Glamorgan's second innings.
Absolutely. Will been very impressive in this spell of his. 4 overs, 1 made, 0 for 6, and he is to continue round the wicket to the left-handed Alex Lees and bowls to him, and he just tentatively watches that go past the off stump through to the wicket keeper.
He came back a little bit with the angle of round the wicket, so
a little bit of movement there.
Yeah, and the slip cordon was keen to cast doubt in the batsman's mind and imply that the ball shaved the varnish off the off stump.
You can play it firmly, nick to cover, and they always go up. It's encouragement more than anything.
Yes.
There's Wheel is round the wicket again, bowls, and that'll play nicely for a single up to Van der Houten at mid-on. as the ball came in and just drifting on the leg side, helped on its way by the batsman. That takes the score to 58 for 1, and the field now changes for the right-handed Dixon. The third slip is brought in. He's a shot player. He likes to get on with it, Dixon. Saw him play for Kent for quite a while, and he doesn't sort of hang around. He hit those 2 fours after a couple of balls at the crease. Anyway, he's facing Wheel. He's gone over the wicket to the right-hander. Bowls to him. That's a little bit too wide of off stump to have any offer from the batsman. The cloud cover above the city coming across here. No threat of rain.
Give you a couple of Division 1 scores between deliveries. Essex against Kent. Essex piled up 514 all out. Kent in reply, very solid reply, 179 for 2 with Ben Compton, 86 not out.
In comes Wheel. Bowls, and that's driven up towards mid-off, wideish mid-off, not timed with any conviction by the batsman.
Hampshire against Southampton. Hampshire very firmly on top there. Somerset 180 all out. Hampshire 428 with 168 from Joe Weatherly. Somerset in their second innings have just lost 3 quick wickets to James Fuller. They're 66 for 3, so Hampshire poised to win that one.
Do you remember we did a game down at the Rose Bowl last year, and Weatherly, I hadn't seen much of him, really impressed me. He got runs. And that's when they scored 118, 13 overs, if you remember.
Yes, they needed to score them quickly to get to the knockout stages, and they did, yes.
And Weatherly looked a very, very fine player. And got 160 odd in the first innings of a championship match. Here comes Wheel in. Nice, tall action. Gets right off the top. That's the end of the over, because there was no run scored. 5 overs for Wheel, 0 for 7. It's 58 for 1. Glamorgan lost their first wicket at 16, and then their second at 54. So if another one does go now, it'll be following the pattern of the first innings.
Alex Lees 35 not out off 76 deliveries. Sean Dixon 14 off 22, including those 3 boundaries. Here we are. Edward called it a few minutes ago. David Lloyd, the captain, is bringing himself on. He's the 5th seamer to be used by Glamorgan. After Hogan, Harris, Van der Hoogten and James Wheel, formerly of the Visitors Parish. Elsewhere in Division 1 at Northampton, Northants 288 all out in their first innings, which was a lead of 65 over Gloucestershire, who are 55 for 4 in their second innings, still 10 runs behind, with Ben Sanderson, a fine county bowler, and Gareth Berg, veteran all-rounder, picking up a couple apiece. Lloyd bowls, and that's on leg stump. It's flicked away by Leeson. He'll get 4 runs.
And a no ball.
Oh dear. That's not a great start from the skipper. down the leg side. So Lloyd shouldn't really be bowling no balls at his military medium, and Lees was just able to help it on its way. It's Dan Douthwaite, one of the spare players, retrieving the ball. In fact, he's on the field at fine leg at the moment as Lloyd bowls and Lees defends the next delivery. 64 for 1 with the 6 that was scored off that ball. Oh, was it 5?
No ball is 2, isn't it?
So that one dispatched by Lees.
Although they change the rules so often, I don't know quite where you are from one season to the next.
Lloyd is in. Ball hits Lees on the pad. Big appeal for LBW not given. Umpire Warren is not to be moved this morning. So we have a chance to see the replay. Maybe just pitched outside leg, I think, with the right arm over the wicket bowling to the left-hand batsman. Would undoubtedly have struck the stumps, but if it pitches outside leg, then you can't give it.
That's the best shout of the morning, that.
Do you think so?
Yeah. I don't think it
Lloyd to Lees again, who turns on the leg side, will get at least a single round to mid-wicket. Callum Taylor picks up on the boundary and returns. It's a single to Lees. He's to 40, 65 for 1.
And already, Nick, we've seen more swing than from any other bowler in the first few overs, because he ostensibly is that swing bowler, and he certainly undid Lees with that delivery, which was a huge shout.
I wouldn't say that was as strong a shout as the two that Hogan had, to be honest.
Watching Lloyd on our monitor here walking back, he was shaking his head disgust and very disappointed. But I suppose most bowlers are. And Cook was leaping as a keeper. Anyhow,
65 for 1. Lloyd to Dixon outside off stump, allowed to go through. Final score that we haven't given you this morning at Edgbaston, Warwickshire recovering slightly through Matthew Lamb, 41 not out there, 97 for 4, but facing a formidable Surrey score of 428 for 8 declared. So a couple of games in Division 1 that might produce positive results. Lloyd bowls again outside off stump, poor ball. Dixon chops it down into the gully. Good piece of fielding by Callum Taylor at backward point, close to the umpire. Ian Blackwell won't get his steps up like this between staying in the same position for right and left-hander.
Saw him make his debut for Derbyshire in the Sunday League match against Glamorgan. He came in as something like 70 for 7, the hopeless position, and he clobbered the ball everywhere. Very dangerous player.
Lloyd bowls, Dixon drives up to mid-off. He's timed that one nicely, but this time Wheel manages to get across and prevent any run being scored. Dixon remains on 14, Lees is 40, 65 for 1 here on BBC Sport Online with Edward Bevan, myself, Nick Webb, and Martin Emerson, who has got various technical duties to attend to for BBC Radio Newcastle and Radio Tees.
We'll be doing, as we are, BBC Radio Wales and Language of Heaven after lunch.
Yes, you might find frequent changes of commentator during the afternoon session, depending on who's not needed for radio updates, but Radio Wales updates will be on here, so you'll hear the occasional summary on the main commentary. Lees again taking off-stump guard as Michael Hogan returns for another burst before luncheon.
Yes, bowling at the other end. He started off at the river end, and he's coming back. 6 overs, 0 for 21. And he will be bowling at the left-handed Lees, monopolising the innings so far. He's on 40. Dixon's on 14, and the man out, Michael Jones, for 9. Pleasant day here now. High clouds, sunshine coming through those clouds, as Hogan has got an interesting field, as I'll tell you about. As he comes in, and that's clipped round the corner. He might think of a second. 2 slips, Nick, and a leg slip, which you don't often see, but the old warrior Hogan is thinking, I'm trying to work his very odd stance out. If I slip one down there, will he try and flick it? Will I get through and try and hit his leg stump, or will he play it 2 leg slip? It's a thinking game. This brings Dixon down to face Hogan, and a fine leg and a third man are in attendance. Looks very much an offside player, doesn't he, Sean Dixon?
So far.
Yeah. Michael Hogan comes in, runs away from us and bowls, and that's played firmly. Played firmly, but not timed, and just rolls back to the bowler.
Paul Sussex is involved with the St Helens Balconeers. Reminds us that the Balconeers are running a trip for Glamorgan supporters, followers, to Trent Bridge next week. believe it's the 4 nights they've booked in Nottingham. So if you have the time available, that's an option available.
Hogan over the wicket, bowls, and that's left outside the off stump. Had a chance to read of Michael Hogan's brochure, Nick, last night when I got home. I don't know if you got into it. Some interesting articles. Big surfer he was in his young days.
Yes, he's got more backstory than most first-class cricketers, isn't he?
It's a very, very interesting
I haven't had a chance to dip in yet. I think I'm somewhere near you in the batting order.
Yes. Here's Hogan. Bowls. Oh, just tickle around the corner to fine leg. Hogan holds his head in his hands. Why, I don't know. Probably it's a straight delivery that was going on to hit. And if he hadn't got a bat in it... Martin has returned, and I will vacate you and see you after lunch, unless I'm called by the master here before the interval.
Thank you, Edward. Martin Emerson returns to the attack, having blown the cobwebs, hopefully, off the BBC Radio Newcastle broadcast lines. 67 for 1, Durham, as Hogan bowls, and Lees is hit on the pad. There's a tentative LP appeal this time for LBW. Again, turned down.
Have I missed a drop catch when Lloyd came on the ball or not? There was. I've been battling technical issues next door and trying to sort out things with.
There was nothing clear and obvious, as they say.
There was a bit of a yelp, as if.
Oh, it was LBW appeal from Lloyd.
Right.
Yeah. But it would have hit the wickets, I think, but it pitched outside leg was my verdict. Hogan bowls down leg sides and diving stop from Cook, and there was a leg slip in place at the end of the over. So there's obviously a theory, Hogan bowling to Lees and trying to bowl him round his legs, with Lees continuing with that off stump or outside off stump. I'm not sure what you'd call a guard outside off stump, whether it's got a name as such.
Fourth stump?
Yeah, fourth stump. It's not quite a fourth stump guard, but it
Three
looks
and
to
a
be...
half?
Yeah, 3.5. It's a 3.5 stump guard for Lees, for the round the wicket bowlers.
Kevin Ramsey's emailed. He says, I'm loving the coverage while doing my annual fence painting in Aycliffe sunshine. Staying with you until about 3, then switching to the TV streaming while I listen to Nick Barnes and Gary Bennett. As Lloyd comes in from the River End. That's gone through to the keeper. Dixon on strike on 15. So Durham trailing by 167 at the moment. We're in the 27th over, but remember, we've lost 122 overs in this match, and all they can claim back today is 8. They can't claim any extra overs tomorrow, and light could be an issue because they're not allowed to use the floodlights later if the light diminishes. So Durham still a lot to do to wipe out this deficit. As Lloyd comes in, right arm over, bowls to Dixon, who plays a sort of leisurely sort of drive at that. It was almost as if he wasn't quite ready for the bowler coming in the nets or something.
Good morning to Stephen Hedges, who points out the group of chaps sporting sombreros over in the pavilion side. I'm not quite sure whether that's a very sedate stag do or...
Well, I went over to try and talk to them and they said stay away, and it ended up a bit of a Mexican standoff.
Oh, boom.
Lloyd again, coming in from about 15 yards. The run-up, played by Dixon up to mid-on this time. Kevin says he's looking forward to his first game at the Riverside next week. Enjoy painting the fence, Kevin. Wonder how big that fence is. Is it round the cricket ground? Storm Arwen destroyed so much in the northeast over when it was late November, early December. Thousands and thousands of trees come down, buildings damaged, everything. And they've had a big project at Bolton Cricket Club as well, as Lloyd bowls. This is dabbed down towards third man by Dixon. They've got a bit of a chase on to stop this one, and it is eventually retrieved by Callum Taylor. And they run to... Yeah, most of the fence that ran alongside Bolton Cricket Club came down, and a couple of weeks ago, and I was driving to work, was watching the guys there. There's a team of them trying to put it all back together again. A lot of wood involved there.
Yes, the cricket club volunteers. Do people turn out to patch things up, and or do they sort of become unavailable until the first game miraculously appears?
Yeah. 69 for 1. Dixon digs out a Yorker, plays it back to Lloyd, who flicks it behind his own hip to try and steer it onto the stumps, where, in fact, he did hit them.
Yep.
Yeah, well done. But Lees was back in his crease. He just flicked the ball into the ground. It bounced up and took the bail off, one of the bails. The storm damage at South Shields Cricket Club as well. You've got the main dressing room area there, but then across the way there's a pavilion which looks quite alpine in its design. It's all made out of wood and wouldn't look out of place at the top of an alpine ski run, really. Dixon defends this. Anyway, the whole section of the clubhouse where the toilet block is, all the roof of that got ripped entirely off. So, big job to repair that as well.
There we are. There's the PA reminder that we got 20 minutes to go till lunch rather than 10.
James Franklin there having a chat. Is that Mr. Wallace next to him? Who's that on the beanie?
I think David Harrison.
David Harrison.
Too tall to be Mark Wallace. Glamorgan assistant coach. Yeah, James Franklin would probably have played alongside several of the Glamorgan coaching staff during his brief sojourn here. Highlight of a very rapid T20 half-century offer. I think about 18 balls. It's a highlight moment for him here. As Hogan bowls the first ball of the new over, and it's defended by Lees on the onside.
I really remember James Franklin from his days with Middlesex, but looking in scorecards, I've also commentated on games when he's played for Notts.
Gloucester?
Nah, Durham didn't play them for a long, long time.
69 for 1 on this rather sedate but closely fought morning's cricket. Hogan to Lees, who plays towards mid-wicket. There's an excellent piece of fielding there. And no run ensues.
It was a long spell where Durham never played Gloucestershire or Essex because they kept switching. Well, Gloucestershire came down when Durham went up in 2005, and then until they were relegated by the ECB at the end of the 2016 season, Durham had been the longest surviving continuous side in Division 1.
Carlson it was who made that particular stop off the last delivery. Hogan to Lees, who's forward, maybe with lunch interval survival in his sights. Plays to Harris at mid-on, no run.
Played a lot of Nottinghamshire over the years, and
there was some discussion when he was with Glamorgan over his workload, because the New Zealand board were very reluctant for him to over bowl, and there was once or twice where he was taking wickets but had to be taken off so as not to offend the Kiwis.
There's nothing more frustrating for a spectator, is there, than that?
Hogan bounds in, bowls to Lees, who plays again to Carlson at mid-wicket, no run.
If you want to send an email, it's weircricket@yahoo.co.uk, or you can tweet at MartyCricket, and Nick is on the Twitter sphere as well.
Nick Webb 2017. Yeah, I did try emails, but 280 characters I think is enough for Welsh listeners. I can't read any more than that anyway. So
I got a reminder off Twitter today that it's 13 years ago today that I set my Twitter account up.
Ooh, early adopter. Hogan bowls. Lees plays nicely off his legs down towards backward square. They'll run 1, they'll run 2 as Van der Hoogten makes ground and gets his throw in. Lees to 43, Durham to 71 for 1.
I think it first started to be used in America around about 2007, 2008. I started using it in the April of 2009 to promote the Durham County Cricket Club podcast that we did through BBC Radio Newcastle. And that was when I took the first steps to going onto Facebook as well, just to try and spread the word and promote the podcast.
Hogan bowls, and Lees is playing that one through mid-wicket. Carlson with a scrambling stop. They've still managed to take a single as the throw comes in wide of the stumps. Well backed up, 72 for 1.
So I think this week in 2009, I was in London. I went down to cover the Champion County match between Durham and MCC at Lord's. And that was Easter week from memory. And I think I came home from that game on the Good Friday. But 4-day match, they only managed to get about 2 days of play because of the weather, and then that was when the decision was taken to move that fixture to Abu Dhabi. So Durham were the first side to play MCC in the Champion County fixture in Abu Dhabi in 2010 with the pink ball. It was the pink ball trial under the floodlights, and then they were back there in 2014, having won the title again in 2013.
Is of course one of the suggestions that championship matches are played in places like that.
Lloyd bowling to Lees, that's left alone outside the off stump.
Floated, I think, by the Middlesex chairman or chief executive as a possible idea.
There was quite a bit of talk of it back then as well, about one or two round, the first round of championship games being played in warmer conditions. But I mean, as you know, the last time I was there for Durham in 2014. We watched thunderstorms and heavy rain one afternoon, so
just like here.
Yeah. Lloyd bowls, pitches that right in towards the leg stump of Lees, who plays it up to mid on no run there. Somebody else has suggested on Twitter today that they should have reserve days set aside for the first part of the summer. I pointed out that 5 years ago I was on a boat on the River Ewer, and it was beautiful warm weather. And if you had reserve days in the summer of 2012, for instance, it would have made a difference, because it just never stopped raining, did it? Or 2007 was a horrible wet summer as well, with lots of flooding. Lloyd to Lees. Lees drives back past the bowler. He gets his finger ends on it, and it's going to hurt him because it's ricocheted away for 4 up to the far end of the ground. Nice shot from Lees.
Yeah, that was one of his best shots of the morning. Nice straight drive. Lees beaten. No one else was going to catch it, either at mid-on or mid-off, as it ran very quickly up to the River Taff end, and the former Durham man James Wheel has to go and retrieve from in front of the side screen.
76 for 1, and Lees moves on to 48. In comes the bowler again. He defends this one. This is Alex Lees's, where have I got it? 131st first class match. So he started it with 7,204 runs. And he's got 1,700s. And 35 50s.
Could be 36 in a minute.
Lloyd in, he drives, and it's bounced out towards the cover area, and it's cut off by Carlson, no run. You think to spring weather, and I mean, we were talking about how beautiful it was a couple of weeks ago, and the Durham lads were over the moon. They got 3 days in against the university. They had 10 outdoor net sessions and practice sessions this year, which is a rarity. There were people wearing shorts on the seafront on the Roca Riviera about 3 weeks ago. It was gorgeous. 2 years ago, when we were all locked in our houses, nicest spring we've ever had. Lloyd's coming round the wicket now to try and probe at a different angle of attack to Lees, and he fires this one through mid-wicket, and it spills as James Harris tries to stop it. It sort of bounces through around about chin height, and he gets a single, so he keeps the strike. He's on 49. I had a theory about that weather, because that was the driest spring on record, records broken going back 169 years in Tyne-and-Wear, and I thought lockdown brought with it a shutdown of most major industries, and therefore all the pollution, all the air travel, everything that wasn't happening, it changed the climate for a period. One of our weather presenters said, well, it's because we've got high pressure blocking out in the Atlantic, bringing nice clear days here. But I said, well, once the industry started up again around about July time, that's when all the rain came back. So
did you convince your weather presenter or not?
I don't think I did, but a few other people sort of shared the same theories.
Lees on 49 then, faces up to Michael Hogan, and that's turned towards mid-wicket, and fairly sharply turned but sharply fielded by the lively Carlson. 77 for 1 it remains. 96 deliveries faced so far by Alex Lees. Struck 6 boundaries. Survived a couple of LBW shouts. Notably those from Hogan, who's bowling to him now from the Cathedral Road end, and Lees plays watchfully onto the offside Callum Taylor fields. And there's no run.
What did he do last year, Lees?
Average of 39.
625 in 2021. Which got him a look in with England. 129 his highest score against Warwickshire. He got 550s as well.
You'd hope he'd be available for all these championship games, this first block for Durham. As he plays another one from Hogan into the leg side. It's cut off by Carlson and there's no run. As there is a good 10 days or so between the end of the first championship block and the start of the first test between England and New Zealand, because the counties start playing T20 cricket in late May. Glamorgan start with a little road trip around the south-east. 3 games in 4 days. Hogan around the wicket to bowl to Lees, who will get his 50 here as he turns that one wide of Carlson at mid-wicket. They'll pick up a couple of runs as Lees moves on to 51 not out off 99 deliveries, including 6 fours, and Durham are 79 for 1. As he raises his bat to acknowledge the applause of the crowd.
Was it 99 balls?
99 balls according to the screen in front of us. 6 fours. Durham run rate just starting to nudge up over 2.5, 2.66 at the moment. As the ball gets a little softer, we're moving towards the end of the 30th over. Hogan into bowl, and well, that one's gone through everything. It's been missed by Chris Cook. I think Lees left it at the last minute. Or did he get an accidental bat on it? There is no signal from the umpire. Yes, it was a single 2 Lees, in fact, without playing a shot. He was looking to leave. It hit at the bottom of the bat and just deflected between keeper and slip. Unusual set of circumstances. It's a single to Lees. Takes Durham on to 80 for 1. We are playing till 10 past 1, in case you're wondering, because of past lost time, as Dixon defends up to Van der Hoogten at mid-on. There is no run.
Alex Lees' 50 came off 99 balls and included 6 balls.
He's there on 52 not out then, is Lees. Dixon is on 21 not out. It's not exactly Caribbean conditions, but Lees is getting stuck in there and showing what he's all about. 80 for 1. Martin has to update some radio listeners in the northeast of England. The interval today is 110 to 150. Tea will be taken at 4 o'clock. And there'll probably be all sorts of comings and goings in the commentary box as we provide various updates. David Lloyd around the wicket to Lees, who plays to mid-wicket. James Harris fields. No run. David Lloyd going into his 4th over, 0 for 14. Michael Hogan has bowled 9 overs, 0 for 29. James Harris, economical, 7 overs, 0 for 12. Lloyd to Lees, who drives at a wide ball outside off stump. And that one will run towards the boundary. Carlson's in hot pursuit. Flicks it back just inside the ropes, but it's a very easy 3 runs to the the longer part of the ground, away towards the pavilion. And Durham are 83 for 1. Lees is on 55 not out, and David Lloyd needs to avoid giving that sort of width. Tim van der Hoogten, the only wicket taker, 6 overs, 1 for 18. James Wheel, economical against his former county, 5 overs, 0 for 7. Lloyd, not quite so economical, 0 for 17 in the 4th. Lloyd in to bowl to Dixon, who drives firmly on the offside. Taylor fields at point next to umpire Blackwell, and there is no run. Glamorgan yet to employ a sweeper on the short side of the ground towards the grandstand, which is something that Durham did reasonably early in proceedings whenever Glamorgan got any sort of momentum going with the bat. Colin Ingram top scored for them with 87. Chris Cook's 59 was the only other major contribution. Lloyd 28, North East 24. Lloyd bowls, and Dixon again looked to be, I thought, leaving the ball there. They ended chopping it down into the gully area. As Lees did at the other end a few minutes ago. Only wicket to fall this morning, that of Michael Jones, who was bowled by an excellent delivery from van der Hoogten for 9. And Dixon behind it, covering up, watchful, square on, defending out on the offside. Harris Fields, no run. So Durham only 151 in arrears. They'll have visions of passing Glamorgan maybe fairly early in the final session to try and put some pressure on. Lloyd bowls, Dixon behind it, again squared up, again solid in defence. And there's no run. 83 for 1 here on BBC Sport Online. Martin is back with us.
Yes, just suddenly dawned on me the 1 o'clock news was on.
Did you find your slot?
I did, got there.
Good man.
Is that a helicopter or an aeroplane?
Could well be a helicopter. A not infrequent sight over this part of Cardiff.
As long as it's not going to land here.
Well, there's plenty of parkland away to our left.
Oh, it's a little aeroplane. Look.
Yeah. Oh yes.
Hogan from the Cathedral Road end, bowling there to Lees. That's played off towards point. Yeah, we had the helicopter land on the field at Gloucester at the end of last season. It circled the ground a few times and we thought, where's it going? And then suddenly it was hovering right over the square.
Is that a medical emergency?
Yeah, dust blowing all over the place. So the umpires took the players off. It was in the first over of the first day of play, and it landed right down in front of our commentary position. And apparently somebody had an accident in a house near the ground. Hogan bowls, that's gone down the leg side and is taken by the keeper. A little waft of the bat from Lees, but he doesn't connect.
They've withdrawn that leg slip pretty quickly. It was a rather short-lived theory, if it was a theory. Yeah, there's plenty of parklands surrounding us at Sophia Gardens, where a lot of people play midweek leagues on various pitches, and some Saturday cricket as well.
Hogan bowls, that's flicked off down towards fine leg for 1 by Lees.
I've only been hospitalised once after batting on those wickets. So.
You have.
I was whacked on the head by a ball that got up off a length, and about midnight it was getting sort of bad splitting headache and a rather blurred vision, so my better half took me off to the A&E, and 4 hours wait later I felt even worse and wished I hadn't bothered.
Hogan in, and this is defended by Dixon on the off stump. I tweeted that picture of Alex Lee's celebrating his 50 at about 5-1, and it still hasn't loaded up yet. Why is it taking such a long time?
Is it a video clip?
No, it's just a photo.
Oh.
It's just stuck in the ether now.
Who knows?
Hogan right arm over, Dixon forward to that one. Plays the ball up to mid-off. It's a dot ball. It is stopped by James Harris.
Obviously a bit of stickiness in the ether today. I was trying to get on a BBC website for which you need a code, and that took about 10 minutes to come through for no apparent reason. And I had 6 codes at once, by which time I'd forgotten what I was looking for in the first place.
Hogan in. Dixon drives again and finds Harris once more. Similar position to the last time. And that is the end of the over. What's the time?
It is 1:09, so...
will we get another over in?
How quickly will the umpires proceed towards their allotted spaces? Umpire Blackwell, who has at times been on the pavilion, been on the grandstand side of the ground, is now on the pavilion side at point. I wonder if that is entirely unconnected with the fact that it's closer to his lunch at the end of the over. I'm a nasty old cynic at times. As it will be David Lloyd to bowl this final over as the clock ticks to 13:10, and Lees drives gently to mid-off and there's no run. 84 for 1, Lees 56, Dixon 17, Jones the only man out, bowled Van der Hoogten for 9.
You love saying that, don't you?
Well, I differ from Dr. Hignell, who goes for the Australian pronunciation. Lloyd bowls and at least defends it hard. Lloyd gets a finger to it. Ball fielded at mid-off.
So is that
It's
Van der Hoogten, does he say?
He says Van der Gooten,
Van der Gooten.
which is what the Aussies go for. But Van der Hoogten is closer, I believe, to the Dutch, which is what his father is.
It's a good old-fashioned Australian name, isn't it?
Dutch Aussie. Next delivery brings an appeal as just from, I think, Chris Cook behind the stumps as Lees was struck on the pads. Lloyd didn't seem interested.
How's that happen? I turned my phone off to reset it, and while the phone was off, the tweets arrived. Bizarre.
It's the old engineer's trick. Have you tried turning it off and on again?
It's normally, have you tried giving it a bash?
Yeah. As Lloyd is in to bowl, and Lees has defended that one. Well, not defended, he's punched it off the back foot very hard past Hogan at mid-off. I thought it was initially a defensive shot, but it was beautiful timing from Lees, and it went racing away up to the ropes at the River Taff end for 4 runs. Lees to 60, 88 for 1. Good afternoon to Trevor Freeman, back in Dublin now from London, who apparently was watching cricket in Lords yesterday and is now watching us on the stream. So very good afternoon to you, Trevor. Lloyd bowling his 5th over to Lees, who drives to mid-wicket, tumbling stop from James Harris. No run. Last ball then coming up of the morning session, in which Durham have progressed from 5 for 0 to 88 for 1. So it is the visitors' session, as was the first session yesterday. Glamorgan having possibly just about shaded day 1. Lloyd to Lees, who defends that one and then doesn't bother to see where the ball has gone. He just marches off towards point, and Durham take luncheon at 88 for 1 and will be satisfied with their labours, I think, Martin.
Yes, the scoreboard's got them trailing 2-3-4, but that's not the case at all because they've wiped 60 off.
They're replying to 2-3-4, so that's strange. It was correct earlier. was measuring a deficit. We'll leave you to do your own maths. 88 for 1 plays 2, 3,
1,
4,
4, 6.
Thank you very much. We'll be back at 10 to 2 with further commentary of Glamorgan against Durham in the County Championship, Day 3 from BBC Sport.
I've got some lunchtime scores from the other games taking place elsewhere in the LV Insurance County Championship. We'll start at the Aegeus Bowl. Day 3 sees Somerset go to lunch in their second innings on 88 for 4, still trailing Hampshire by 160 runs. It's lunch as well at Edgbaston, where Warwickshire in their first innings 136 for 4, trailing Surrey by 292 runs. Lunchtime at Northampton sees Gloucestershire 93 for 4 in their second innings, so Gloucestershire are leading Northants by 28 runs. Lunch at home sees Nottinghamshire reach 332 for 7, not still trailing Sussex by 43 runs. Lunch at Chelmsford, Kent are 200 for 2, still 314 runs behind Essex. At Lords, Derbyshire are 256 for 6 in their first innings, so they're trailing Middlesex by 145 runs. And in the other game, at Grace Road in Leicester, Leicestershire are currently 128 for 6. So they're trailing Worcestershire by 220 runs. Once again, welcome to everyone here today at Sophia Gardens. Cricket across England and Wales must be a game where every individual is treated fairly, with respect, and can enjoy a safe, positive atmosphere, whether they're watching, playing, volunteering, or working in the game. We all, as the cricket family, have a role to play in this, so if you see or experience inappropriate behaviour or discrimination, please know that you can call it out and report it safely and in confidence to a steward. Cricket is a game for everyone, and thank you for joining us in raising the game. The official Glamorgan website, www.glamorgancricket.com, contains details of how to purchase tickets for all forthcoming games here at Sophia Gardens this summer. That includes the International T20 contest between England and South Africa on Thursday, the 28th of July. Also on the official Glamorgan website are details of the various matchday hospitality packages available for all games here at Sophia Gardens, including those in the T20 Blast, as well as the Welsh Fire games in the 100. If you're looking for a copy of the 2022 Glamorgan Yearbook, if you're seeking the scorecard, or the very attractive testimonial brochure which Michael Hogan has produced, all are available for purchase from reception, situated on the ground floor of the Thatcher's Pavilion. A reminder, the Glamorgan Club shop, run by Missouri Sports, is open until 5 o'clock this afternoon. It's situated opposite Gate 2, and because there's no public access currently beneath the Castell Palace stand, you can visit the Glamorgan Club shop by exiting through Gate 4, strolling back down the lane, and re-entering via Gate 2. And as always, the Glamorgan Club shop is selling a wide range of cricket equipment and other items including replica Glamorgan shirts. Now, as far as refreshments are concerned, food and drink can be purchased using electronic means from the kiosk situated in the concourse area beneath the pavilion seats. There's also a mobile unit adjacent to the pavilion. As far as Glamorgan members are concerned, tea and coffee will be available in the Lewis Lounge between 3:30 and 4:30 this afternoon, and once again tomorrow morning between 10 and 11. Drinks and snacks can also be purchased from the vending machines situated at the rear of the indoor school. And finally, a reminder that the CC4 Museum of Welsh Cricket is open today until the end of the tea interval. The museum is situated on the first floor of the National Cricket Centre and contains a number of displays celebrating the long and very proud heritage of cricket here in Wales. Now, in addition, there's also a temporary exhibition in the museum called Cricket is the Game for Me, Me and Me. The exhibition celebrates the diversity of people playing, watching and supporting cricket in Wales. It contains materials submitted by many cricket clubs as well as a group of local schools.
Very good afternoon and welcome back to Sophia Gardens here on BBC Sport Online and on the Glamorgan website. Kick the video screen into life for the afternoon as Durham resume on 88 for 1 in reply to Glamorgan's 234 all out.
To resume the Durham first innings, Alex Lees and Sean Dixon.
As I was about to say, Alex Lees is 60 not out, Sean Dixon is 17 not out. And the only wicket of the day so far, that of Michael Jones, who was bowled by Tim van der Hoogten for 9.
And to resume the bowling for Glamorgan at the Cathedral Road end, James Harris.
And Glamorgan had a couple of very loud LBW appeals against Alex Lees. Michael Hogan with a couple of shouts. David Lloyd with one, maybe not quite so vociferous, but Hogan seemed convinced on a couple of times that he had his man, and replays showed that he had a good cause. But umpire Warren was not convinced, and therefore Lees remains. 50 came off 99 balls. Sean Dixon hit 3-4s beautifully through the offside early on. And it is he who faces up to James Harris. Harris from the Cathedral Road end, and Dixon everything behind it, playing it up to Van der Hoogten at mid-on. Edward Bevan is alongside me for the start of the afternoon session.
Yes, good afternoon, Nick. And Durham would be quite happy with the position. 88 for 1, they trail by 146 after tea. Sometime if they bat as well as they have, probably get there. And my guess is that they'll try and get maximum batting points, but a long way to go before then, of course.
Harris sloping in and bowls. That's on leg stump and turned away by Dixon. The first run of the afternoon session. It's a single down to fine leg. 89 for 1. Dixon to 18 not out. Yeah, they're still going at under 3 runs and over, so they would have to accelerate if they have such lofty goals in mind, but of course we have lost an awful lot of time to the weather during this match.
Now, Lee's not doing his English aspirations any harm at all here, because he was the one that played the last test match, and here he is now on 60 not out.
Harris is in to bowl to Lees, who's defending that one firmly to Van der Hoogten at mid-on. Yeah, I mean, didn't set the world on fire in the West Indies, averaging 21, but given the struggles of England openers in recent years, you would have thought that's probably enough, especially with runs like this.
For the course there.
Probably enough to earn him another darted it at home.
Yes, and the England selectors will be watching, as I mentioned earlier on to Martin, they might be watching a stream of him now.
Harris bowls and forward comes Lees, defending on the offside to cover. No run.
And if you keep on getting runs, Nick, then they can't discard you. A few of them have already shown what they can do. Some of the England players, Ben Foakes, a wicket-keeper batsman, got 100 yesterday. Julian Bracey got a terrific 100 apparently. His wickets were tumbling all round him against Northants. And if Lees gets 100 in this game, then they'll probably tick the box for the first game anyhow.
Harris is in, and Lees allows that one to go through outside off stump. That one seemed to get an unexpected bit of bounce from just back of a length. And
it's quick too after he left the deck.
Yeah, Harris really bending his back into that one. Yes. Had a yard or two extra pace.
Yes, all the Glamorgan team has bowled pretty good lines, and Hogan has been a little unlucky. The wheel was impressive, and this is what they have to do. And they don't want Durham to get away.
Harris in again. Bowls to Lees, who will take a single, deflecting it down to third man off an angled bat. 61 to Lees, 90 for 1. Durham. James Harris, now 31 years old, made his county debut aged just 16.
Yeah, so what a bowler he was, and absolutely terrific. He had that game up at Gloucester when he became the youngest player, I think, on record to take over 10 wickets. He is terrific.
Van der Hoogten is the only wicket of the day so far. Apologies if you're getting a slight bit of interference on the stream. I think it's an electronic problem that transpires when we get too many wires muddled up in a row. Van der Hoogten taking over from David Lloyd, whose spell of 5 overs, 0 for 21, wasn't quite up to the standard of the other bowlers.
And as you say, the only wicket, good delivery, which nipped away from Rob Jones. But here's Van der Hoogten, and from the river end in bright sunshine, he's in and bowls, and tucked Lees up a little bit there. He's played sort of tentatively. I think the ball might have just hit the deck and got up on him, but he didn't show much confidence there. But this is a typical opening batsman's innings. You take your time, just play at the loose balls. Don't take any chances, because there's bags of time. Can't see a result in this game, but for personal achievements, well, a great opportunity, especially for Lees now. There's Van der Hoogten, comes in past the umpire now and bowls, and this is played firmly up to mid-off. And again, there's no run.
Yeah, I mean, barring extraordinary circumstances, I think we're past the stage where Glamorgan can have any hopes of having much, if any, of a first innings lead. Durham looked likely to go past them, 144 behind with 9 wickets in hand, so it's just a question of whether Durham do decide to press on to try and put some pressure on the home side in the last 2 sessions.
Yeah, well, the pitch like this, they shouldn't really, as Van der Hoogten bowls and hurries Lees into a shot as he defends up towards cover, where it's fielded and returned to the bowler. 90 for 1, we're in the 35th over, and that's just shows good economical bowling from the Glamorgan seamers.
Breeze must be getting up a little bit, given that the unattended camera at the River Taff end is slightly on the wobble.
Yeah, you can see the trees in the far distances. Van der Hoogten bowls to Lees, and Lees watches that go through outside the off stump. You talk about results, and those days of having a chat in the tea interval have gone. We will leave you 320 and 68 or whatever. It's the first game of the season, and there are likely to be a couple of results. I think there could be a result, Northants Gloucester. Pretty certain that Worcestershire might get the better of Leicestershire. So you get a win at the start of the season, then you're up and running. Can't see a result of this one, never know. Van der Hoogten bowls, and this is chopped away on the offside to cover.
Well, Glamorgan had their fingers burnt in the 3rd round of last season, didn't they, at Northampton, where in a high-scoring game they did declare and set Northants what looked like 350 odd at 5 and over, which looked a demanding target, but Northants actually romped home, so that may just colour Glamorgan thinking a little.
Yeah. Tim Van der Hoogten comes in from that far end and bowls again, and that beats him. All ends up as Lee's pushed forward. Good delivery to end the over. And Van der Hoogten now 7 overs, 1 for 18. Clouds obliterate the sun for just a moment.
So Durham's batting to come. Scott Borthwick, the skipper. David Beddingham, so prolific last season with 1,000 runs. Strong middle order. Eckersley, Travaskis, Coughlin, Rain. Even Potts averaging 29 last season. And Rushworth, probably the only genuine tail end of that. James Harris then runs away from us at the Cathedral Road end and bowls, and Dixon plays it gently on the leg side into a patch of sawdust at mid-wicket. Callum Taylor comes across to field. Glamorgan's over 8 is -2, the figure in red on the scoreboard. So they will need to get on with things if they're not to potentially lose points.
Yeah, and I think you'll find, Nick, tomorrow after tea, when there's nothing, the game is drifting, You will see a couple of spinners rushing through the overs.
Well, it depends who's batting at the time.
Yeah.
Harris into bowl and Dixon forward solidly, defending back to the bowler. And conditions not particularly conducive for spin at the moment, you would have thought, but they may feel forced to get Salter and Taylor whizzing through a few overs.
It's all about variety, isn't it? You know, pace, you get used to it, you get used to the bounce. When you got a bit of spin, you just, everything changes. So it might just be, you know, just have a look.
As Harris bowls and Dixon defends once more. Yes, last season Salter with 15 wickets and Taylor with 5 wickets in the 6 matches he played. He's selected usually predominantly as a batsman.
Yeah, you'd think he'd get first choice if you're going to bowl spin, Andrew Salter.
Salter opening the innings temporarily as Harris into Dixon, who drives on the offside but straight to cover.
I think this pitch is getting a little bit on the slower side because you notice there a couple of shots have been played and the ball just dribbles out to extra cover. So maybe it's going a little bit slower. There was a directive this year from the ECB for better pitches. What that means, because the pitch here doesn't look any different as it always has been here, i.e. on the slow side, nothing ever turns here. Does a bit perhaps in the first hour and that's it.
Harris to Dixon, who drives nicely into the offside, but again he's hit it almost straight to cover.
You know, gone are the old days where the 4th day would really start to spin, and then you get an exciting finish. But I'm afraid, I suppose, the groundsmen are petrified to see the ball turn on the 2nd day for some reason. Yet it can jump and seam and do whatever you like over your shoulder, and nothing gets done.
Well, Glamorgan had a couple of matches here in the first block last season which were pretty low scoring. As Harris is in to bowl, and that's attempted drive by Dixon. The ball ends up down at backward square leg for a single, 91 for 1, as Dixon was looking to play straight and got a very firm inside edge down to backward square.
Do another over before I must be whisked away next door to do some Cymraeg, to good friends in Durham. That's the Welsh word for language, or the Welsh language. Sister companies, Radio Cymru, covering this game as they do every Saturday. Martin's gone away. He's got radio. What was he saying? Radio,
Newcastle and Tees.
Time Tees. So we're all busy this afternoon. You can see Nick on his own for some time, but we'll be back in 4. Keeping company.
Thank you.
2 slips for Van der Gooten. The other slip has been taken out into the extra cover, where Dixon hit Van der Gooten for 2 fours earlier on as he bowls to him now. And that he went on the back foot then and had to get his bat down pretty quickly. To me, Nick, I think Van der Gooten, most impressive bowlers, looks like taking a wicket.
Yep, he's been accurate. He's worked up a bit of pace. He's not the fastest, the Netherlands international, but a nippy fast medium. And with a little bit more cloud cover this afternoon, there may just be a bit of assistance from the conditions.
Here he is again to the right-handed Dixon, Sean Dixon, and he bowls, and Dixon is forward. Started off hitting 2 fours in his first 2 overs at the crease, but then he's gone into his shell. Perhaps that's been a bit unkind to Glamorgan's bowlers because they have bowled tight lines here. Van der Gooten, what's he bowled? 7 overs, 2 maidens. 18, is it? 18 or yes. 1 of 16 or 1. Oh, yes, it's in front of me. There's me looking at the scoreboard, 200 yards away. There's our monitor. That's a good-looking shot, past mid-on. Very difficult shot to play, and that's going up towards the long-on boundary. I think it's going to be pulled in just inside, yes, just a metre or so. And if ever there was a case of 3 runs there, It went a very, very long way.
Yeah.
And they took the 3 runs.
Yeah, Colin Ingram it was who had to do the pursuing there. Ingram enjoying himself back with the red ball and the white kit for only the second time in 5 years. Played the 1 game last season down at Hove.
Talking about spinners, of course. Occasional leg spin of
yeah, I don't think he's bowled
of England,
a lot
no.
recently.
If anybody turn it, leg spinners do. Van der Gooten bowls. That's a good delivery again. Straight through to the keeper outside the line of off stump. You think if he's batting, well, his heel is just a fraction outside off stump, and if you think he gets anything out there, you might as well leave it. But he did reach for that one.
Let's go look at scoring opportunities. Although the cover area is better guarded than it was at times in the morning session.
5 men on the offside as Van der Gooten bowls on the back foot this time. Goes Lees and plays it out to mid-off.
In the lunch interval, we saw Michael Nisa bowling at a reasonable tilt and practice wickets.
You'd think he'd probably play next week, wouldn't you?
You would hope so. That he last played in early February, had a side strain early in a Queensland game and was ruled out of this particular match. Late decision made.
Van der Gooten bowls, and that's played away, not any degree of confidence, and it ends up mid-off. That is the end of the over. 94 for 1. Lees is on 61, and the other batsman, Sean Dixon, is on 22. And for the time being, Punnick will be on his own as I disappear.
Thank you, Edwards. BBC Sport Online. Also via the Glamorgan cricket website on this breezy day at Sophia Gardens once more. Certainly no T-shirt weather at this stage of the season. It's more like anoraks and hats. Gloves in some cases for the crowd. 94 for 1. Harris to Dixon, who drives back to the bowler. No run as Harris fields in his follow-through. It's nice rhythmic action, James Harris. He's been very tidy so far. 0 for 15. This is 10th over. But apart from a series of LBW appeals against Lees, a couple of which he narrowly survived, you would say. Morgan not beating the bat that regularly at the moment as Harris is in two, bowled to Dixon, who's forward defending it on the offside, and there's no run. A potential 67 more overs to come today. Tea will be taken at 4 o'clock. And then play scheduled to finish at 6:30, but if the light remains good enough, that's a bit of an if, then they can go on, of course. Harris is in to bowl to Dixon, who again is defending right there to the textbook. Front foot forward, bat and pad close together, meets it with the middle of the bat. And Harris trudging rather back to his mark. In first class cricket for 15 years. As Harris bowls and Dixon again meets it with a solid defensive bat back to the bowler, and we were reflecting in the media box over lunch that although Hogan is 40 pushing 41, Harris has actually been playing first class cricket for longer, although Hogan did have the factor, of course, of playing all round the year for several years when he was in Western Australia's squad as well as Glamorgan's. Harris bowls, Dixon drives nicely, but straight to thought it was straight to Carlson at cover. He's managed to take a single there as Dixon, as Carlson looks suspiciously at his hand and suspiciously at the ground. He's usually a dynamic fielder, but that one eluded him somehow, and Colin Ingram was left to do the mopping up. Durham 95 for 1. Lees on 61 on strike. As Harris bowls and Lees defends out on the offside. Callum Taylor does the fielding, and there is no run. 95 for 1 then, Lees 61, Dixon 23 here on BBC Sport Online. An update coming for BBC Radio Wales listeners fairly shortly. An afternoon in which there's rugby on TV as well. Cardiff against the Scarlets from down the road. Wonder if we'll hear the roars on the effects microphone from the distance, just the other side of the river. Van der Hoogten to bowl to Sean Dixon. 2 slips, 5 saving the single. Outside off stump, allowed to go through, no shot played. And really important for these bowlers to get lines and lengths right and try and provide some sort of threat with the ball getting older. It is in the 39th over. And apart from Lees's LBW appeals, there's been not much in terms of ball beating bat. Van der Hoogten in to bowl to Dixon Edges, and that is a stunning catch from keeper Chris Cook. Glamorgan do have the breakthrough. 95 for 2.
What an absolute.
Glamorgan have just claimed their second wicket, with Tim van der Hoogten claiming his second, having Sean Dixon brilliantly caught by keeper Chris Cook. A diving catch away to his right. He's gone for 23. Van der Hoogten earlier in the proceedings bowled Michael Jones for 9, but Alex Lees, the England opener, is still there on 61 not out. He survived a couple of loud LBW appeals from Michael Hogan during the morning session. Slightly fortunate to survive, maybe, but on a pitch that isn't giving the bowlers an awful lot of help. Glamorgan need to make inroads. Durham 95 for 2 in reply to Glamorgan's 2-3-4 all out. As BBC Radio Wales update was came just at the right time for them in terms of having the wicket reported.
What an absolute beauty that was. Beauty of a delivery and a beauty of a catch. And any wicketkeeper worth his salt, I look to my left, of course, Nick Webb, when he does play, he keeps wicket. You would appreciate that, Nick. It was a cracker, wasn't it?
I'd appreciate that. I'd never be able to get anywhere near that. We'd have just waved that to the boundary at our level.
No, a good bit of bowling. I mentioned earlier on that he has by far been Glamorgan's most impressive bowler, and as much he's got more out of the pitch than anybody. And that, talking to Michael Hogan last night, he says there's a little bit of nip still there, and Van der Hoogten has shown it that yes, there is, and he's bowled extremely well.
Yeah, decent pace, and Dixon just drawn into the old corridor of uncertainty there. Played a ball that he might have been able to safely leave, but probably thought he'd better play.
Yeah.
Can't really blame him. Slight misjudgment. 23 off 60 balls. Some cautious moments after lunch, really, after announcing himself with a trio of very pleasant off drives.
Yeah, well, he hasn't had the balls to hit for 4, has he? Because, again, as I just mentioned, they bowled so well at him. And just watch, there's a couple of bowlers there looking at a spot as the batsman's approaching the crease. And probably there's a little there, but nothing much. But Borthwick, the captain, now has arrived at the crease and probably in the earshot of the ball. He's doing a bit, yeah. Anyway, we've got 2 left-handers now.
Which will make setting the field rather easier. It'll also make possibly catching up on the over 8 slightly easier. Borthwick last season averaged just under 24 with the bat in the championship. Will no doubt be keen to improve on that, particularly with the captaincy. 3 slips. Van der Hoogten, right arm round the wicket, bowls, and Borthwick is off the mark. First ball with a nice little clip out towards the square leg. Boundary! Oh, it's a sprawling attempt to stop it by Callum Clark. He got a paw on it, I think, but the ball continued over the ropes, and Borthwick is up and running with a boundary. First ball, 99 for 2, as Taylor saw his sunglasses flying and his trousers getting dirty all in one.
It's the old saying, you persevere and you'll get rewarded, and that certainly applied there to Tim van der Gooten.
And he comes to Borthwick again, and that is a better delivery, and it's defended to mid-off by Van der Hoogten. So it's all a little bit serene. The Durham scoring rate just over 2.5 runs and over. Will they look to press on with Lees well set, Bedingham to come?
No, I think the bowling is too good at the moment for them to get cracking.
Van der Hoogten bowls again. That's on.
Into the stump, look at.
Turned away on the leg side, similar to Borthwick's first delivery as he faces. Just gets a single there, and that'll bring the Durham 100 up, which will bring a faint, almost imperceptible round of applause from one or two spectators in the distance. We haven't got anyone in the stand nearest to us, so the small crowd that there is up at the River Taff end and in the pavilion. But of course, conditions are, despite it being a bit brighter today and a bit less wet, not ideal for watching. Van der Hoogten to Lees, who's forward defensively, playing out on the offside. No run. End of the over.
And a very good one at that, yeah.
100 for 2. Lees 61, Borthwick 5. Van der Hoogten now has 2 for 26 in his 9 overs.
Yeah, you may think, oh yes, it's just ordinary plodding along at 2.5 and over. But this, to me, is what 4-day cricket is all about. I find it quite enthralling, because Glamorgan's bowlers bowl a very, very tight line. They haven't given anything away. You've got an England Test opener there who's playing a typical opener's innings. Good cricket on either side. And it does, of course, make a change from the hustle bustle you're going to get for the next couple of months after May 26 goes.
Yeah, T20. Glamorgan's South East England road trip for the first 4 days, 3 games.
James Harris, who's been pretty economical since the lunch interval, will continue, and he comes in and bowls, and short delivery, and he's found a bit of pace as Harris since lunch. He's bowled quicker, I fancy, than he did with the new ball. Yes,
obviously didn't have the fairly solid meatballs and bubble and squeak that we did. I think that would have weighed him down.
Faggots, I thought they were. They were very enjoyable at this time of year. You wouldn't fancy it in middle of June or July when it's 75 degrees, but it was lovely. It fills you up. James Harris over the wicket, bowls to Borthwick. Borthwick is forward. They call for a very quick single. Taylor's in there. Has a shy.
Buzzers? No.
No buzzers. 3 fielders converging.
Looking at Durham fixtures for that opening spell of T20, they also begin with away fixtures at Leicester on Thursday the 26th of May, following night at Northampton.
Oh, it's just down the road then.
And on the Sunday at Birmingham against Edgbaston, against Warwickshire. So if any Durham fans want to book up their hotels for that end of May weekend.
I'm not too far from the grounds, travelling wise. In comes Harris to Lees, bowls to him, and he plays cover shot which is going to race away to the boundary, and that's the only time he's really opened up, and it was a wide-ish half volley from Harris, slapped away for 4.
Might have been a little bit aerial as it passed Salter there, but way past the dive anyway.
105 for 2 then. Glamorgan lost their 3rd wicket at 107. So if a wicket does go now, it's even Steven. 2 slips, sorry, Mike.
No, that's right. I'll do it after this delivery.
2 slips now. A slip has been taken away for Lees, as in comes Harris Bowes again to him. It's better delivery on the length, pushed up to mid-off, no run.
Durham's first home game in the T20, I believe, is, if I'm reading this list right, is against Worcestershire on Wednesday the 1st of June, which is the night before that mammoth 4-day bank holiday jubilee.
There's
weekend.
cricket on that, isn't there?
Durham are playing on the Wednesday evening, Glamorgan on the Thursday at home, and Friday at Taunton.
Harris Bowles, this time, is pushed defensively in the line of off stump up to mid-off.
Durham play on the Wednesday, and also on the Friday night they're in Leeds, heading leave for the local derby against Yorkshire.
When you've got such a fixture list, it's quite ridiculous that people are playing 3 nights on the trot, as Glamorgan basically
3 out of 4, for both these counties.
But then you've got to rush them off because you've got the other competition coming up later on in the season. Harris Bowles, and that's a good delivery, just jagged back a bit, played defensively up to mid-on. And that is the end of the over, with Durham in reply to Glamorgan's 105 for 2 after 40 overs, and they're well under the 3 and over mark.
129 is the deficit currently, 8 wickets still in hand, and 65 overs potentially remaining today. I'm not sure if the light will hold that long, otherwise we could be here maybe approaching 7 o'clock. Van der Hoogten from the River Taff end, who's claimed both wickets to fall so far, to Scott Borthwick, and that's outside off stump and no shot played. I think I've managed not to call him Steve Borthwick so far from rugby commentary days.
Yes.
Have to always think twice about it.
I used to get not muddled up, not concentrating probably. I once said that Alan Butcher had bowled a very good over there and will keep on bowling. It was in fact his son Gary who was playing here. Then you had the Broads, Chris.
That's driven nicely by Borthwick. That is a fine boundary up through mid-off. Again, Glamorgan are trying to cover 2 positions with 1 fielder there, and Kieran Carlson was in no man's land as that was driven firmly past him. Borthwick to 10 in quick time after just 7 deliveries.
Yeah, it's aggressive intent there by Borthwick.
109 for 2.
Deficit coming down 125 now.
His next delivery is squeezed out into the offside by Borthwick, but this time straight to Salter at point. And there's no run. It's the D'Oliveras that I really struggle. Having watched as a young boy, Basil. Then the late Damien, and now Brett.
Brett got 100 yesterday, the new Worcester captain, of course. Good for him.
Looking forward to a 4-day visit to Worcester in the middle of the season.
Yes.
Van der Hoogten bowls. No shot played by Borthwick outside off stump, and hopefully that'll be one well attended, and should be quite a few away games covered between the St Helens Balconeers, who are running trips including Nottingham next week, and
Leicester they're going to, and they're going to Derby.
Yep, and Glamorgan are arranging trips through another company for some of the other games as well. So it should be covered for transport if you need it. Van der Hoogten bowls, and well, that one came back. Borthwick jabbed at it, it ended up in the hands of Cook, going to his right. I thought for a second there might have been an inside edge involved.
So did I, but he was all right.
Unless it was jabbed down into the ground. Didn't see any contact on the replay. It was a good stop from Cook because it came back a long way. 109 for 2. Lease 65. Borthwick on strike on 10.
Shot.
Another fine off drive from Borthwick. It was almost hold the pose there. He might have to run it. Carlson, though, is off in pursuit, but the ball just beats him to the ropes and trickles over by a couple of metres. But a couple of very fine offside shots from Scott Borthwick has taken him on to 14 not out in Durham. 113 for 2, almost halfway to Glamorgan's 2-3-4.
Yes, and Borthwick, of course, played for England. Was it 1 or 2 caps he got? And he was picked ostensibly as a leg spinner, if I remember correctly. But they haven't really looked at him after that. I think it was at the Oval.
Borthwick. One test in Sydney.
Was it really out there?
And a couple of limited overs internationals and 1 T20 international. So he's tasted England in all 3 formats. Couldn't go on.
James Harris to continue and bowls the first ball, pushed away by Lees down to third man and take an easy single. And Borthwick is probably thinking, yeah, if this pitch is going to pay, I'm going to go for my shots because we've got a good base as it is now. Lots of batting to come, so perhaps we'll have Alex Lees playing the anchor and the rest of them playing their shots. Really have seen 2 beautiful cover drives by one sort of straightish extra cover, one square by Borthwick, and he's just adjusting his gloves. Now he's all right. 1-1-4-4-2. 3 slips for the relatively new batsman as Borthwick takes guard. Hasn't faced Harris.
Won't be looking to use Lee's guard, I don't think.
No.
On off stump.
He bags the room to make his mark. Out comes the sun again and shines on James Harris as he comes in. Bowls to Borthwick. Borthwick leaves, thinks initially of playing. Pretty quick delivery.
Once doing a broadcast from an area, or just a report on the phone from an area that included several written journalists. One batsman like Lees was playing the anchor role. I moved on to talk about the other batsman who was in some trouble, and someone suggested that his role might rhyme with anchor.
Yeah, is the next ball, and that goes down the left side. He didn't shout it out so that people could hear it.
It may have been audible. I'm not sure in the background.
It was horrible in those old days. You had to sit with the telephone, especially always away games, and you started bellowing away, and they'd all look round at you and say, "Oh, this chap, what's he talking about?"
Well, I was doing one rugby report from Bath clubhouse where one inebriated young chap decided to expose himself in front of my eye line while I was on air.
I haven't quite had that. This is played up to mid-off. I've been down at Eastbourne for a league match, Sussex Glamorgan, in a caravan.
Oh, yeah.
They'd hired a caravan for us, and Don Shepherd and myself. And all of a sudden, the door came open, and this fella grabbed, thankfully, it was a spare mic, and if we weren't on there, we were on air,
Yeah.
and started shouting, "Can you hear me? Dad, can you hear me?" And all that. Oh, please. So we went off air for 2 minutes and talked about inebriated. Here's the next delivery, straight, played defensively, back down the pitch, no run. Yes, you've got to be so careful. And we had a lot of that at we played a Sunday League match up, the only Sunday League match I ever played there, up near Cardiff. Pinter. And that was right in front of the beer bar. Hard going, Nick. Harris bowls, smothered by the batsman. Must leave you again for a minute or two. 1-1-4 for 2.
Thank you, Edwards. 114 for 2 then. Scott Borthwick on 14. Alex Lees remains on 66. He was on 60 not out at lunch. So he's left it to his partners to provide the aggression. Sean Dixon was eventually out for 23. Well caught behind by Chris Cook. Second wicket for Tim van der Hoogten. Lee's scoring rate has now dropped to give or take a run every other ball, which is respectable enough for County Championship. Van der Hoogten bowls to Lees, who works it on the leg side. Oohs and ahs from the infield, suggesting that it wasn't entirely off the middle of the bat, but it's a comfortable single to Alex Lees. He's on 67, 115 for 2, just 119 runs behind. So Durham still with ambitions of getting a decent first innings lead after Glamorgan fell away badly on the second morning of this game. Borthwick scratching away at the crease, not replicating Lee's off-stump guard, something more conventional for him. Van der Hoogten runs in from the River Taff end, bowls, and Borthwick plays a conventional defensive shot back to the bowler. More sunshine over Sophia this afternoon. Here, more or less in the centre of the Welsh capital. Tough trail. Sees a few cyclists whizzing past the background at the far end. And conditions not too bad at the moment for the spectators. Van der Hoogten bowls, and Borthwick watchfully playing up to mid-on this time. 3 boundaries so far. Lees has hit 8. Dixon's 23 came off 60 balls in the end, despite a fairly aggressive start. 3 boundaries that he did hit were beautifully timed through the offside. 115 for 2. Van der Hoogten bowls, and Borthwick stretches forward and defends. Something of a stalemate period in this match at the moment. Durham have 3 bowling points already in the bag. Glamorgan with just the 1 batting point. Need a further wicket for their first bowling point, but their over rate is -2. So they need to step on it and work some spin into the game, even if the match situation doesn't really demand it. Van der Hoogten bowls. Borthwick forward, very correct in stance, defending on the offside. 2 left-handers at the wicket at the moment. Still to come, Bedingham, Travaskis, Eckersley, Coughlin, Rain, Potts and Rushworth. Graham Clark and young Ollie Gibson were the 2 extra players brought down by Durham in the squad for this game. As that's left to go through by Scott Borthwick to finish the Van der Hoogten over. He's bowled 11 overs now, 2 for 35. Lees is 67. Borthwick is 14, 115 for 2. And Glamorgan views the 5 seamers. They have the spin options in Salter and Taylor. Conditions won't favour them, you fear, if you feel, but might have to use them. James Harris, though, to continue, and Martin Emerson to join me.
That's good afternoon. Sun shining here in Cardiff as Harris, right armour, comes in to bowl to Lees. Lees watches that one go through to the keeper. Just one over possible of Durham's first innings yesterday lunchtime, just before lunch. And they were 5 for none, and then the hail wiped out the rest of the day with still an awful lot of cricket to be played yesterday. There were 73 overs remaining when they failed to get back on again, and 122 overs have been lost in this game now. So at the moment it's about the bonus points. Durham 119 runs behind at 115 for 2. Harris in again, and that one stays low, and Lees looks to cut and collapses down on his back knee as he plays and misses to one that pitches on a length and doesn't really get up at all. Left him a little bit as well there.
Yeah, Harris and Van der Hoogten have bowled pretty tightly, though Van der Hoogten's now conceded a couple of off-driven boundaries. But -2 on the scoreboard, and the over 8 a bit of a concern for David Lloyd.
Harris again comes in and bowls. This is pushed away up to mid-off this time by Lees. And there's the old sweat from the between the shoulder blades job being applied at the moment. Something we saw a lot of after the coronavirus restrictions came into place.
Well, that one's maintained, isn't it? No, no saliva allowed.
Yeah.
They've stayed with that one.
Lee's on 67. We're midway through the 44th over. It's an edge controlled down the ground to the far right-hand corner in front of the little terrace at the river end of the ground. 1 run. It's a nice day out there, isn't it? It's, a few people catching a few rays.
Yeah, still a lot of coats on though.
Yeah, there's a guy in the. I'm looking. I thought for a minute somebody had a pair of shorts on, but no, it's an optical illusion. There's one or two in the. They're slightly protected from the breeze in the seats just down below the pavilion. Looks slightly warmer there.
So only the coaches go for shorts at this time of year.
2 balls left of this over. Harris coming in here from the Cathedral Road end, and a play and a miss this time from Borthwick. Let's see if this was a late leave or not. No, he played and he missed, and it left him. It swung away from him.
It was a too late leave where the batsman takes his bat away after it's beaten him to suggest that he meant to leave it all along.
Scott Borthwick was saying at the Meet the Players night the other night he's happy to move down the order, and has moved down to 4. So Harris comes in again and bowls. That's left well alone, and it's missed by the keeper, and there's going to be extras here.
Ooh.
It's gone for 4, has it, or not? Is he on the ropes at the far end? No, he's managed to cut it off.
Yeah, Hogan with the dive, tidied up by Lloyd. So a rare error from Chris Cook.
Just seemed to be unsighted slightly there, didn't he, and bounced off him. Yeah, so Keegan Peterson arrives next week, the South African, and he'll bat around about 3, we believe. So
is he likely to play against Leicester?
He'll be straight in the side, I would imagine. I don't know when the South African Test match with Bangladesh ends, but he's on the plane straight across after that.
I think they're on the 2nd day. Yeah, day 2 of 5.
He's meant to be available for the next 7 matches.
Van der Hoogten from the River Taff end in the sunshine to Lees. Grunt of effort. Defensively played back to no run. Durham playing all 7 in this block of championship games, they right. Glamorgan have the last one off. There's a week off after the visit to your part of the woods. They sit out round 7, which will work.
When did they come up?
Mid-May, isn't it?
Mid-May.
Yeah, round 6. Van der Hoogten bowls, and that's rather edgily played by Lees down into the gully. No run. Pretty sure it's round 6. That's when I booked the hotel for. I look fairly stupid if it's not.
Yeah. To be honest with you, the fixtures came out. I made a note of them all, put them all in my diary, and then really mentally I've only been concentrating on the first few games in April. But I probably need to start looking a little bit further ahead now and booking streams for the matches in May and whatnot.
Yes, people don't realise the work that goes into these sometimes. As Van der Hoogten bowls, and that's played away on the offside by Lees, and there's no run. I sat there forced myself to sit down on a quiet day when I was meant to be working from the office alias home, and thought, right, I've got to get on with it. And I booked the broadcast streams for the first 3 home championship games, so I've done that little block, and got one of my colleagues very kindly to do the hotels as well. 118 for 2. Van der Hoogten bowls, turned on the leg side by Lees, but straight to Taylor at mid-wicket, no run.
It's interesting after the last 2 years, and you know, some hotel companies have obviously struggled. Places where I've stayed over the years, which were decent places to stay, have obviously found they're going tough, and I think a few of them might disappear off the list soon.
All right. As in comes Van der Hoogten. Bowls. Lees plays that one away from his body. Look to force through the offside. Finds Carlson moving smartly to his left at cover. There's no run. 118 for 2 Durham. 116 in arrears. So they're more than halfway to the Glamorgan total of 234. Lees has 68. Borthwick 14. Van der Hoogten with the 2 wickets to fall. Yes, Glamorgan's other trips in the first block. Well, Chestler Street in round 6, and before that, Notts and Derby. Van der Hoogten bowls, and Lees drives to mid-off. He remains on 68, just 8 runs since lunch in 50-odd minutes.
You could come back each night from Nottingham, can't you? It's only over that hill, isn't it?
Nottingham's about 2 3/4, isn't it, from here, I think?
What is it? It's about 150 miles from us, is it? Something like that.
Depends how many cones are out on the motorways at any given
Does it
time.
not?
Mind
That
you,
sinking feeling when you just see lane closed ahead of you late at night, and then
Late
suddenly
at
the
night,
next lane, the
coming
next
back.
lane's closed as well, and the one after that, and
where the heck am I?
going around parts of Stockton you didn't know existed.
Oh dear. I've been in a muddle in the Midlands many a time.
Yeah. Sitting next to a farm field in Wetherby. Harris, right arm over Cathedral Road end, bowling to Borthwick. A play and a miss there.
What? Results in Division 1?
That already?
Yeah. At Southampton.
Oh yeah, Somerset.
Somerset have subsided
Yeah.
to 135 out in their second innings. Mohammed Abbas got 4. James Fuller got the first 3. Hampshire win by an innings and 113 runs.
Ooh.
In Division 1, that is.
Harris to Borthwick. Borthwick forward to that one, plays it behind point. Ooh, thinks about a single, and there's a direct throw at the stump, so it's a good job he got back, but Lees clearly wasn't up for that one and told him to head back in the other direction. Here's the diminutive fielder with the throw there. Is it Carlson?
Salter's usually at point. Yeah, it was he. Man who enjoys his fielding, enjoys his cricket of any discipline.
It was a good throw, because he was on his knees as well at the time. Borthwick just tapping down 1 or 2 indentations in the wicket. By my maths, this is his 299th appearance in all formats for Durham. In comes the bowler, and he steps back into his stumps there, Borthwick, and that's quite a tight line that he's left there from Harris.
Don't think many people are going to query you, Marty, on that.
Somebody will.
Appearances total. So I think you'll find that the match against so-and-so University was not first class.
Yes. I went to see China Crisis in Sunderland a few weeks ago at the new fire station, which we were talking about this morning, and it was a cracking gig. I think I've probably seen them 4 or 5 times now. Harris comes in, that's played towards backward point. The first time I went to see them was at the Customs House Theatre in South Shields, probably a good 20 years or so ago, and 2 songs in they realised that nobody in the audience had a drink, and so the lead singer said, "Why haven't you got a drink?" And somebody said, "Oh, we're not allowed to bring drinks into the auditorium here. It's not like that day we saw you at the Tyne Theatre and Opera House in Newcastle on March the 3rd, 1985 at 7:30. I thought, what a memory they've got there to recall the date of a gig from years and years earlier. Anyway, the band came up with a solution for the problem. As Harris bowls to Borthwick, tries a Yorker length ball. Borthwick digs it out quite comfortably in the end. He remains on 14. They said, right, we've had a chat. The last one to the bar has to buy the drinks, and they darted off stage and sprinted up the stairs past us. So we ran after them, and me and my mate Gary were the first to the bar, and so we had a couple of beers with China Crisis. For those of you who are not aware who they are, they were a big band in the mid-80s, early 80s, mid-80s from Liverpool. Harris again, right arm over. Oh, that's gone through sharply to the keeper. Bowled some tight lines there, but Scott Borthwick feels he's got the judgment with regards to the radar and which ones he can leave.
Yeah, shaved the bails on those deliveries, but 118 for 2 at the end of the over. Yeah, they can get a bit literal, can't they, in interpreting the rules at concerts. As at one Echo and the Bunnymen.
Oh, I saw them.
Not excellent band. Saw them about 25 years ago, but saw them again 3 or 4 years back, and there were people being told off for getting up and dancing in front of the stage at the St David's Hall, and Ian McCulloch didn't take kindly to the security there and suggested that they should immediately revise their policy.
Yeah, bit of lack of common sense, really. Isn't it?
It was ridiculous. I mean, you know, people in their 50s being told off by security guards. I think, what's this going to do?
When did I saw Echo and the Bunnymen at Newcastle City Hall? 1987-ish, something like that.
All right.
It was around about the same time I saw Lloyd Cole and the Commotions there as well. I remember it the year because it was my first year in sixth form college.
Here comes Van der Hoogten to bowl to Lees, who's on the back foot defending. Still just 8 runs since lunch for Alex Lees, if you wonder why we're delving into 80s pop and rock music.
I'll tell you what, I wonder what your stewards at St David's Hall would have done with the man who was sitting near us at the Echo and the Bunnymen gig in Newcastle. He was in the front row upstairs and brought his own drumsticks and was banging away on the barrier, the rail in front.
As Hogan is into bowl, and that's driven through the offside. Nice shot from Alex Lees. Hogan taking over from Van der Hoogten, but not finding his line straight away, unusually, and he's been driven through the offside for 4 runs. Lees moves on to 72 not out. I think that's his first boundary since lunch. I don't remember anyway. It's only 12 runs that he's accumulated so far, but you know, this is what the critics of Test cricket want, is players who can play this sort of red ball innings. Next ball from Hogan is allowed to go through. And there's no run. 122 for 2.
Over 8's -2. It's in bright red letters on the screen.
Yep. Well, it's a dilemma for a skipper, isn't it? How far do you go in protecting the whatever bonus points that you can get, bowling spin, even if the conditions don't justify it? Edwards suggested that might look to pull it back tomorrow, but it depends who's batting tomorrow at what stage. Hogan bowls, Lees jabs it away on the offside. Ball hit hard down into the ground, bounces up for Carlson at cover, and there's no run.
Alan Cunningham's tweeted, he says the turnaround in Lee's form since he moved to Durham is quite amazing, also possibly symptomatic of issues at Yorkshire in recent years, ? And a response to that from B says his and many other players suffered a massive loss of form when Jason Gillespie left the club. Either side of that period, he has been excellent.
Hogan charging in. Balls, and there's another appeal for
Four.
LB.
It's gone for 4, isn't it?
Where's that one gone?
It's gone down here
Shot
for 4.
Down for 4-leg buys.
4-leg buys. There was quite a woody noise, I thought.
Yeah, I thought there might have been an edge from the noise. We'll no doubt get a replay on our
Camera's
screens.
bouncing around at the moment.
Yeah,
Is it windy?
it's the wind down the far end on the fixed point camera. 126 for
That's enough to make me feel seasick looking at that.
for 4-leg buys on to the total. It's not the best of views, but it looks.
I can't even work out where that hit there.
Reasonably adjacent again. Let's see if we can maybe still frame it or something. Hogan is into Lees, and he defends that one on the leg side. Third big shout that Hogan has had against Alex Lees, and he needs to buy umpire Warren a drink at close of play because he hasn't got any decisions from him today.
Reminds me of there was one of the days when we sailed last week and it was a little bit choppy. I think it was when we left Lanzarote heading over towards Fuerteventura, and it was the only day me and my wife went in the swimming pool. And one moment you're swimming uphill, and then the next you're swimming downhill, and you're suddenly in a real rush going forwards, and you had to really concentrate on when you were going to time your arrival at the far end, otherwise you'd end up slamming into the swimming pool wall.
A sardonic note from a friend of mine, Lawrence, asks, did either of you see Rene and Renato in their heyday? No. Cheesy one-hit wonders
for me.
Oh gosh,
wasn't that them?
Yes.
James Wheels coming back on with his very closely shaven head glistening in the sunshine.
Yeah, was he like that when he played for you?
He had curly hair.
Yeah?
Now it's all gone.
Perhaps it was round the sides.
Yeah. Borthwick on strike to his former teammate, who comes right arm round from the Cathedral Road, and Borthwick bagging in the crease, plays that firmly right out the middle of the bat, back towards the bowler's end. Dr. Kevin Tennant says it's great to hear you on the air again while I'm cleaning. Somebody was painting a fence this morning, weren't they?
We'll try and keep your minds off any sort of domestic drudgery.
Yeah. Stu says, tuning in from the Rhubarb Triangle, aiming to get the 3-week-old asleep with your dulcet tones. A new arrival, Stu. Congratulations. Round the wicket, Whale comes, and that's short. It's pulled by Borthwick away past the vacant square leg area for 4. It was quite a nice shot, and not a very good delivery, really.
It's probably the first bad ball Wheels bowled, to be fair. Very economical in his first spell.
Too short, sat up nicely, and Borthwick saw it early and had plenty of time to dispatch it for 4, so he moves on to 18.
Brief update from BBC Radio Wales to follow at some point in the next couple of minutes before the footy kicks off. Heading over to the Heath Hospital, no doubt, the air ambulance. Next ball from Wheel is cut away down to third man, single to Borthwick. He moves on to 19, Durham on to 131 for 2. Borthwick 19, Lees is on 72. Football kickoffs for BBC Radio Wales listeners coming very shortly. Also for BBC television viewers, Cardiff Scarlets 3:10 kickoff on BBC One Wales and online. 131 for 2 is Wheel with 2 slips, is in to bowl to Alex Lees, who drives firmly to mid-off Harris Fields, no run. Let's get to the time of year when seasons cross over. Durham are 131 for 2. Lees is on 72 not out, has survived an LBW appeal from Michael Hogan in the last couple of minutes, but has looked pretty much in control. The England opener, Scott Borthwick at the other end, the skipper, is on 19 not out. Both wickets to fall so far for Tim van der Hoogten. Durham just 103 behind at 131 for 2. There's another dot ball, having informed BBC Radio Wales listeners got in and out quickly before the footy kick-offs.
Stuart says little Oliver was born on March the 15th. Congratulations to the family. And Paul Sussex on Twitter, looking at the Durham shirts pretty closely with the Botham advert on the back. Is it a wine company by any chance?
Can't quite see it on the on our screen here, but at the moment, there's an attempted forcing shot on the offside by Lees, and it's ended up somewhere at leg slip. Now, is he by Borthwick? Sorry, Borthwick has.
That's Lees, isn't it?
No, sorry, Lees. Yeah, they changed the striker very quickly at the end of the over. Yes, that might have been adjacent to the stumps. End of wheels over. 131 for 2. We've got slightly out of sync due to the demands of the radio. But these two prospering and moving to cut the deficit to under 100 fairly shortly.
Partnership's 36 now. The last man to go was Sean Dixon, just after lunch, caught behind by the diving Chris Cook off an edge from Van der Houten for 23. He'd added 58 for the second wicket with Alex Lees. Here is Hogan then from the river end, bowling to Borthwick. And he leaves that one, lets it go through to the keeper.
Do you see much of Lord Botham at Riverside?
Occasionally. He's
Or is he too busy lauding?
Isn't he meant to be Britain's trade equerry to Australia or something? I don't know.
Yes.
Yeah, the last time I remember seeing him, he came in the room and he was in a bad way because he was waiting for an operation on his back, I think, or his legs or something. So I think he's since had that. In comes Hogan, dealt with by Borthwick, who plays the ball along the floor to Wheel at mid-wicket. Yeah, he was on crutches. I think he'd injured his back fishing or something. I'm trying to remember what the story was. And then, of course, we've had lockdown, haven't we? So
a fish fork back.
Not really seen anybody for the last year or so.
No, I'm not sure whether it's been us keeping out of their way or them keeping out of ours. All bubbled up.
Borthwick's on 19. Hogan bowls. That is through to the keeper. There's 2 slips in place. At first slip we have David Lloyd, the skipper. And then we also have the second slip with his white sunglasses on his across the top of his cap over the peak. And it is a rather sunny day, but he's got his back to the sunshine.
Yeah, the new boy.
Yeah, that is Sam Northeast, who I was having a chat with last night. It's Hogan bowls again. That's left alone. And they gave him the wrong number on my scorecard earlier in the match, so that's why I couldn't work out.
He's 16.
Yeah, he was listed as 17 originally, but I think that was possibly his old Hampshire number, which was still active in the system.
Yeah, he bounced around last season, didn't he? A couple of matches for Notts and a couple for Yorkshire.
Made his debut against Durham in the county championship in the last match of the 2007 season at Canterbury. Hogan in and bowls to Borthwick. Borthwick forward to that one, plays it up to mid-off. Carlson actually runs in from the covers to intercept it.
If you want to contact us via Twitter, NickWebb2017 or at Marty Cricket. Martin also has an email, which is
wearecricket@yahoo.co.uk. Why did you go for the 2017 again? Did you think it was going to be future-proof or something, and now here we are in 2022?
I didn't realise that Twitter was going to be that much of a thing. It was a bit of a sort of family in-joke, really.
Hogan to Borthwick. It's a leave outside the off-stump, through to the keeper. End of the over. Here on BBC Radio Wales and BBC Radio Newcastle. The football's just kicking off now. And next updates for Radio Newcastle will be at half-time. And teas. Sunderland are at Oxford today.
And Radio Wales and BBC Radio Cymru. Yeah, 2017 originally was a sort of family in-joke. It was meant to be the year that our younger daughter finished her university studies and was then therefore off the parental
you
financial.
And you were debt free, was that the plan?
And we were debt free and into the sunlit uplands of carefree
with your blue
existence.
passport.
She then messed it up by doing a year masters as well. So even that joke didn't work.
Unlucky.
We'll then into bowl and Lise defends.
Did she get the masters?
Yeah.
Yeah. In what?
Something biological. Health policy.
Health policy.
Yeah.
Well, she'll have been busy then.
She has been very
couple of
busy.
years.
Yeah. Working for various charities. And briefing parliamentarians in some cases. As Wheel is in, right arm around, bowls, and Lise leaves. There's a howl of anguish from behind the stumps, but frankly he's not likely going to be bowled round his legs outside off because he's batting on off to start with. He's more likely to get bowled leg stick with his current stance. 131 for 2. Lise coming, facing up to Wheel, who comes past a patch of sawdust and races in, bowls outside off stump, ball going through lowish to Chris Cook. Needs to get tighter to the stumps to force any sort of error from Lise there.
I've got an update on the fence painting.
All right.
Hale stopped play.
That's his excuse anyway.
Yeah. So Kevin says it's perfect timing. Hale has stopped the fence painting, so I've come inside, got Oxford versus Sunderland on the radio and streaming you on the TV. What else could you ask for, he says.
Wheel to bowl to Lise outside off stump, hit straight to point, and there's no run. Edward will no doubt give you chapter and verse on his beloved Swansea City.
They're playing Derby today, aren't they?
They are indeed. Entertaining Derby, and keeping Mr. Bevan away from the Swansea.com stadium. Cardiff City have travelled down the motorway to Reading. Those games just underway. Commentary on BBC Radio. Wheel bowls. Lise defends. No run. Elsewhere in Welsh football, Newport County are also just down the M4. They're at Swindon. Surprised the...
I lost the back of a coat at Swindon.
The back of a coat?
Yeah. Years ago, you used to be able to park in the cricket ground next to the county ground at Swindon.
All right.
And
Wheel is into bowl, and Lise plays it back to him. Wheel flicks it up in the air. 131 for 2, Lise 72, Borthwick 9. Swindon, the home of the magic roundabout.
Yeah.
Round which I was towed once, having broken down on the motorway.
7 roundabouts around a roundabout, isn't it? Something like that.
It's not fun anyway. Anyway, Martin will explain the coat loss situation, and
it was a tragic incident.
Edward Bevan will move in alongside him, since we have no danger of doing football updates for the foreseeable.
Sun continues to shine here in Cardiff. Looks a pleasant day from inside looking out, but as mentioned a little bit earlier this afternoon, still quite a lot of people wrapped up in coats on the far stand. That's the end. Hogan's running in from the river end, bowling to Borthwick, and he's appealing for LBW. He's coming round the wicket. Now, I would suggest, judging by the reaction from Borthwick, maybe that was slightly high because it's whacked him in the box, but...
yeah, a bit high perhaps. Anyway, I've got a message for you on my phone.
All right.
You know, our big friend up that way, Fred.
Fred, yeah, he's still on our estate, is he?
Hi Edward, great to hear you all again. Tell Martin that it's sunny and relatively warm on the Broca Riviera. They are currently lifting the boats into the water at the Yacht Club.
Yeah.
That's it, yeah. At the Yacht Club, regards to all.
Boat lift weekend. 131 for 2, Durham. Borthwick steps away from that one. It angles over the stumps. Yeah, that's a sign summer's on the way, because what happens is probably one of the most depressing weekends of the year is when they bring the cranes at the end of October and they lift all the boats out and they put them on racks in the boat yard, and all the moorings are empty all winter, and then this weekend is when the crane comes back and lifts them all back in again. So
when are you going to get that side back in the championship of yours? What's going on there? Shouldn't be there, should they?
Looks like there might be for another year yet, unless they can scrape through the playoffs, which they've got a terrible record in the playoffs. Hogan in, and this is left alone. Pitches and stays low, goes through to the keeper outside the line of the off stump. I can see the yacht club from our house, so I'm on one side of the estate, and the where the river comes in, and then there's a big sort of horseshoe-shaped marina, and Fred's on the other side.
Oh, right.
I haven't seen him for a while. I used to pass him occasionally on the seafront. And I haven't seen him for a while.
I think he's got a bad leg, and he hasn't got the dog. Which
is, the dog's gone now, isn't it?
It's sad, really.
Comes Hogan, bowls to Borthwick, who steers the ball along the ground to square leg. Yeah, his links to Glamorgan was he came to university here, didn't he? And that's how it all began.
He met me initially and Don Shepherd because we were in the bar, funnily enough, Saturday night before the Sunday League match against Sussex. And I got near to him and he said, I went to stroke the dog, and he said, that's a nice Welsh lilt. And it turns out
Hogan in, that's left by
that
Borthwick.
He was in the university in Swansea.
Yeah.
And he said, my hero then was Don Shepherd, and then Don was listening. He said, oh, nice to meet you. He said, my name is Don Shepherd. And we struck, and he was supposed to be lecturing the next morning, or seeing somebody at 10 o'clock. And the game started, and he made the appointment at 8 o'clock.
Right.
So that he could get to the cricket, and we've kept up the friendship, and he's been all over the place, all over the world.
Yeah. Hogan to Borthwick. Borthwick plays this one up to mid-on, no run there. Yeah, I mean, I used to see him with the dog on the seafront, and if I saw it, if I was passing him, I saw him, stop and have a chat. But I actually, the first time I met him, bizarrely, was in Swansea in 2017.
Oh, right.
And somebody explained to me that he lived on my estate. So
why you moved there? I must ask him. I don't know, because he lived for many years in Birmingham, where he was lecturing again.
Yeah.
So why? Perhaps they have family connections. Yeah, he was born up in that area. There's a very good podcast out about him, which came out a couple of months ago. Yeah, character. Wheel to continue from the Cathedral Road end, runs away from us round the wicket, and bowls to Lees. Lees is on the back foot, playing as he's done throughout his innings very watchfully. The run rate is about 2.5, and I was saying to Nick earlier on that some people say, oh, this is a bit boring. I'm thoroughly enjoying this encounter because Glamorgan, like Durham, have bowled very, very tight. Excellent line with all the seamers, and you've got the batting here watching every ball, and two good sides going at it. Because if Durham got away and got a lead somewhere, we might have a bit of fun tomorrow. But at the moment, the next ball again is right on the pitch, on the wicket, and playing the covers.
Yes. Going back to the Colt story, by the way, I don't know if you still, I haven't been to Swindon Town's ground for a long time, but there was a cricket ground next door to the football ground. Used to park in the cricket ground, and then, being rather lazy, decided to try and climb over the fence one night. One of those long managers' coats on, so it was the early 90s, and it caught on the top of the fence, and as we leapt forward to land in the lane next to it, the rear of the coat remained on the fence.
It was a cold night then, watching the football. No, I haven't been to Swindon. That's left again. Excellent line from Wheel. His figures are quite good as he bowled 7.5 overs, 0 for 12. One which was a pull for 4. So doing exactly the job that his captain. Obviously, his captain had like a few wickets, but It's a pretty good pitch. 2 slips then. 3 on the offside, a third man. Mid-on, wide-ish mid-wicket and a fine leg as Wheel comes in. Bowls to Lee. Lees is forward. And has done, I was saying earlier, has done his test aspirations. No harm whatsoever. Following Ben Folkes, who got 100 yesterday in Bracy.
Young lad at Essex called Alistair Cook got 100 as well, didn't he?
You may laugh at that, but I told you what I would do without anything.
Get him back?
I would say to Cook, will you come back for this summer? The other chap, the other end, might learn something.
Yeah.
And at least you're assured of some opening stands. It is pathetic as it's gone. Sure.
Ooh, inside edge.
Yeah, he's getting a bit out of it now. There's nothing wrong with that. He's in his mid-30s. Thinking that Jack Hobbs got 100 hundreds off the age of 40. I know it's a bit different now, but all that much. Obviously, he doesn't need the money. He's probably well off. But come and help us out. They recalled Cyril Washbrook in 1953 to come back against the in the Ashes, and he promptly got 100.
We've got New Zealand this summer and then South Africa, haven't they?
Yeah.
South Africa playing Bangladesh. South Africa made 453 yesterday.
Your man will.
Yeah, he got 64, Keegan Peterson.
So you'll miss him then as well.
Well, he's coming over next week.
And then he'll join up here probably, will he?
Turned off the legs by Lees down a fine leg for 1 off Wheel.
Yeah,
he's coming next week, so he'll play in 7 games apparently and then join up with South Africa. So Bangladesh 85-4-3 in response. Dean Elgar got 70 at the top of the innings for South Africa, and Peterson 64, Temba Bavuma 67, and then Keshav Maharaj 84 late on.
Yeah, well, they're giving them a real hiding, haven't they?
Big game today in Dubai. Scotland against Papua New Guinea. 50 over match. Scotland 240 for 3.
The likes of Kyle Coates are still playing.
I'm just looking on the scorecard to see who is. George Munsey's playing. He got a good knock for Kent against Durham in the One Day Cup last year at Beckenham. Richie Berrington's got 103. Munsey 49. Coates made 13 at the top of the order. Callum MacLeod, formerly with Durham. This ball from the bowler Hogan is played by Lees across towards point. No run there. Callum MacLeod, formerly with Durham, made 32. Yeah. Papua New Guinea chose to field.
Papua New Guinea, yes, that's where Geraint was bowled, wasn't he? Geraint Jones, former Kent and England wicketkeeper.
Namibia are playing Uganda in Windhoek. Wonder if that's a sellout. Hogan, right arm over the wicket now from the river end to Lees. This is played by Lees to mid-wicket, no run there.
Good contest this between bat and ball, don't you think?
Yeah.
It's most enjoyable.
How many balls has Lees faced now? What's he on? 73 from about 165 balls, 9 fours. Borthwick's faced 44 for his 19, 4 fours from him. Somerset have already lost to Hampshire by an innings and 113 runs.
Severely depleted, apparently.
Yeah. Injury and illness, isn't it? This is played by Lees towards point. No run.
Leach and Overton said, yeah, we'd love to play. We are available. The ECB said no. We want you to rest. I'm not saying anything. It's just I better not.
Well, it's probably about 3 weeks since they played, is it? Gloucestershire lead Northants in Northampton by 78 runs. Second innings are 143 for 5.
Yeah, Northants might win that.
In comes Hogan. Lees plays the ball up towards mid-off, no run there. And notice, because Dan Whiting is commentating there this week, they've moved the BBC commentary position to the Lynn Wilson end, and they now appear to be in one of those glass boxes.
It won't be so cold then.
No, but It looks like a cracking view up there as well, with a big glass
Well, it
window.
would be. I've often asked, why can you just put an ISDN in there? And they say, oh, this is the old...
Yeah, well, it appears they're in there this week anyway.
I couldn't understand why they moved us out of where we used to be. At least it was warm.
Hogan in, and that's a Yorker length ball, but it's tucked away nicely by Lees past square leg to the grandstand boundary for 4. And the deficit comes down to 98.
Yeah, lovely shot, wasn't it? Well timed off his legs.
Lees moves on to 77. Where else have we got? Surrey made 428 for 8 and then declared in Birmingham against Warwickshire. That's been a bit weather affected as well. Warwickshire 204 for 5 in response. Essex made 514 in Chelmsford against Kent, who are 277 for 2 in response. So it looks like a decent track to get runs on. This is clipped by... there's a silence button, you know, Ed.
Yes.
This is clipped by Lees out towards mid-wicket, no run there. Worcestershire 348 all out in Leicester. Leicestershire 184 for 9, so they're quite a way behind there.
Yeah.
And,
there'll be 2 results, I think.
Yeah.
In our division. I think probably you would put your money on Worcester to beat Leicester, wouldn't you? Unless there's a big revival in the second innings.
Middlesex ended up with a 97-run lead over Derbyshire, and they are now 5 for 1 in their second innings. Middlesex 401, then bowled Derbyshire out for 304. Notts have built a lead against Sussex in Hove. They are 441 for 7 and lead by 66. There's your scores on the doors. Is this your end, Ed, or...?
Probably is. I'm carried away. I'll let you do a bit of work because you've been absent for most of the day.
All right, thanks. Yeah. Trying to fix all the issues you caused with all the lines.
Did you get them working?
Some are working, some aren't.
But not this end.
I don't know what's going on. I've been on to engineers and all kinds of people today. So. I told you not to put your finger in that hole, but you wouldn't listen.
No.
Wheel it is, then round the wicket he comes. Cathedral Road end. Borthwick flicks the ball off towards mid-wicket, no run there. You still playing golf or not?
Me?
Yeah?
No.
When did you pack in?
I packed in 3 years ago because I had a nasty illness where I had to go into hospital. As muscles, all my muscles seems to be in problems. It was something I can't remember the name of now. But it wasn't.
Did it have a myalgia in the title?
Correct.
Yeah.
Spot on. Polymyalgia.
Yeah. Polymyalgia, yeah.
Oh.
Yeah,
So
I know a
didn't
few
play
people
golf
who've got
then.
that over the years. Wheel again to Borthwick. Oh, good ball, and he's kept it out. They're appealing LBW. He nearly knocked him over as he was trying to slam his bat down on a Yorker ball around about off stump.
Perfect one-day cricket ball. That
Yeah.
was.
Wheel went down on one knee to appeal to Ian Blackwell, the umpire, and he was told no. He's now got a little spot of mud on his knee where he was kneeling on the ground. Dr. Kevin Tennant says it's going to be interesting in the run-up to tea as Lees closes in on the ton. I have enjoyed his innings so far, he says. When will tea be? About 5 to 4 or 4 o'clock? 4 o'clock.
And that doesn't matter how many overs have been bowled.
No. That's whipped away by Borthwick off the back foot towards long leg for 2. Yeah, that's it's a timed day today rather than overs remaining sort of day.
Let's try and work something out, shall we?
Come on then.
We love doing that. If they accelerate, if Durham accelerate, lunchtime tomorrow, 3:50. Still not enough in front, isn't it, to have a crack in the afternoon? What do you think? What else could happen here?
Well, I mean, they could. That's what they would be hoping, that they'd have a lead and give themselves something to bowl at, but
They haven't scored at the moment quickly
No.
enough. They could accelerate. It's a lovely shot.
Borthwick goes down on one knee and drives the ball out into the covers, but he doesn't get a run for it because he finds Callum Taylor. It's a dot ball, but it looked nice.
Yeah, it is. Beautiful shot. Don't left-handers always look better than right-handers on the cover drive? Think of Sobers, Lara, Gower, etc. and they hold the pose. It's not only me says that, so many people do. What is it about it? Aesthetic.
Last ball of the over from Wheel comes in, defended by Borthwick on a length, and as the ball comes back towards the bowler, he pretends to volley it into the back of the net.
What's Sunderland today?
They're playing at Oxford. I think it's 0-0. Southampton losing 3-0 at home to Chelsea. Inside 22 minutes as well.
Your boys are winning it.
Are they?
Oh, yeah, I thought they might.
Derby is still in trouble, aren't they?
No, Rooney's done a pretty good job, really, because had they not been docked 21 points, they'd have been fine. But,
Mike Ashley was linked with the takeover, wasn't he? But
would you like Mike Ashley in charge of your team? But then, if it keeps you safe and what's the score, Nick? 1-0.
2-1 to Swansea.
Good Lord. A few goals going in. Hogan to continue at the far end. Wants an adjustment in the field. He's putting a man out on. He's taking his fine leg away. Tim van der Houten has to trot about 40 or 50 yards from third man to fine leg. And he's also got one just, I suppose you'd call him a very, very wide mid-on, but more mid-wicket-ish, straight mid-wicket, and then a mid-on. He's trying to block off shots that he plays so well, Lees. And here's Hogan around the wicket, balls to Lees, and he jabs it away onto the offside. Hogan in his 15th over, 0 for 38. Had 4 shouts, I think, against Alex Lees. 2 wickets taken by Van der Houten, but there have been some good bowling from all the seamers, must be said. Good old-fashioned opening batsman from Lees. In comes Hogan, bowls to him, plays forward, up towards short mid-wicket, tail of fields, and there's no run. 138 for 2, the deficit is 96. There's some good news, is that fridge is stocked with cakes for tea.
yeah, the girl was there earlier on trying to work out how she could make the best use of the space she had available inside the fridge.
Bring them in here.
There was a big bottle of milk was the issue, I think.
Yes, Hogan and bowls. That's clipped down towards fine leg. Van der Houten is going to chase and stop it just inside. The return comes back in, and it's well run too. Just drift in. I guess what Hogan is trying to do with this very odd stance that Lees has is to try and whip one down on leg stump and but I suspect that a lot of other bowlers have tried that, but I was told that he didn't take that stance in the Caribbean. I didn't know if you noticed that. I talked to Lucas Carey, Glamorgan's team, earlier on, and I said, what an extraordinary stance when you bat well outside your off stump. And he said he didn't do it in the test matches.
He got a few LBWs, didn't he?
Yeah. Hogan bowls. That's played
That's a nice
past and a despair in dive, which beats Harris, I think it is, mid-on, and will run away for 4. Well-timed shot there as he moves now into the 80s. He's 83. Beginning to accelerate now. The score moves on to 144 for 2.
Talking of cake, Ed, there was one afternoon last week where, because we were at sea all day, we just had a really lazy day and we had afternoon tea for our breakfast when we eventually emerged from the cabin at 3:30 in the afternoon. So we did watch a couple of films though, but
nothing like a relaxing day with nothing to do. Michael Hogan comes in his last season, bowls, and this is played again onto the onside, tumbling stop by Taylor mid-wicket, and there was no run. There's 2 things I like doing. One, which I've probably done once in my life, is to stay in bed all day. Watch some sport on occasion, or as you say, film. And secondly, is to have 3 big meals.
3 big meals a day?
Which, in my small stature, I could do with it. But Never succeeded. Hogan coming towards the end of the over. Bowls, and this time it's driven firmly straight again to Taylor, and there's no run. And that concludes the over. So we've had 55 overs, and the score is 144 for 2. Just to remind you that Sean Dixon was the last man out. He was caught, very well caught by wicketkeeper Cook off Van der Gooten for 23, and Jones was bowled by Van der Gooten for 9. Since these two got together, they put on 49 for the third wicket, and steady progress, I think we can best describe it. There's Wheel gives his sweater to the umpire, about to start his 10th over. Good figures, 0 for 15. I think there's a big rugby match going somewhere. Nick, today, across the road, is it?
Yeah.
Started or not?
About 20 minutes in.
Having a look at the ball here. It's quite wet around the edge of the field, so I'm wondering whether it's landed in a puddle or something. I think they've called for the box of balls to come out. That often leads to a wicket. 55 overs gone and they're replacing the ball.
Yes.
Ball replaced, and Durham are 144 for 2.
14-0 to Cardiff against the Scarlets.
Didn't they beat them last week by 30 or 40 points? Or did they?
Scarlets won, yeah, last week.
Against Cardiff?
Yeah.
They play them next week.
Is this a cup tie or something today?
I know.
Cup tie or something, is it?
I've lost all.
Rearranged from
COVID days.
Ah, COVID, right.
I watched the Newcastle, most of the Newcastle game last night.
I saw a bit of it.
Yeah, penalty. Then I watched the Wales ladies.
Don't wind Martin up talking about Newcastle.
It just doesn't wind me up.
They won.
I watched it.
1-0.
I know. I watched it.
Penalty.
Yeah, it's quite late, wasn't it? The penalty.
Yeah.
About 20 minutes to go or something, was it?
Oh yeah, 77th or something like that.
Taking their time with this ball. Both umpires have got thick black gloves on as well.
And
snoods.
Yeah, and I thought that it was just the old COVID mask, but I think they've got that across their faces to protect them of the. I went out lunch. I thought, a bit of French air. I was soon back in again.
Mm-hmm. I remember the game at the start of the season against Somerset a few years back, and it never got above sort of 2-3 degrees all week, and went out for the toss, and the umpires were reminding the players they couldn't wear
things on their head.
Gloves. Weren't allowed to wear gloves. They could have hand warmers. And Paul Collingwood said, did anybody have any advice as to how you could seam the ball around on ice?
We used to always start the season against universities years ago. And Glamorgan went up to Oxford, and we had a lad playing for us. What was his name? The West Indian in the early 1990s. He came over with Viv Richards. Hamish Anthony had never been out of Antigua, and he was in a dreadful state. And if you've been to the parks, the wind blows there. So dear old the late John Hampshire was one of the umpires, and rung Lords. And this is impossible. So Lord said, "Is it raining?" "No, it's not raining." "Is it snowing?" "No." "Then you carry on." Oh, I've never ever forget it. Wheel bowls with the new ball. It's not, no, just in case I mystify you, it's not the new ball, but it's the changed ball, which immediately pitches on a length and goes sailing over the batsman's head. And Cook had to stretch out to keep it going from 4 byes. And
this partnership, by the way, has reached 51.
Yeah, and Lees has his hands on his hips as if to say, hang on, what's going on here?
No ball called.
Yeah, I thought it might be. 146 for 2. And slip off after this. Over. Wheel again. Comes in and bowls. Oh, that's a... Oh. Don't know if you saw that delivery, Martin. the 2 balls he's bowled, one's got 4 byes over the keeper, nearly over the keeper's head, and that's gone through him. It's Alex Lees with his one hand on the hip this time, as if to say, what's going on here? I think this is the ball of the match. And he comes again, wheel bowled, and that's square drive down to third man, backward of square really. And they go through for a single. 147 for 2. Tea is just over 25 minutes away. And then we'll be probably playing to around 7 o'clock. The same as it's -2 at the moment, the over rate. We're looking here, almost over the bowler's head, looking straight at the 3 stumps. Because he's well outside the off stump again, is Lees. In comes the next ball. Oh, that's too wide, outside the off stump. Lees has nothing at all to do with it. Thinking of 100, he's 83. And that possibly could be one of the headings in the news. Oh no, I forgot the newspapers don't carry much cricket these days. Lees makes point with 100 in first game, comma.
Karen's tweeted, I'm thoroughly enjoying having this on in the background while I embroider. A lovely relaxing day, enjoying the warmth of the sun through the patio doors, which brackets are closed to keep the wind away.
All you want is a glass of wine.
Yeah.
In comes Wheel and bowls to Lees. Lees plays and he glides the ball away down to gully, and there's no run.
Recovering from COVID, so I don't even feel guilty about doing nothing productive. Well, the embroidery might be productive, mightn't it? I got COVID again in February for the 2nd time, just days after I'd had my booster, and I thought, what are the odds? And last time I got it, was just felt a bit washed out for a few days and a bit of a cough, but this time the weeks of headaches.
Did you? In comes Wheel and bowled again. First slip of his hands in his head. So he's doing a little bit more, I would have thought, this ball.
It is, isn't it? Yeah. My throat as well. Never felt quite the same again.
Would you mind not coming?
Well, you lot arrived in Chester Street last year after you'd all just had a dose, didn't you?
Not just, I had in mind.
You're about to pull my head off your head, trapped around your wire.
It's
I don't know how you've done that.
It was May I had.
You got it round the chair and all over the place.
Yes.
Yeah.
May I had mine. It was Nick. He reckons I pass it on to him. I don't know. Wheel bowls.
I'm going to unhook myself.
I'm going now.
Are you? Well, hang on.
Yeah. I'm afraid if you're going to pass this on.
There we are.
Right, I'm back with you. Yeah.
Returning to bowl, Tim van der Gooten.
Tim van der Gooten coming back into the attack. Took the 2 wickets to fall so far. Bowled Michael Jones for 9 this morning, and then Sean Dixon edged him to the keeper when he was on 23 a little later. But just the 1 wicket to fall either side of the lunch break. Now you're stuck as well. Wires everywhere. You sorted?
Yep, just about. Yep. I'll point out for the sake of the record that Mr. Bevan did pass on COVID to me at the Glamorgan against Wales National County game just before the one-day cup competition, and to add insult to injury, he missed 3 matches and I missed 6.
Oh, well done.
Because I was testing positive for longer.
Oh, the rules were different then, weren't they?
Van der Hoogten in to bowl to Borthwick, who clips that one nicely off his legs. He may get 4 runs here. It was very well timed. No, it's a sprawling stop on the mid-wicket boundary, and he'll come back for 3 runs. Good running. Good stop. Was that Michael Hogan sprawling on the boundary there?
Might be.
Believe it was.
Watford 0, Leeds 1. I've missed the point where Sunderland went 1-0 up because it's now 1-1, so I don't know when they scored.
Where are we? Check the football scores. Swansea City 2, Derby County 1 after 36 minutes. Reading 1, Cardiff City 0 after 35 minutes. As this is defended by Lees. Back down the pitch. 150 up with that 3 from Borthwick. Borthwick on to 25. Not out.
57th over.
Scoring rate 2.66. Glamorgan's attack has mostly been accurate. As Van der Houten bowls, and that's turned away by Lees, down to square leg for a single. Hogan has a shot at the stumps at the non-striker's end, just in case the batsmen are tarrying. And Lees hurried home. He's on to 84, 151 for 2. Sunderland took the lead through Evans after 16 minutes, and Oxford equalised through Moore after 35.
What time did Sunderland score?
16.
16, alright.
Van der Houten bowls and lobbed up in the air, and dropped. It's missed.
Well, got a hand on it.
Borthwick turned inside out. The ball flew up in the air, and if Kieran Carson had had the height of Michael Hogan, he would have caught that one as it lobbed.
I think he got a hand on that, you know.
Yeah, lobbed up in the air. Seemed to be up there agonisingly a long time, but Carlson, being athletic but being one of the shorter members of the side, couldn't quite cling on. Well, that was a near miss for Borthwick. I think Carlson did well to get a hand to it.
Yeah.
Could have gone absolutely anywhere. Next delivery, firm defensive shot. A technical drop chance, I suppose. But Carlson did well, really, to get anywhere near it as he went flying through the air. It was one of those ones that seems to be up in the air for ages and everyone's looking round, and could have flown anywhere. Borthwick on 25. Chance off Tim van der Houten. TVDG, as he always appears on my notes. Saves a lot of writing. 151 for 2 it remains. Van der Houten in again. Borthwick defends to mid-on, and there is no run. End of Van der Houten's over. 151 for 2, 57 overs bowled. Potentially 48 more remain this evening. That's going to be a long old evening session. They go to tea at 4 o'clock in 5 or 6 overs time. So there'll be more than 40 overs in the final session of the day. Should we get that far, and should the light stay on track, Durham will be very much hoping it does remain playable, because they're only 83 runs behind with 8 wickets still standing. And James Wheel, formerly of Durham, will try and do something about that 8 wickets standing.
We are around the wicket from the Cathedral Road end to Lees, who defends the ball down towards point. No run there.
Newport County are on level terms at Swindon, 0-0 in League 2. Wrexham 1-1 against Eastleigh. Or should we call them Hollywood Wrexham, Hollywood-owned Wrexham, as they head off for an FA Trophy final at Wembley next month, which will be a big occasion for them.
Which team? Newport or?
Wrexham.
Wrexham.
Superstar owners, Ryan Reynolds and Bob McElnerney.
Wheel bowls. That's defended. I spent a very miserable afternoon once in Wrexham when I was about 13 or 14, and we tried every town we could think of: Shrewsbury, Welshpool, Newtown, Wrexham, Clandrin, Wells, and for a period I was stuck as a size 5 shoe and just could not find any shoes to buy. And my poor mother, weekend after weekend, dragging me around shops looking for shoes. It's a nightmare. I would like to think that in this modern day and age there are more choices for size 5s now than there were back then. Lees has 84 and he's facing wheel. That's well wide of off stump and is left alone.
The miracle of the interweb. Should you not be able to find them in person? Though shoes and trousers are among the things that you do tend to try and buy in person, aren't they?
Well, the only things they seem to have in the shops at the time were either trainers, and I can't recall that you were allowed to wear trainers for school unless you're doing PE, and everything else was like a brutalistic sort of Olga Klebb type militaristic black shoe. A dreadful period of my life. Wheel in balls. That's defended on off stump by Lees out towards the covers.
Nice to see you, Mr. Bond.
Yes.
The one who had
Yeah, she had those big platform
stilettos or something.
Shoes with the poisoned spikes in them, didn't she, in a James Bond film. From Russia with Love, was it? And I think she was in on Her Majesty's Secret Service as well.
Yeah, don't think we better go down the Russian route at the moment. I did cover a Welsh football international at the racecourse once back in the 80s. I think it was a 1-1 draw. I can't remember who against. Ian Rush scored the Welsh goal. Tells you how long ago it was.
Wheel over the stumps, balls across the angle of the batsman to the keeper. Wasn't it? This is the racecourse ground, isn't it? Wrexham?
Yeah.
Isn't there one stand where there's a pub and you can stand? There's like an upstairs terrace in the pub and you can stand and watch the game.
Ooh, I haven't been there for a while. May well be the case. I did covered a Welsh rugby international there in 2003, which was during the build-up to the World Cup. There, they beat Romania fairly easily.
Wheel to Lees, it's left again. Once more goes into the keeper's gloves. End of the over, 151 for 2, maiden. And 58 overs gone in this Durham first innings. 47 remaining today, and they trail by 83. We used to pass by Wrexham on the way down to Mid Wales when we used to go to Raya there on holiday, so there were a number of routes in, and then you would sort of drift across towards Welshpool, Newtown, Clynidless, and over the hills from there. Mahuntleth.
Where there was a tornado yesterday.
In Mahuntleth?
Mahuntleth,
Was
yeah.
it?
There are reports that lambs were thrown up in the air.
Really?
The strength of it. Yeah.
Wow.
Don't think there's any footage of this. But
Probably one of the storms we got later in the day then. Drifting down over the...
and plonking itself over Sophia Gardens for an hour. Van der Hoogten to Borthwick on 25 not outs. Worked on the leg side, slightly uppishly out towards Hogan. Single taken. Borthwick to 26, 152 for 2. Durham trail by 82 runs.
There's a beautiful drive you can do where you go through the Elan Valley from Raider, and it brings you right up. There's about 6 dams there, all gorgeous reservoirs, all sort of interlinked, and then it's a bit like the Lake District with the mountains around it as well. And you end up on top of the Cambrian Mountains at the northern end, and we were up there with the kids about 4 years ago. And clear day, we could see all the way to Aberystwyth to the north and all the way down to, is it the Black Mountains to the south?
Mm-hmm. Van der Hoogten bowls, and Borthwick plays to mid-wicket, and there's no run.
The kids were desperate to go sledging, and we found the one piece of snow that was still left, which was about 30 foot long and about roughly about a sledge width wide. And I thought it was fantastic. And it was freezing up there, but the views are incredible.
152 for 2 in this rather sedate afternoon session. Durham taking lunch at 88 for 1. So they've added a further 64 for the loss of 1 wicket. Make that 65 as Lees turns another one off his legs to square leg for a single.
It was quite a popular thing back in those days for a day trip to Aberystwyth and go crabbing round the rocks or whatever. And there was one day we went on a fishing trip which was 8 hours long. And no sooner had we reached the fishing ground and they turned the engine off than I started feeling ill and spent most of the 8 hours lying down or being sick.
The pub at the racecourse, I'm informed by Lawrence, is now no longer there. It was called the Turf.
Right.
Van der Hoogten over the wicket, and Borthwick defends back
It's
down the
half-time,
wicket.
isn't it?
Half time. Off you go then, as Martin will update listeners to BBC Radio Newcastle and Ortiz. And we'll keep going here on BBC Sport Online and on the Glamorgan website until the tea interval at 4 o'clock. In the rugby down the road, not exactly a goal kick away, but maybe no more than 3. Borthwick defending into a gap on the leg side. They'll hustle through for a single as the ball ran out towards the umpire. 154 for 2. Cardiff leading Scarlets 14-0. Tries from Theo Cabango and Lloyd Williams. Scarlets won by 20-odd points in last week's meeting. Ought to have that figure to hand because I was covering it. No, it was 35-20 in the end. Scarlets got a late try. As next delivery again worked on the leg side by Lees, and Van der Hoogten hasn't quite got his line right at the moment, I don't think. In rugby, Newcastle Falcons take on Zebre in the European Challenge Cup. Final pool game. 8 o'clock this evening, when also the Dragons face Gloucester, but Dragons all but mathematically out of contention. 155 for 2 then. Lees 86, Borthwick 27. Lloyd, the Glamorgan skipper, using himself for a second spell. His first spell wasn't quite accurate enough. Had one LBW shout that he looked interested in against Alex Lees when he was on 39. Lees has moved on to 86. Demonstrating the level of solidity that England management would be delighted to hear about and delighted to watch, maybe. Lloyd bowls down leg side. Lees doesn't get anything on it. Cook takes smartly. Two wickets to fall today. Michael Jones bowled by Van der Hoogten for 9. Sean Dixon well caught behind by Chris Cook off Van der Hoogten for 23. Scott Borthwick nearly caught off Van der Hoogten by Carlson off a leading edge when he was on 25. He's now on 27. Least surviving LBW appeals on 7, 12, 39, etc. As Lees drives to mid-wicket and there's no run. So Durham currently just 79 runs in arrears with still those 8 first innings wickets left. But can they make headway quickly enough to put any sort of pressure on Glamorgan? Driven by Lees off the bottom of the bat on the leg side. There's no run. Oxford 1, Sunderland 1 is a half-time score. Newport County still goalless at Swindon, deep into injury time in the first half, or stoppage time. Wrexham against Eastleigh is similarly poised at 1-1. That one's driven by Lees to mid-off, and there's no run. The Championship, Swansea City 2, Derby County 1 is a half-time score, as is Reading 1, Cardiff City 0. Commentaries on those games available via BBC Radio Wales, BBC Newcastle, etc. As Lloyd bowls down leg side. Cook diving away. Could only parry it down to fine leg. and it is a bye. Difficult take for Chris Cook. Probably have hoped to do better with that. Glamorgan trying all sorts of angles against the two left-handers. 156 for 2, these two coming together when the score was 95. When Dixon was caught behind off Van der Hoogten. Lloyd bowls on leg side, worked away on the leg side. Carlson with a diving stop and a shy at the stumps, but it is another single on the Durham total. As Borthwick moves on to 28 not out and will retain the strike because that was the end of the over. Lees is at 86. Quite content to accumulate in his own time. Not worried about seemingly reaching 3 figures by the tea interval, which is probably 2 overs away. 15.54 on the board. Only seam so far in this match. Durham bowling Glamorgan out in inside 73 overs using the 5 seamers. 4 seamers rather, with a bit of a respite from the weather, of course, wiping out the second half of day 1. Glamorgan switching between the 5 seamers, but only Van der Hoogten has been successful so far as he bowls to Borthwick, who plays that one through mid-wicket. There were shouts of catch it as North East went sprawling away to his left, but wasn't a chance. A single taken. Borthwick 29, 158 for 2 here on BBC Sport Online. If you want to contact us, at NickWebb2017 on Twitter, at Marty Cricket, Mr. Emerson. As in comes the next ball from Van der Hoogten, down leg side, good take by Lees, and Glamorgan struggling. To find lines. To threaten these two Durham batsmen. Just the odd suggestion of a half chance. Van der Hoogten bowls. Nice drive this time from Lees. He's tucked into that one, and that'll take him up to 90. Seems relatively effortless. Certainly prospering at this level. Will he be able to do so at test level against New Zealand come June? 4 more to Alex Lees. Just down to the 1 slip Glamorgan now. The 61st over. Van der Hoogten bowls and played solidly by Lees up to mid-on. Glamorgan looking to frustrate now rather than attack. But pitch is such that there haven't really been any slip chances. Cook with a catch behind. Lloyd crouches as the only slip. Van der Hoogten bowls. At least drives to mid-on, but .162 for 2. Durham having come out after lunch at 88 for 1. Sean Dixon caught behind off Van der Hoogten for 23 when the score's on 95. Van der Hoogten bowls. Lees looking solid. Plays to mid-on. No run. 1 over to come before the tea interval. 162 for 2. At the time now at 15:58. David Lloyd's bowled 6 overs, 0 for 22. Tim van der Hoogten now 2 for 48. Hogan 0 for 44. Harris 0 for 23. Will 0 for 18. Lloyd into his 7th over to Borthwick. Drives into the covers. Fielded by Taylor, no run. Very, very little beating the bat at the moment. But the run rate remains around 2 2/3, as it has been for much of the afternoon. With Durham unable really to go on the offensive. Lloyd bowls. Borthwick plays on the leg side, no run. Fielded by Carlson. We're getting to the stage of proceedings where the noise from the fielding side that you hear in the background may be a little bit forced. They're artificially trying to keep spirits up. Lloyd actually has got 2 slips, unusual for him to have more than Van der Hoogten, as Borthwick is forward defending to Taylor at cover. And there's no run. 162 for 2. Lees has 90. Borthwick 29. And Durham are grinding down the Glamorgan bowlers. Albeit not at any great rate, just 74 runs in the afternoon session. As that remains 74 as Borthwick hits one down hard into the ground, bounces up to Salter at gully. And there's no run. At least conditions are bearable for the crowd today. Numbered probably in the scores, certainly in low 3 figures. Jabbed down by Borthwick to point. Salter again doing the fielding. No run. Last ball before the tea interval then will be bowled by David Lloyd. Last ball of his 7th over. Hasn't conceded so far in this over. Lees has moved on to 90 not out. Off 200 balls. Lloyd bowls and Borthwick prevents it being from maiden because he's turned it on the leg side down towards backward square. Van der Hoogten comes in to field, keeps them down to a single, and Durham take tea at 163 for 2 with Borthwick 30, Lees on 90. It has again been the visitors' session. They scored 83 for 1 in the morning session. They've scored 75 for 1 in the afternoon session. And Durham at 163 for 2 trail Glamorgan by just 71 runs. Commentary resumes here on BBC Sport Online in 20 minutes' time.
Gardens, day 3 of 4 between Glamorgan and Durham. Nick Webb is watching.
Players head
Players heading off for tea with Durham on 163 for 2. That's just 71 runs behind Glamorgan with still 8 wickets standing, and the England opener Alex Lees is still there on 90 not out, having survived several LBW appeals off Michael Hogan. He has put together a partnership of 68 with Scott Borthwick, the skipper, who's 30 not out. He was almost caught off Van der Hoogten when he lobbed one just beyond the reach of Carlson at cover. Van der Hoogten with the 2 wickets to fall so far, but Durham in control. 163 for 2, just 71 behind.
A reminder, ladies and gentlemen, that you're very welcome to go out to look at the pitch during this, the tea interval. If you are going to be going out onto the outfield, though, please do not walk across the square or the wicket surrounds. I've got some tea time scores from around the country, and the other games in the LV Insurance County Championship. But we'll start at Edgbaston, where Warwickshire are currently 223 for 5. Still trailing Surrey by 205 runs. At Northampton, Gloucestershire in their second innings at 206 for 5. So Gloucestershire lead Northampton by 141 runs. At tea at home, Notts have moved on to 468 for 7, so Notts are leading Sussex by 93 runs. At Chelmsford, Kent are 300 for 3. Still trailing Essex by 214. At Lords, Derbyshire were dismissed by Middlesex for 304, and in their second innings at tea, Middlesex 42 for 1, Middlesex leading by 139 runs. And the other game is at Grace Road, where Worcestershire in their second innings are 4 without loss. That's after Leicestershire were dismissed for 213. So Worcestershire lead by 143 runs. A reminder that the official Glamorgan website, www.glamorgancricket.com, contains details of how to purchase tickets for all forthcoming games here at Sophia Gardens this summer. That includes the international T20 game between England and South Africa on the 28th of July. Also on the official Glamorgan website are details of the various matchday hospitality packages, including those here in the T20 Blast, as well as the Welsh County games in the 100. If you're seeking to purchase a 2022 Glamorgan yearbook, or a copy of Michael Hogan's testimonial brochure, or a scorecard, they're all available from reception, situated on the ground floor of the Thatcher's Pavilion. The Glamorgan Club shop, run by Missouri Sports, will be open until 5 o'clock this afternoon. As there's currently no public access beneath the Castell Cowan stand, you can reach the club shop by exiting through gate 4, strolling down the lane and re-entering back in through gate 2. If you're seeking refreshments, food and drink can be purchased from the kiosk underneath the pavilion seats. There's also a mobile unit adjacent to the pavilion, and if you're a Glamorgan member, tea and coffee is available until 4:30 this afternoon in the Lewis Lounge. Again, tomorrow morning from 10 until 11. Don't forget, drinks and snacks can also be purchased from the vending machines situated at the rear of the indoor school. To resume the Durham first innings, the two not-out batters, Alex Lees and Scott Borthwick. And to resume the bowling for Glamorgan at the River End, Karen Taylor.
Welcome back to Sophia Gardens here on BBC Sport Online for the final session of the third day between Glamorgan and Durham, with the visitors very strongly placed to develop a first innings lead. They are just 71 runs behind with 8 wickets standing. They resume at 163 for 2. Alex Lees, the England opener, is on the not quite on the verge, but only 10 runs away from a century. He's on 90 not out, an innings that probably do a good deal for his England chances. 163 for 2. As Edward Bevan comes in alongside me, and we are to see spin for the first time in this Durham innings from Callum Taylor from the River Taff end, bowling to Scott Borthwick, who plays on the leg side, sets off for a single, is set back, and throw coming in from Wheel, and Borthwick having to put the brakes on fairly rapidly there, because Lees quite rightly was not interested in a single.
No, bit of a mad single there. If you're going to bowl a spinner and off spin, you might as well bowl it with two left-handers there, because the ball going across, hopefully if it spins, as far as Glamorgan's concerned.
As Taylor is in to bowl, worked on the leg side by Borthwick, off his legs for a single to mid-wicket, 164 for 2.
So he has the bowl before Andrew Salter.
Yeah, just 75 runs in the afternoon session, 83 in the morning.
Steady.
Yes.
2.6, I think.
The run rate isn't spectacular, and the over rate has been poor.
That's possibly why you've seen Taylor.
Indeed. As Taylor bowls and forward comes Lees, but apart from the odd LBW shout and that one lobbed up off the edge of Borthwick's bat, there's been very little has actually beaten the bat on the outside from the seamers, as Lees steps back and tries to crack it away on the offside, but ends up hitting it back to the bowler, and there's no run.
That's it, yeah. 69 overs, is it? Bowled.
Next delivery is a quicker one from Taylor and defended. This is the 63rd, the first over of spin.
Yeah, I'm just thinking of a new ball they'll get in tonight.
Yes. Forward comes Lees, just gently dabbing it down on the leg side into a gap next to the umpire, and there's just the single taken. Lees therefore retains the strike. He's on 91. Borthwick is on 31. 165 for 2. Durham trail by 69. James Harris is the first seamer into operation. I thought they might go for a double spin given the look of that over rate, but not hitting the panic button quite yet.
Harris from the Cathedral Road end here at Sophia Gardens is bowling to Alex Lees on 91, and he's in for his first ball after tea and bowls to Lee. Lee just plays it away onto the onside where he stays. Colin Ingram fields and returns.
Yes, a bit of an unfamiliar experience for Ingram, playing the one championship game last year after 3 years without doing so. 4 years, actually.
The hurly-burly of the limited over
3.
cricket.
Yes, there's been a bit of a gun for hire around the world.
Here again is Harris, who bowls. Lee just jabs down on that, and no movement at all, as probably you'd expect after in the 64th over. Harris figures 0 for 23, and he's in his 15th. That's a good economy rate. Just keeping things as tight as they can. No threat of any wickets at the moment.
Down the road, latest is 14-all between Cardiff and the Scarlets. It was 14-0. Aaron Shingler and Liam Williams against his future employers have got the tries for the visitors there.
Harris over the wicket and bowls. And this is punched into the covers where it's fielded by Callum Taylor. No run. I was listening to the half-time report, and they were saying that now Scarlets have the advantage of a strong wind behind them.
Surprised it's that
I'm
strong
looking at
just
the
down the river.
Yeah.
It's certainly not as strong as it was the last couple of days, I don't think.
Cardiff
1 all.
City have equalised, yeah. Swansea still lead 2-1 as Harris comes in close to the stumps and bowls, and this played again. He's determined, isn't he, to go for that 100. He's not going to take any risks whatsoever.
Sunderland still 1 all at Oxford in League One. Newport County still 0-0 at Swindon in League 2. Wrexham still 1 all against Eastleigh in the National League.
Just the one Welsh club in front. All draws elsewhere. Here's Harris. Nice action. Comes bounding up, bowls down the leg side, and is clipped away past mid-wicket for 2 runs at least. The outfield, despite the rain and showers and everything else the last 2 days, pretty quick. It's dried up because it's been a sunny day today and the wind is blowing.
Yeah, it's quite a wide square here, isn't it? And
yeah, big square. Practice
wickets away to our left towards the pavilion are pretty shaven.
I think the biggest pitch, or 2 of them, and I think Taunton and possibly the Oval. They've got a huge squares right across.
The Oval, yeah.
Big ground and Oval. Harris bowls, just sits up nicely to play defensively on the offside. That's the end of the over. 167 for 2, 93 now to Alex Lees. And the captain Borthwick is on 31. These two came together at 95. So, very useful partnership developing.
72 added so far. They came together in the 39th over, so they've been together for 25 overs. The scoring rate in this partnership, therefore, just a tad under 3 runs per over. Callum Taylor from the River Taff end bowls, cut hard away by Borthwick. He won't get a boundary though. That one has slowed up a little on the outfield. Wasn't over the cut square, and they'll jog through very easily for 2 runs as Tim van der Hoogten came round the boundary.
Watching our monitor, it is a strong wind here. You can see the camera shuddering.
Taylor bowls, so he's pitched that one short, and van der Hoogten has to run the other way as Borthwick slapped it away. Just a single this time. Borthwick to 34 not out. 170 for 2, Durham. Glamorgan looking a bit toothless at the moment. Taylor bowls, again that's short of a length, and Lees missing out slightly, and that he hit it hard down into the ground, and it just dribbled to Carlson at short extra.
They'll hope, of course, that Nisa's fully fit by next week.
Taylor is in, bowls, forward comes Lees, off a thick edge, runs down into the gully. Salter runs round from point and fields. I wonder if as Taylor bowls to Lees, who props forward, defends back to the bowler, with Stuart Broad back in the Notts attack next week, whether they'll prepare a helpful pitch for the seamers with a bit of bounce in it, which Nisa would also enjoy.
Nisa and Hogan would both enjoy that.
Faster ball from Taylor, worked away on the leg side by Lees, out towards mid-wicket. Single taken, so no real threat early on from the spinner Callum Taylor, who's there just as much to improve the over rate, you would have thought, as to try and break through. The seamers have all had a decent go though, and 15 overs to go to the new ball. It's something of a defensive operation by Glamorgan, I suppose, to stop Durham getting into the lead by the time the new ball comes.
Exactly. And if they can only keep it tight like this, the rate will probably stay well under 3. Yes, Harris starts a new over and bowled to Lees on 94, and he plays it up to extra cover.
1 century last season for Alex Lees, but 5 half centuries and a respectable batting average of 39 to earn him that England chance in the winter.
If he keeps on going like this, getting solid innings and scoring runs, he'll be there for the first test excuse me, against New Zealand in early June. Harris bowls in and gets him tucked up. It's the bottom of the pad, or it might have been the midriff actually, because he looked at his hand and then he looked at his foot, and I might have played it on. 171 for 2. 2 wickets rather, taken by Van de Gooten. Two slips standing back, as is Chris Cook. So James Harris from this end runs away from us and bowls, and it's played nicely through mid-wicket. My word, he's fond of that shot. He got off the mark with the boundary last night. First shot he played, and this is another boundary. Harris just drifting down the leg side, and 98 for the Durham opener.
Just looking up his highest first class, 275.
Oh,
his highest first class score.
long way to go.
Yeah.
Good workman-like 100 if he gets it, the next 2 runs. He's had a few, 4, I think, LBW shouts against him. Pretty close, 1 or 2. Harris bowls again to him. He drives fluently, but not timed it pretty well, and is fielded at cover. 2 slips and a third man, and 3 in an arc, saving 1 on the offside. There's a straightish mid-wicket and mid-on and a fine leg. As you say, it's more or less a defensive field. If you take 1 slip out, then you will have a run-stopping field. Harris with his shirt, you can see blowing in the wind, is in again and bowls, pitches it up, and this is driven up towards deep extra and intercepted there very well by Callum Taylor. He's very nimble, isn't he, in the field. And Glamorgan have a good feeling side. They're 1 or 2. What is the word I'm looking for? I'm not going to say words.
Senior?
Senior. Wonderful. Yes. Experienced. But
less fleet-footed.
Yes. You got 2 good slippers there, Northeast and Lloyd. In comes the next ball, pushed back down the pitch. That's the end of an over that yielded 4 runs, and it's 175 for 298 to Lees. Borthwick is on 34. We've had 66 over, and we have rather a lot of overs left this evening. I think it's
39.
39. It's 4.
7 o'clock if we go the distance.
The headlights on the way home.
Yeah, reminder that we are not allowed to use the floodlights to illuminate the end of proceedings.
Looking at the sky, Nick, I don't think you're going to need them.
Might get dark after 6. Taylor is in the bowl, and Borthwick back on his stumps and just about dug that one out. It nearly got through there. As
rushing through the over.
Hurried on, yes. Certainly will improve the over rate. Off half a dozen steps round the wicket, and Borthwick defends to mid-on, and there's no run. It's not the most glamorous form of cricket, but it has to be done to save any bonus points that Glamorgan do get. Oh, that's a horrible ball from Taylor, and it's swept away by Borthwick for 4 runs as it went scorching away down to backwards square stroke wide fine leg, and that one really didn't come out right from Callum Taylor, and it got what it deserved. Borthwick to 38, Durham to 179 for 2. Have plenty of time to accumulate bonus points, which is 110 overs. Glamorgan will be struggling to get maximum bowling points though.
Oh yes.
Durham
haven't got 1 yet, have they?
Have should get to 300 plus, maybe 350. Taylor bowls again. That's a better delivery, but Borthwick manages to play it out comfortably enough down to backward point. Van der Hoogten The seam bowler has the role of covering, sweeping really on the offside. Two left-handers at the crease, 180 for 2. Lees on 98, not out. Taylor bowls, and that's down towards short, fine leg, and well fielded by a sprawling Sam Northeast. I thought that was the century for a moment, but Northeast did well.
Good bit of feeling, wasn't it?
And Borthwick come a fair way down the wicket. Did well to get back. Taylor bowls again. Lees again turns it round the corner down to Northeast at short, fine leg. It is a dot ball to finish the over, so Lees remains on 98 not out, but 5 runs off the over to Borthwick. 180 for 2, Durham, just 54 runs in arrears, and still those 8 wickets left.
Looking at that over rate, -4, I think, and I'm not absolutely sure here, is that they amend it every interval.
Yeah, it won't change during the course of the day.
So you might see it down to 3, and they generally say, it's a long walk, from the pavilion here to the middle, that takes up time, and they wheel one over.
Yes,
so
I'm not sure they can adjust it as freely as they used to be able to, the umpires and scorers.
there was one notable, well-known umpire called Mr. Peter Willey, and I'm told that he was umpiring, whatever he's umpiring, and the scorers would go in, or the side that had yielded all these, as Harris starts on the over, plays forward, and would say they're 3, but can we, I'm not interested, you bowl your overs, too slow, goodbye. And that was it, we will. Wouldn't take any excuses at all for bowling slow.
Well, Glamorgan have got not much excuse today, I don't think. They've just operated with seamers and haven't got through them quickly enough.
Bright sunshine for Harris as he runs away from us again and bowls, and appeal for LBW. I suspect that was going down the leg side, and Borthwick was trying to play it away. We have the advantage of a monitor, and there's a bit high as well. I think it's frustration and a plea of please give me a wicket. Only 2 have fallen in the day, both the Van der Gooten, 1 clean bowled, and the other one a very good catch by wicketkeeper Cook. Harris to Borthwick. We seem to have middled that out to deep mid-wicket, and there was a big appeal. Unless it was pad bat first, but seemed all right to me. Let's have a look at that one again.
Ended up at fine leg. He certainly wasn't aiming that.
No,
yeah, inside edge.
Inside
a bit of edge involved.
Other than that,
perfect. Borthwick on to 40. 181 for 2. Will Lees get to his century?
where's Martin? Can describe it eloquently. Here's Harris then. 2 needed for Lees. In he comes, bowls, and that's play defensively again. I don't want to get out at 98, says he to himself. 3 figures I want. And England selectors, having a cup of tea and toast tomorrow, have a look at the papers. See what that boy Lees has done. Oh, he's got 100.
Not sure whether they rely on the newspapers anymore, Edward.
We don't get much cricket, full stop. You get 2.
Well,
You get 2 reports of county matches, both First Division, of course, in the big papers. As Harris comes in, bowls, and as time is driven, he didn't quite know where that was going. And it just lobs in front of him. And man at second slip comes in and fields. 181 for 2, 98 Lees.
There's an argument, of course, that there's just as much cricket coverage as ever. It's just in a different place online rather than in newsprint.
Harris. In again. Bowls to the left-handed Lees. Oh, my word, he nearly gave it away then. He fished outside the off stump. Could easily have nicked that. Just the 1 run off that over. Trail by 53 to Durham. In reply to Glamorgan's disappointing 2-3-4, did you think?
Absolutely. At least 50 below par, probably 100 below par, I think.
They've got to do,
The last 5 wickets going for 20, you expect better of players who on paper are virtually all capable of making contribution, or at least hanging around.
You would expect Taylor to get a few runs, James Harris to get a few runs, Wheel.
Indeed, and it's Taylor with the ball, bowls, and Borthwick hits out on the leg side. Didn't quite get a full bat on it, I don't think, and takes a single out to the mid-wicket boundary. 182 for 2. Lees back on strike, 98 not out. There's a single out to mid-wicket, or a gap in the covers. There are 6 saving the single and 1 slip. Callum Taylor off spin to Lees, who's stretching forward. Lees 28 years old, years of experience with Yorkshire and now with Durham. He's obviously got a sensible head on his shoulders as Glamorgan bring in the cover sweeper to stop the single. Taylor in bowls. Lees tries to work it through the leg side. That should be the century. It's heading up towards the mid-on boundary, and it gets there. And that is Alex Lees's century. It moves on to 102 not out off 227 balls, as Alex Lees looks to reinforce his place in the England side. That was his 14th boundary, and he's really led this Durham reply. 186 for 2.
Certainly has. It hasn't been a fluent innings. He's had a few shouts for LBW against him, a few mistimed shots, but basically he's played the perfect innings for his side and for himself, and it's a great effort for him.
Taylor bowls, and Lees slogs that one rather agriculturally out towards mid-wicket, and we'll get 4 more up towards the scoreboard. That was a bit of a hack, frankly, but it's 4 more runs. They all count the same on the in the scorebook. 106 to Lees, 190 for 2.
I think perhaps you'll see them try and accelerate now because Lees has got his 100. Borthwick is always an aggressive player, and he on 41. And this could be a very damaging partnership for Glamorgan. And players now going out. There's a deep mid-wicket and a deep backwards square. A deep extra cover. Only 44 behind.
Taylor bowls. Lees cuts that one hard down into the covers. Diving stop by Carlson. No run. In comes the next delivery from Taylor, bowling to Lees. Back on his stumps, playing into a gap on the offside. They'll have to hurry through for the single. Salt has a shy at the wickets. There's a diving half stop by Hogan. In fact, the batsmen run past the wickets, so they can't turn in time and go back for overthrows.
100 came off 220.
10 off the over.
It included 14 fours.
Yeah, he's added 1 more since reaching 3 figures. It's James Wheel in the attack now from the Cathedral Road end, and with Taylor struggling to maintain discipline, it's probably time for Salter to be given a go. He's not a ferocious wicket taker, Andrew Salter, but he can certainly tie up an end.
Bit of a gamble, I would have thought. Well, if you've got 5 seamers, Nick, one has come. Another one I think should come back, because they did keep Durham down to 2.5 and over. They don't want them to gallop on now because, let's be honest, Taylor just, he bowled a few, what was the description by Colin Ingram? Freebies. I think Wheel has been very impressive today, and what's he bowled, 11 overs?
0 for 18.
0 for 18.
Most economical of the attack, yes.
Yeah.
Harris 17 overs, 0 for 30. They've been both
and
been
the twos.
Tidy. Van der Hoogten with both the wickets to fall.
Look at that stance. You can see his 3 wickets stamps. Wheel bowls. And it's pushed into the covers. There's no run.
Alex Lees with the high of 129 last season.
Got 65 up there against Glamorgan, I think.
600
mammoth.
Yeah, 625 runs in all. Well, they're on target for another mammoth score in this game, potentially, but time may well run out if they push on that hard.
Wheel balls, just back of a length, played into the covers. Only attacking fielders now, the two slips. Waiting there expectantly or hopefully.
Yeah, I mean, Glamorgan will get back into the dressing room and say, well, we should have had Lees out LBW, 2 appeals when he was on 7 and 12 as they sip their orange juice in the dressing room.
Wheel, bowls. Lees goes off the back foot this time. Short there and pulled up towards cow corner for 4 runs. So he's hit 3 fours now after reaching his 50.
Century.
And Glamorgan have to be careful here, as I think you mentioned earlier on, not to lose concentration, and shouldn't be all that tired because they've only about 10, 13 overs each, which is really nothing.
Yeah, it's only the 70th over of the innings, but there are 35 remaining potentially today. And at least we'll be looking to make hay now.
Wheel is in, bowls him again. Plays defensively this time. He's on 111. Nelson has appeared 195 for 2, just 5 runs away from a bonus batting point.
But the 2 shots he's played through mid-wicket since reaching 3 figures have definitely shown a change in mindset, I think.
Yeah, one was a hoik, as you described.
And that was a hard hit shot as well, off wheel.
And it is Wheel coming in again. It's played in gently into the covers. Coming towards the end of the footy, so I'll better nudge Martin, I think.
He'll have similar commitments, I
all the best, Nick.
presume, so I'll steer the ship. For
all these people wanting us.
Yeah, as long as you can take over the closing stages of the day while I write the match report.
No, I'm going home. More good news I can tell you in the moment, as in comes Wheel over the wicket this time, and that's driven but not very well. End of the over, and it's 195 to 111 to Lees. Borthwick is moving along. He's on 41. Just bumped into the lady who brings the teas and lunches, and she said to me, "You've got roast chicken for lunch tomorrow."
Oh, nice.
So that's been rather nice. Yeah, you hear that, Martin?
Look forward to that. Edward has had an exclusive scoop on tomorrow's menu, as the language of heaven will be informed shortly, and Martin Emerson will return to provide the visitors' perspective on a very strong position at the moment. 195 for 2, and Lee's century certainly doing himself and his team a power of good, Martin.
Yeah, the partnership's gone to 100 as well for Durham with these two, with Borthwick on 41, and he whips that one away off the back foot out through the covers for 1 off Taylor.
Yeah, the 100 partnership in just a tad over 30 overs, so they are accelerating slowly.
That was Lee's 6th century for Durham and his 18th in first class cricket. This is defended. And partnership was 100, what was that, 991 balls, I think it was. This is dabbed back past the bowler and down the far end of the ground to the river end for 4 by Lees.
He seems to have had a knack at times of hitting the ball very hard without appearing to. So his timing is...
Sunderland have scored
excellent.
in the 89th minute. They lead Oxford 2-1. And that's the 200 up for Durham as well. Batting point.
Yeah, 40 overs to get more.
This has gone off down towards the third man area, 4-2.
And 400 might be a bit of a push, but 350 should be attainable in 40 further overs.
Round the wicket he comes. In the sunshine here in Cardiff. An attempted sweep by... Where's that noise coming from?
They're getting excited in the Glamorgan media box
right,
next door.
Couldn't understand where that
thought
yelp
the
was coming from there.
They probably thought the ball was going to bobble up towards Cook or Lloyd off a glove or something there, I think.
He was trying to sweep it. It came off something, didn't it? Oh, he's bowled him, has he? No. Oh, they thought... That must have hit the stumps and the bail hasn't come off. There's a lot going on here. See this again. What's happened here?
An agonising shout from Chris Cook as though he couldn't quite believe it, and Borthwick adjusting the bail.
Yeah, Borthwick's just... So it looks like an inside edge onto the stumps there from Lees, and the bail didn't come off. I haven't seen an action replay yet.
Umpire Blackwell making sure the stumps are in one place. 203 for 2. Lees on 218 somehow.
Where's the action replay? Just when you need an action replay.
Here's James Wheel then, starting a new over from the Cathedral Road end. Bowls, and Lees plays up to mid-off, and there's no run. So, batsman looking to get on with it, taking maybe a few more chances.
Oh, Borough have lost 1-0 to Hull. I think this could be the end of their... well, where were they? Were they in the playoff picture or not?
Embleton put Sunderland ahead in the 90th, 89th minute rather. Wheel bowls and flicked off his hit by Lees. Will get a couple of runs down to deep backward square as two fielders converge on the ball. Van der Hoogten wins the race, 205 for 2. Lees to 120. Wheel trudging back rather. 13th over, reasonably economical, 0 for 24. Balls and a single out on the leg side. Oh, that was an easy one. Glamorgan's field on the leg side is not particularly containing at the moment. And Lees just had to get a bat on that one and trot through to the single, because Carlson at fairly straightish mid-on is the only man remotely saving a single. Borthwick checks his guard, scratches away. He's on 42. Lees on 121. Wheel bowls outside off stump and allowed to go through. Time for some football final whistles to blow. Swansea City have beaten Derby County by 2 goals to 1. 2 early goals from Joel Pirro. We'll send Mr. Bevan dancing on the streets of Trebanos this evening. 206 for 2. Borthwick on 42, facing up to Wheel. And there'll be a run of some description on the leg side. Was there bat involved? No, there was not. A leisurely tap of the knee by umpire Blackwell signals leg bite. 207 for 2. Cardiff City are leading at Reading 2-1 in after 7 minutes of stoppage time there.
God, they're playing 6 minutes of added time at Oxford, and Oxford have just missed a sitter by the looks of things.
Wheel is in to bowl to Lees, who defends, and there's no run. Will Vokes with the potential winner for Cardiff City. Anything else finished? 4th minute of stoppage time at Oxford. Newport County are leading with an own goal at Swindon. Newport County 1-0 up with an own goal in injury time.
Wow. If you're a Newport fan, that's magic in a roundabout sort of way.
Oh dear, dear, dear. 207 for 2. Swindon, home of the magic roundabout, around which I was towed, having broken down on the M4. Not a huge fan of Swindon for various reasons.
Taylor to Borthwick, who goes in the back foot, cuts out towards short extra cover, stopped by Kieran Carlson. Ken says we need a replay of that Leeds incident, but there wasn't one for some reason.
.207 for 2.
In comes the bowler. This is flicked away. Out through mid-wicket by Scott Borthwick. What happened was Taylor bowled. It seemed to go through Lees' defences, possibly an inside edge. Yeah. I thought the ball hit the stumps and the ball didn't come off. Yeah. Round the wicket comes Taylor, dabbed short by Lees to short mid-wicket. Sunderland have nicked it 2-1. There you are.
There we are. There's something for you to hold on to tonight. Hello.
Throw at the stumps this time as Lees goes for a quick single. Going towards the danger end as well. Throw from mid-on, just missed the target. Hands on heads time at the moment.
Definitely got more aggressive, hasn't he, Lee, since reaching 3 figures.
Yeah.
Job done. Headlines secured. England selectors, please take note. Now I can try and press on for my team.
In comes the bowler to Borthwick. It's really the opposite of the Lees said the better, isn't it? Taylor around the wicket, cut by Borthwick out through the covers for 1. He moves on to 44.
It's one of my football colleagues particularly fond of a pun or two. So do you have ham or cheese for lunch today? Or a bit of both? Women's Rugby International underway at Kingsholm. Kicked off at 4:45.
I passed there the other night.
England against Wales. Both sides having won their first 2 games, but England big favourites to remain unbeaten. Rugby down the road will have finished
Is
soon.
the England women's skipper from South Shields or somewhere?
Not sure.
Can't remember her name now.
As James Whale starting his latest over from the Cathedral Road end outside off stump. Borthwick plays no shot. Scarlets now lead Cardiff 28-14. Cardiff having led 14-0 early doors with Dan Davis and a penalty try taking the Scarlets into the lead. So quite a turnaround in that game. That was a 3:10 kick-off.
Scott says, great to hear you back on the radio, keeping up the good work and flying the flag for the North East. He's in. He says he has the Sunderland Red House flag at England cricket matches as this is defended by Borthwick.
Feels like this will be a long session, says Ben Bonney, who earlier was watching in Mallorca, so I presume he's still in Mallorca. Liam Williams has got a second try for him against his future employers. Scarlets now lead 35-14, so no doubt about the result there.
Mervin's emailed, he said, if and when Durham get in front of Glamorgan, that is the time to push the score on. We've had plenty of games lost over the years through bad game management.
Wheel is into bowl to Borthwick, who drives on the offside. Well, I think Durham are already pressing the accelerator button because that's been clubbed away through the offside for 4 more, and Glamorgan unable to maintain the control that they had for most of the first 2 sessions over the run rate. Durham definitely looking to accelerate. This stand now worth 121 and Borthwick under 48.
Third wicket, partnership. Well done, Edward Bevan, for your generous comments as Lees reached his 100. Fair and unbiased commentary, says Mervyn.
As Wheel is in, well, we try, as that's turned away down towards fine leg by Borthwick. He might come back for his 50. He has a look and decides that the throw from Van der Hoogten is on its way, so it's not worth risking. 217 for 2. Obviously we come from a certain viewpoint, and that's obvious, but we try and realise we're commentating for both sides, listeners, as it were. It's not like a local radio match where you're only listened to by supporters of one side, basically.
These two need to add another 56 to break the third wicket stand for Durham against Glamorgan. 177 Hutton and Bankiran.
This will be a single for Lees down towards backward square, and well, Glamorgan field has gone on the defensive. It's not really working, because that just means there are singles and twos to be had all over the place as Durham move within 16 of Glamorgan's first innings tally. Borthwick has hit 6 boundaries so far in his 49 not out of 91 deliveries.
And that little scare, was he on 23 when the ball looped up off his edge?
25, I believe, in my notes. Wheel into Borthwick on 49 not out, and he's forward defending back down the pitch.
Yeah, 25 I've written down as well.
So he's pressed on nicely. The only question mark really in his innings so far, when you're leading edge to Van der Hoogten, and Carlson was wishing that he was Hogan-esque in height as he dived and ended up tipping it over the bar. 218 for 2. Borthwick on 49. Wheel round the wicket to the left-hander, and that will be Scott Borthwick's half-century as he's noodled it away down to third man for a single. So the 50 including 6 boundaries, and it's come off 93 deliveries as Durham reached 219 for 2.
Scott Borthwick's 50 came off 93 balls and included 6 balls.
Just said that, Dr. Hignell.
What's the doctor for? What's it in, do you know?
He's a geography specialist, I believe, in a former life.
Right.
In the classroom, where those he instructed included BBC commentator Alison Mitchell.
36th time he's got the 50 for Durham, Scott Borthwick. Oof, where's that gone? That's 6, isn't it? I've lost sight of it.
It is.
Did you see where that went?
Somewhere by the scoreboard. The
Right.
stewards in the orange jackets have gone off down towards the equipment shed down there, and that was hoiked away by Borthwick to celebrate 3 figures, tucking into Callum Taylor.
Yes, he went back into his crease there and then just pulled it hard up over deep mid-wicket. 4-6.
This is turning into quite a one-sided game at the moment, as Durham just 9 behind now, and pummeling Glamorgan on the ropes.
Now they're having a look at the ball. It's just been returned from whence it went, down some alleyway by the looks of things. In comes the bowler again. This is defended.
Down towards the Maynard gates, and poor old Matt Maynard. There are 3 gates at the stadium after championship winning captains.
Taylor balls, Borthwick with a little flick through the leg side for 1.
And Matthew Maynard has got the least used of them as the public come in through the Wilf Wooler gates away to our right. The teams come in through the Tony Lewis gates behind the pavilion. Not many people come at all via the Maynard gates.
Round the wicket, Lees digs this one out. Full length delivery around about middle and leg. Plays it up towards mid-on.
Taylor hasn't really got his lengths right.
In comes the bowler again. And this has gone off towards the square leg boundary. There's 2 fielders converging on it. Cut it off right in front of the rope, next to the grandstand. 1 run.
think Taylor's trying to fire it into the block hole, but he's just dragging it down a little bit from this distance anyway.
In comes the bowler, and driven out through the covers this time by Borthwick for 1. So Durham are nearly level now. They are only 6 behind at 228 for 2. There's still 30 overs remaining tonight. If they squeeze them all in, they could end up with a sizable lead this evening.
Yeah, it should be over 100, shouldn't it, you would have thought. And that's the new ball does miracles, which is 5 overs away. So in the Championship today, Cardiff City 2-1 winners at Reading, Swansea City 2-1 winners over Derby County. Sunderland also 2-1 winners in League One at Oxford. In League Two, Newport County took it right at the end through an own goal at Swindon, 1-0 there. And Wrexham have just beaten Eastleigh 3-2 with a penalty from Mullin in the 95th minute. Bit of Hollywood magic here. So you need a twist in the tail if you're a Hollywood club. You've got to score your winners in the last minute. Andrew Salter to bowl, and not before time too.
So if there was a 2-2 draw, would it have finished with "to be continued" on the screen? Who's this coming on for a twirl?
Salter.
Yeah.
15 wickets at 45 last season. Salter in, bowls first ball. Sees Borthwick propping forward but playing no shot. So there are now 6 fielders saving the single. There was a ring on the off side, but one of those fielders is now being brought in to slip. So it's 5 saving the single. There's a sweeper on the short cover boundary in front of the grandstand. Salter to Borthwick. Floats that one slightly. Borthwick drives it to cover, and there's no run. Mid-wicket is back about 10-15 metres inside the boundary rope on the practice pitches. Salter bowls. No shot offered by Borthwick through outside off stump. Fine legs a long way back for an off spinner. Salter bowls, and Borthwick again thrusts the right pad forward and allows the ball to go into the gloves of Chris Cook. So probably just 2 or 3 overs from Salter with the old ball. Borthwick defends. It's a good start from the Glamorgan all-rounder, promoted to opening the batting. Didn't really fire in any way there. That's a quicker ball from Salter, defended by Borthwick, so he started with a maiden. It's 228 for 2, 6 runs behind, 4 overs to go till the new ball.
I was just going to go and do an update in a moment, but just before I do, Dave's emailed. He says, as a returning member after a few seasons away, I had an enjoyable evening on Tuesday at the members' pre-season event. Some very good interviews with a positive vibe from both on-field and off-field staff. I'm looking forward to getting back to the Riverside over the coming months, and meanwhile enjoying this afternoon on the commentary and the stream between the racing at Aintree. Grand National's on in a minute or two, isn't it? I think.
There's a lot of sport this weekend, isn't there? With the Masters as well. Well, good to hear from your listener there, and hopefully a few more will be getting back into county grounds after the 2 years of uncertainty. First ball from Taylor is played by Lees. Back to the bowler, with no crowds in the curtailed 2020 season. Limited crowds for most of last season. Lees drives back to Taylor, no run. So double spin from Glamorgan. And the over rate has changed to -2 on the scoreboard. I didn't think they adjusted it during the course of the sessions. As that's driven by Lees up towards long on. It'll be just a single or all along the boundary. 229 for 2. Taylor, right arm off spin, round the wicket, 5 wickets last season. as that one almost got through, and it was chopped down on at the last minute, and Chris Cook thought it might have been pad first. I'm not quite sure how. Maybe a bit of boot involved. So Cook asking the question. But umpire Warren has not been moved by anything all day. Borthwick faces up and is back on his stumps. Taylor inducing more respect to this over. And Glamorgan will they take the new ball straight away? They probably have to from the match point of view, as that's turned up to mid-on by Borthwick, but mid-on in the form of substitute Tom Cullen is up much closer than he was for Lees, and therefore there's no run. 229 for 2. Taylor's tidiest over yet. Seamer's warming up. New ball 3 overs away. Glamorgan desperate for a wicket as the visitors look likely to get into the lead by the time the new ball is taken. Matthew Maynard, Glamorgan coach, perambulating. Well, actually, it's more of a purposeful walk. That looks like a pass on some instructions walk rather than just one of his get me steps in, enjoy the sunshine walks around the field. As there's a hold-up in play while Kieran Carlson, vice-captain, and the bowler Andrew Salter discuss the state of the ball with umpire Blackwell. There's no change in the ball. 78th over, 229 for 2, just 5 runs behind. As Salter bowls, forward comes Lees to defend. Ben Bonney says best result likely for a draw, for Glamorgan a draw, but I think they can learn a thing or two on how Lees and Borthwick have batted here, showing class, temperament, and now how to put their foot down. Lees defensive to that delivery. 125 he has, 58 Borthwick has, and he could join Lees in the Century Club if he continues this evening with plenty of time left. Forward comes Lees, driving back to the bowler. No run. Morgan looking to whip through these overs and get that negative over 8 off the scoreboard. As Salter bowls to Lees, who drives to Taylor in the covers, and there is no run. If you want to tweet us, Mardy Cricket, Nick Webb 2017. Salter bowls, back on his stumps goes Lees, defends back to the bowler. So Glamorgan finally managing to apply the brakes temporarily to Durham's progress. Run rate though is up to 2.94. Lees forward, defending on the offside. So Salter has started with 2 maidens, having been used 7th in the attack, which he won't be too pleased with. So, just 1 over from each end before the probable new ball. David Lloyd will, rather strangely, bowl the last over before the new ball at the River Taff end. I'm trying to work this out because Callum Taylor's bowled probably just his best over so far with just 5 runs off it, 1 run off his last over, having struggled for control before that. That is odd. Remarkable events down the road at Cardiff Arms Park, where the Scarlets have completely run away with affairs against Cardiff to complete a very convincing double, 35-20 to the West Walians last week, and now 49-14 at the Arms Park today, with Liam Williams, a Cardiff signing for next season, scoring twice against his future side. 7 tries. David Lloyd around the wicket, driven out through the offside by Borthwick. There'll be runs here, a couple of runs. It's picked up by Hogan inside the deep extra cover boundary, and there's no run. In the Women's Rugby International, 0-0 at Kingsholm, but England's Abby Dow getting lengthy treatment for a leg injury, so there's a hold-up in play there. David Lloyd bowls, and Borthwick defends to mid-on. It's just saying, Martin, that I couldn't really understand David Lloyd bowling this over when Taylor's probably just bowled his tightest over of spin.
-2 on the over rate. The new ball nearly due.
Yeah, there's a spinner sort of operating at both ends, and Seamer comes on for the 79th. There we are. Lloyd bowls, and Borthwick doesn't get a run because he's cracked it just to the right of Andrew Salt, who's made a good stop in the gully. There are no slips now, so it's purely a holding operation for Glamorgan to get through to the new ball and hope that provides some sort of magic. 231 for 2. Durham 3 runs behind. Lloyd bowls. Borthwick defends to mid-on, and there's no run.
Scott Wilson from the Northern Echoes just tweeted a picture. He says, we'll have a lovely weekend away in Vienna, says the missus, and they're sitting in a pub watching the Grand National in Vienna.
Conditions, yes. Vienna, all right.
Oh, Vienna.
Oh, Vienna, indeed. As Borthwick drives on the leg side, kept off the top by Shut Up Your Face by Joe Dolce.
Yeah, that was going to be my question, but you got there before I can ask it. Yeah. What's the matter, you?
Oh,
hey.
heck.
What year was that? About 83 or something? 84?
Ooh,
82.
82. I would guess. England's women have just taken the lead, 5-0 against Wales. Lloyd bowls wide outside off stump, spectacular diving stop by Chris Cook, standing up to the medium pacer and made to work hard by his successor as captain with that last ball. So 80th over coming up from the spin of Andrew Salter, who's bowled two maidens so far. 231 for 2. Durham poised to get their noses in front.
Who my non-league team have lost today. Trip to the seaside to Whitley Bay. Sunderland RCA losing 2-0. Wins for the leaders Crook and North Shields in the Northern League. Bowler comes in. This is pushed off towards point by Lees for 1. Ryab Colliery Welfare, which is where the Borthwick family are from, that area. Nearby Silksworth, they won 3-1 against Newcastle Benfield.
Still sides with Colliery in the title, eh?
Yeah. There's quite a few Colliery Welfare sides around in the Northern League. Salter bowls. Borthwick forward, plays it back along the track to the bowler.
Aren't any Collieries actually open still, are there?
Nothing now. The last one up in the northeast was Ellington, and that must have closed down about 2005 or something. Salter in again, defended. Wasn't Britain's last deep pit in either South Yorkshire coalfield shut down a few years ago? Once more defended by Borthwick again on a length. There's still, obviously, you've got open cast mining, which is going on. There's some of that in Northumberland.
It's a fairly small scale, though, isn't it, these days?
Salter, right arm round to the left-handed Borthwick. That's played up to the sort of advanced mid-off position, really, to Callum Taylor. The new ball will be due in a moment, and Durham are not quite level. There's 2 balls left of this over. They are 2 behind. Salter in. Borthwick leaves that one. Into the keeper's gloves it goes. In fact, the scoreboard's a ball behind, is it? Oh. Now then, are the umpires convinced that's the end of the over? It's clicked on another ball. Right, 80 overs gone. So will the new ball be taken? Or not? like it, does it?
That's strange.
Lloyd's going to continue.
Don't quite understand this. Having been on the defensive for about, well, since tea, for the last hour, you'd have thought Glamorgan would grab that new cherry as eagerly as I could. Didn't see any change of ball, didn't see any signal of umpire. As Lloyd in to bowl and driven by Lees back to the bowler, and there's no run. Don't understand this. There's no slip. 5 saving the single. 4 out. Fielders, that is. Lloyd bowls to Lees and beats him outside off stump. Well, unless Lloyd has seen something in the conditions that he thinks he can take advantage of.
Maybe.
Just for an over or 2.
They don't have to take the new ball after 80 overs, of course.
No, but you'd think it'd be a drowning man waving for a life belt in this sort of match situation. Lloyd to Lees, tucks it through mid-wicket. Comfortable 4 runs, nothing Wheel can do to cut that off from just forward of square. 236 for 2, and Durham are now into the lead as Lees has more than half those runs. He has 130 of them, and it's all profit for Durham from now on. Lloyd, right arm, medium pace, round the wicket, and that's a expansive drive from Lees that sees the ball off the edge, down to third man. Safely enough. Single taken, 131 to Lees, 237 for 2. A lead of 3 runs. As Test match, Bangladesh 139 for 5, still 314 behind South Africa. Borthwick defends to mid-on. Division 2, Worcestershire well on top against Leicestershire. Worcester 90 for 0 in their second innings, a lead of 225 runs. Middlesex dominant against Derbyshire at Lords. Middlesex 97 for 3 in their second innings, a lead of 194 runs. Lloyd bowls and clipped away down towards backward square. He's bisected the fielders on the boundary on the leg side. Borthwick for 4 more. There's a square leg and a fine leg back, but that raced away straight between them, and surely it's new ball time very shortly. 241 for 2. Durham lead by 7. Down on the south coast at Hove, well, Sussex, who seemed in control at one point against the favourites Notts, but Notts rattled up 534 for 9 declared, with 192 from Steve Milani and 109 not out from Joey Everson in the lower order. Sussex 8 for 0, still 151 runs behind, so that game has turned round dramatically. And Andrew Salter will continue for you, Martin.
Here he comes, right arm round from the Cathedral Road end, and this is played out by Lees towards the covers for 1.
Lead 8, 23 overs to come after this one. Looking at least 6:45 finish.
And he comes again, defended by Borthwick. He's on 64, Lee's 132. The lead is 8. Neil Killeen and James Franklin, the Durham coaches, wandering around the boundary at the far end of the ground as Salter bowls. And that's the end of Borthwick. He's pulled one straight to mid-wicket and is caught by the leaping Sam Northeast, and he is out for 64. So Durham lead by 8, and the partnership ends at 147.
Yeah, going for a big shot over mid-wicket. Didn't really time it, and Andrew Salter has his first wicket of the season, and Glamorgan have their first bowling point of the season, and boy did they need that wicket. Sam Northeast has his first official catch for Glamorgan as well. Borthwick gone for 64, 3 for 242, and those two put on 147 in round about 42 overs, somewhere around there. 43 from the 39th to the 82nd. Instant maths, never a good idea on the radio. But Glamorgan desperately needed that one. Borthwick hit 7 fours and 1 6, and he faced 121 deliveries for his 64.
When was the last wicket before this one? I didn't write it down.
39th over.
Right.
38.2 if you're really going to be precise.
Coming back to us for Durham is David Bellingham.
Just when you get a wicket after several hours, you see Durham's top scorer from last season proceeding over the boundary rope now and towards the middle. Plenty of runs for Bellingham last season, as he at one point threatened to be the first to 4 figures. He got there, but not first in the end. Bellingham with 300s and 350s. Kieran Carlson was in that running for a while, but fell away a little bit towards the end of the season. Finished up still Glamorgan's top scorer with 928 runs at a very decent average of 48. They were battling it out for a large chunk of the season. And Glamorgan now have a right-left combination to cope with, having bowled at 2 left-handers for the last few hours. Now the field converges for the new batsman. Slip in and around 7 players saving the single. Bellingham then
was it Callum
things.
Taylor who we thought had bowled him on was it 119?
It was Taylor who we thought might have rattled the stumps the way everyone was looking at them.
Salter bowling to David Bellingham, who was one of the top scorers in the country last year, led all the way up until the final hurdle of reaching 1,000 runs. He was just pipped at the end of the season, having been the first to every other figure before that. Started off with 300 odd runs in a match in the opening round of games at Notts. He's got a single there, and he's off the mark.
Diving stop by James Harris at a deepish mid-on to prevent it going away for 4. It's a nicely timed shot by Bellingham to get off the mark.
Salter around the wicket now. 2 Lees as a bit of an appeal, and then they give up on the appeal. Realisation that perhaps there was just a little bit of bat in it. Very late. That's the end of the over. 243 for 4. Lees has 132. Bellingham 1, and Durham lead by 9. I've got to go and do an update for tees.
Well, Salter has justified my suggestion that he might have been brought into the attack rather earlier. He's bowled 4 overs, 1 for 3, as David Lloyd consulting with umpire Warren. And David Lloyd will continue with his medium pace from the River Taff end. It's not as if the bowlers have been hugely overworked. 15 overs from Hogan, 17 from Harris, 15 Van der Hoogten, 14 from Wheel. You'd have thought they had a Another 5 left in them apiece. Maybe Lloyd looking to get up to maybe 20 overs left in the day before he takes the new ball. It looks as though we will be able to go on if the light holds. Lloyd is in to bowl and Beddingham drives out into covers and we'll get 4 runs as a diving Salter at point cannot get a hand to it, and it runs away to the boundary on the short side. First boundary for David Beddingham of the new first class season. No doubt there'll be many more to come. 247 for 3. Beddingham onto 5. Durham on the verge of a second batting bonus point. Next delivery, again driven through the offside. And has he timed that one well enough for another boundary? There's a sprawling stop from Callum Taylor, who knocks the ball back, and there's a little bit of a mix-up between the batsmen as Beddingham thought there was a potential third run in there, as Taylor had to make some way towards the boundary, then dived, then knocked the ball away from himself. He set off for a third. Lace maybe thinking, I've been out here an awful long time. Didn't think there's a third. Beddingham had to turn and return from whence he came. 249 for 3. Lloyd bowls. Beddingham drives into covers. Callum Taylor fields and holds the pose as if he was going to throw at the non-striker's end. Should either of them venture forth. Maybe Lloyd just looking to manage his bowler's workload over the day. Now that Durham look very likely to bat out the day. Beddingham is beaten by that one from David Lloyd. Chris Cook didn't take cleanly standing up to the medium pacer, but that didn't miss the off stump by an awful lot. And no wonder maybe that Cook did not take cleanly. So he probably thought it was going to trim the off stump. Lloyd again into Beddingham, who edges through the slips, and that one's run away for 4. Slip standing back Sam northeast as Beddingham, not sure whether that would have how aerial that was anyway, but it was definitely a snick. It was short and wide of northeast, the only slip there, but it probably carried 3/4 of the way to the slip fielder. 11 to Beddingham, and it's been querying this decision by David Lloyd to not to take the new ball. He and Salter are causing a few problems. Salter with the wicket. As this one is again a big drive by Beddingham outside off stump, doesn't make contact. 253 for 3. Durham with their second batting bonus point to go with their 3 with the ball, so they lead 5-2 on points at the moment. Edward, what do you make of this decision to postpone taking the new ball?
Well, as I was coming in now, and for a couple of minutes before that, David Harrison and Matthew Maynard wandered in.
All right, so you've got the horse's mouth, the inside track.
I didn't ask him, Nick, to be honest with. But they were commending Salter because he's hardly
4 overs, 1 for 3.
Yeah, hardly run against him. I don't really know, and I can't quite work it out, because you do nip, or you can nip a few out again and just get back in the mix of it. Now we've got the new one coming, I think.
James Harris, that looks like a new ball that he's propelling towards Hogan. So new ball taken, I think.
Let's have a look. 2 slips. Hogan's winding. It's got to be, isn't it?
83 overs, so just 3 overs late in the end.
So it will be Harris coming in now and bowls the first ball to Lees, who is 132 not out, who pushes it up to mid-off.
So already he's bettered his top score of last season, which was 129.
Yes. It's a pity, really, that Taylor was a bit expensive because it took the initiative away, didn't it?
I thought Salter ought to have come on for Taylor, maybe 4 overs earlier.
I agree. Glorious sunshine. Now, evening sunshine, as in comes Harris, who is bowled a little bit short there and is hammered away to deep extra cover. The sweeper fields, returns, and the score advances by 1. We're going to be here till about 6:30 at least tonight.
And the rest.
2:54 for 3.
6:45 minimum, I'd have said.
I'm going out to dinner at 7.
No, you're not now.
I'm not. They never make any arrangements on a Saturday night at the cricket, or any night for that matter. So all the interviewees then keep us waiting for 20 minutes or keep you waiting. Bellingham waits, right-handed. Harris bowls, gets behind it as Bellingham. He was their star batsman, and do you remember in the final last year at Trent Bridge, he hammered the ball off Salter down to long on, and a good diving catch by Wheel. Really was.
Was that the one that Wheel volleyed with a drop kick or something?
Harris, medium fast, comes in, bowled to Bellingham. Bellingham is forward. Applause from the slips and the wicket keeper. 2:54 for 3, and the lead now is 20. We still have 21 overs. Bowl.
Yeah, that was one of the wickets that got Andrew Salter man of the match, 3 for 42. Cheeky little 33 off 22 balls, and pipped Carlson to man of the match.
Yeah. Harris bowls. Played away. Looked like a little in-swinger that, but she pushed away to mid-on. Plenty of batting to come. I want to push on tonight. Glamorgan, glad to see the new ball coming along.
Yeah, Durham probably ought to look for 350 within the 110 overs.
Oh, yes. Bellingham drives up to mid-off. To Hogan, no run. Yeah, he's an attacking player, Bellingham. End the over, incidentally, and he's a good man to have at the crease. Now, if you want quick runs, hits the ball very, very hard and hits it a long way. Lees, well, he should be seeing the ball like the football now.
The new ball was taken during that over, and returning to bowl at the river end is Michael Hogan.
Well, who needs a commentator when you've got the address system there telling us that Michael Hogan, after the new ball was taken during that over, it will be Hogan to bowl to Lees. And one thing I have noticed, Nick, I don't know if you have, the bowlers might have been a little bit guilty when bowling at Lees of trying to hit that leg stump, because he bats just about outside off stump, because how many runs he scored there. He got off the mark there last night with a drive through mid-wicket, and perhaps you just drift in trying to think, will he topple over? Has he left a gap? But he hasn't it yet.
Here comes Hogan then from the River Taff end, and Lees will pick up his 134th run, and Durham move on to 255 for 3. In the Sophia Gardens sunshine at the end of day 3, thankfully none of the weather interruptions that saw play restricted to 47 overs on day 1, so more or less half of day 1 and 2/3 of day 2 lost to the weather. Hogan charging in, bowls to Bellingham, runs down the leg side. Was there a bat on it? Yes, there was.
And Hogan-like delivery.
He'll be cross. Not that you'll be able to see unless you're standing next to him, but not a demonstrative bloke on the field usually, though he did look rather perturbed at those LBW appeals against Lees early on not being given, and how much difference that might have made in the course of the day's play.
Yes, indeed. I suspect a big difference.
Well, at least 100 runs to the opener anyway. Bellingham waits and defends back to Hogan, who flicks it towards Salter at mid-wicket to pick up and do a bit of polishing. 259 for 3. Durham lead by 25 runs with 7 wickets still in hand. So the visitors demonstrating their case for a strong season in Division 2.
Well, they lose Lees, won't they?
As Hogan is in to bowl, there's an appeal as Bedingham gropes forward, hit on the pad, ball rolls down into the gully, fielded by North East. No run, but they'll have Peterson, the South African, available from next week, and Lees for presumably this first block of championship games before we assume he goes off to represent England.
Carries on like this, he certainly will.
Bellingham on 15 faces Hogan, pushes forward. There's shouts of catch it as the ball ballooned maybe off bat and pad back down the wicket, but Hogan couldn't get to it. And inside edge onto pad. Had there been a short leg, it might have been a catch, but Hogan couldn't have been expected to get there. 259 for 3. Who knows, we might find Ben Stokes lining up against Glamorgan in the return fixture of these two counties.
I don't think he'll bowl a lot, though.
Round 6. There's Hogan bowls on the legs of Bedingham again, and it's almost 3 runs as it runs down towards the boundary and beats the charge of Van der Hoogten around the square leg boundary. And Hogan stares down at his footmarks, 2 boundaries down leg side in that over, and that really was a help yourself sort of ball, I'm afraid, the last delivery. And Bedingham duly did. He is on 19, 134 to Lees, 263 for 3, lead 29, 20 overs remain, therefore around about 10 to 7 finish.
And if they go at 3s and 3 in the bits, 360, say 17, it could be 100 on tonight then. Yeah. Here's a new over from Harris, bowls to Lees short, too short, and he just hammers it away to deep extra, and they go through for a single.
Yeah, the way Durham were going along at 2.5 runs and over, I didn't think they'd get to that sort of potential target for the day, but they're now up to 3.1 runs and over, with the potential, of course, to accelerate with Bedingham, an attacking batsman, Lees well set.
Bowling side always have a chance with the second new ball, but also if they're a bit tired, new ball does travel from the bat rather quickly. Harris in, bowls, Bellingham plays it off his legs up towards mid-wicket. There'll be runs here, they go through for a single, and in fact he's going to get 4 to the short boundary. Just a little clip. But when you've got 6 players on the offside, the last thing you want to do is pitch it around middle and leg.
Yeah, it was rather full as well, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Comfortably driven away by Bedingham. 268 for 3.
Just tells you what the pitch is like, and where Glamorgan fell away yesterday badly for their batting. The sort of lower middle and late order batsmen. There's Harris in, bowls off the back foot, the tall Bellingham plays it out into the covers, and there's no run.
Well, Glamorgan threatened to get those partnerships going, didn't they? But they 80 was the biggest, I believe, for the 5th wicket between Ingram and Cook.
Ingram and North East put on 53.
But in contrast, we saw 147 between Borthwick and Lees.
Bedingham waits, pushed away into the offside, intercepted there. If you'd had Hogan or Wheel fielding, they would have another wicket, because the one that ballooned off, remember? I think it was Taylor or
Carlson
rather.
nearly got a hand to it at cover off Borthwick early on. Well, he was on 25 at the time. There we are. You're going to get half chances and what might have been, but what is Durham firmly in control.
James Harris bowls. Again, he's drifting down that leg side, but a bit straight down. He's pushed to mid on. The wind has dropped. What was the score across the river at the rugger?
Scarlets proved that West is best with a very emphatic victory in the end, having been 14-0 down. It finished 49-14.
Did it really?
Having beaten Cardiff 35-20 last week.
Harrison bowls, chopped away but straight to the gully. Fielded by Salter, that's the end of the over.
And Liam Williams scoring a couple of tries against the side he'll play for next season.
He's jumped around a few clubs, hasn't he? Saracens.
Scarlet, well,
Scarlets,
2 spells at Scarlets and
Cardiff.
Saracens. Well, not hugely excessive at the end, no, towards...
Not exactly Chris Ashton club.
No, quite. And, well, careers are short and you can't blame players for taking the advantage of a lucrative few years in England, maybe. Hogan, 0 for 53, looking for his first wicket of the new first-class season. Well, pretty tightly in pre-season. And bat and pad together there for Leeson. And the ball just jammed down on the offside and there's no run.
It's the usual Cardiff wicket, isn't it? Very easy paced.
Let's hope that from the Welsh point of view that Glamorgan find it equally so tomorrow when they'll be under some scoreboard pressure, as the saying goes, at some point.
Trying to save much, it's not quite as easy.
Hogan bowls and Lees plays it comfortably away on the offside. In the Women's International, it is very much England's game, 19-0 up at half-time against Wales at
as we thought.
Kingsholm. As we thought, England having had several more years of full-time professionalism and Wales just dipping a toe in that particular water this year. 12 full-time pros and about the same part-time contracts. Bedingham on 23, faces up. Hogan bowls and Bedingham punches away on the offside, but there is no run.
Cardiff City won today, Swansea City won, Wrexham won, and Newport won. I think I'm right.
And Sunderland won to keep our visitors, listeners, happy, or some of them anyway. Newcastle winning last night, so most of the football fans listening to this broadcast
you're all happy tonight.
Should be happy. Hogan races towards us, bowls to Bedingham, who plays that one off his legs.
And off the stumps by the shrieks out there.
Down to backward square, Van der Hoogten comes in. Single taken. 270 for 3. 36
Any
runs
more
in the lead.
Rugby on Funic?
Well, the time doesn't permit, really.
Oh, Saturdays, of course.
Glamorgan are playing Thursday to Sunday for the first 6 weeks of the season. It'll keep me off the streets. Hogan round the wickets.
Very big, huge game in the Principality. Fortnight tomorrow. Trebanos RFC are involved in one of these plate competitions against I don't know whom.
Go on, Edward, you're telling us half a story here.
Yeah, I don't know who we're playing actually. But the whole village will be emptied. Perhaps I shouldn't say that.
Hogan is into bowl and Lees turns that one away into the leg side.
That Edward Bevan's not in the house, is he? Oh, good, lovely. I'll enjoy that.
So will you attend if Glamorgan finish in 3 days?
Certainly. certainly will.
271 for 3. Partnership worth 29 so far since since Borthwick was caught off Salter.
Whenever I go up the rugby club for a lemonade, normally on a Friday night, and we have a good chat. There's one particular chap, he's a good friend of mine. Why weren't you watching us down the park today? Well, I had to take my wife off. I was working. Well, can't you organise? They don't believe, you see, there's just one world for them. They just
not realised your job for the last 40 odd years.
Yeah. In comes Harris, bowls. Oh, that's a good, well, there's a peel. Not all that convincing. Harris didn't even look at the umpire. But, yeah, I don't think. I'm afraid that, not afraid, Chris Cook is going the way of most wicket keepers. Alex Stewart, I can think of. Mark Wallace, they had their different appeals, didn't they? Harris in past the umpire again and bowls. And these drives on the offside, intercepted again there by the fielder. As the sun shines down, caps for everybody, shading themselves from the sun. Oh,
Wallace, you could tell.
Yes.
On the number of bounces, a 3 bounce appeal from Mark Wallace, and he was absolutely convinced.
Yeah, and Cook has got into that. Over the wicket again comes James Harris, bowls to Lees. Lees is forward, plays it away into the offside, and there's no run. Plenty of cricket left this evening, and I think it's a fine day tomorrow, so I'm here for most of the day, unless they shake hands or whatever time, or it's an exciting finish, whatever. Harris is his 20th over, 0 for 36. As he comes in, bowls again, tries to square drive. A lot of missed time shots. I think that tells us that the pitch is on the sort of slow-ish side. And the batsmen, when they go in and play the shot, they realise the ball is not quite there. And as I said, it's a typical Cardiff easy pace, slow pitch at the moment. It doesn't really change, it doesn't spin.
Looking through the Trebanos Twitter account, there's a lot of excited talk about their visit to the stadium.
Is there? Next ball is the short one that goes over the top, over the right shoulder of Lees.
Doesn't actually say who they're playing anywhere.
No, I don't think they know. I'm going to draw here, let us. Or somebody else plays somebody else and then we play the winners. So
you'll be glad to hear that your boys beat us Lavera 18-10 today anyway.
Good. I met one of the lads this morning in the paper shop. You haven't got a side out today, he said. Oh, that's all right then.
So there's a short delivery from Harris to finish the over. Update for BBC Radio Wales listeners fairly shortly. And not much good news to tell them, I'm afraid.
Martin is hovering. Oh, he was hovering, he's gone.
He's gone. He's stopped hovering.
How do you want to do it then? You want me to do the last 10 or whichever thing you say?
Yeah, I'll have to withdraw from the attack with maybe half a dozen overs to go at least.
What's your figures like?
To write several hundred words for the website report, which one the BBC Sport Wales team does every day of the season. Hogan into bowl to Beddingham, who drives sketchily off an outside edge down towards third man for a single. Rog Young on Twitter questions the selection of Callum Taylor on April wicket and suggests that Douthwaite may have been more likely to take wickets.
Yeah.
272 for 3 Durham. They're already 38 runs in the lead. Glamorgan with just 1 bonus point. 2 wickets today for Tim van der Hoogten. The Seamers eventually played around the ground after being fairly economical for most of the day. Tim van der Hoogten with the first 2 wickets, then a stand of 147 between Scott Borthwick and Alex Lees, the England opener, who's on 137 not out. Borthwick was eventually caught off Andrew Salter for 64, but Durham really in charge of this game at the moment. They may run out of time to force a victory. Durham 272 for 3, lead by 38. We've got 16 overs left today, plus the whole day tomorrow, as Lees plays.
Answering that query is
quietly.
Douthwaite isn't fully fit. That's why
he didn't bowl terribly well in the students' match.
I think he went for 60 and 8 or something like that. Yeah.
Because he's had an injury during the close season, although he's back in action now, maybe not quite.
I think he's playing for a couple of days in the game that starts at Edgbaston next Monday. Second team have got a 4-day match.
Hogan is into bowl and defended by Lees, 137. Maybe just starting to tire a little bit, Alex Lees, having dominated the Glamorgan bowling for a good chunk of the afternoon. It's fairly sedate for a while, 2.5 runs and over. As round the wicket, and a play and a miss from Lees. Hogan passing the outside edge through to Chris Cook. Little nibble at that one.
Yeah, I've been a bit unlucky, Hogan. Figures don't look great, of course, but they don't really reflect, I don't think. Not for 57 of 80. This is his 18th over.
Glamorgan over 8 is -1, having had the overs from Taylor and Salter just before the new ball was taken. Hogan into Lees, who plays to mid-on. No run. And Glamorgan was the new ball. James Harris economical, and seemed to have put the brakes back on a little bit. So Edward will take a blow then, so you can have the visitor's perspective from Martin Emerson, and Edward will be back for the final session, the final half hour or whatever of the day, while I compose some words, not necessarily words of wisdom, but some words anyway to describe proceedings, and wax lyrical about Alex Lees doing his best to nail down that England opening place, etc., etc. 272 for 3. Durham just starting to slow again slightly. Rate just still a fraction over 3.
New ball, maybe?
Yeah, Harris has been fairly tight.
I went next door and nobody wanted me. I was the littlest hobo, wandering from station to station. Here comes Harris, right arm over, bowls. It's gone off towards point, no run. Bright sunshine now, but shadows starting to creep across the field from the members' room in the indoor school in the corner to our left, and shadows from the floodlights as well across the square. There's a little bit of cloud around, but there's still an hour's play to go. 16 overs. Harris in, played by Beddingham out through mid-wicket for 1 run. Beddingham got off to a blinder last year at Nottingham. In the opening game, he scored a career best 257 plus 53 not out. His 257 was the second highest total for Durham, behind Martin Love's 273 against Hampshire in 2003. Harris in. He bowls. Lees watches the ball and flicks it out through to an empty area on the leg side for 1 around about mid-wicket.
Is there a plan to replace Keegan Peterson once he's had this block of games?
I don't know. I asked, because I've got Ashton Turner coming to captain Durham for the T20s.
Yeah, so that's the next stage of the season.
Yeah, and then I asked Marcus North, the director of cricket, the other night if there were any other irons in fires, and he said they were still making 1 or 2 inquiries, I think. 274 for 3. All played up to mid-on this time, no run.
There's 3 or 4 championship games sort of dotted in between the T20s, aren't there? So
yeah,
presumably Turner might be available to play those, whether he's...
Well, he
whether
possibly,
it's in
he
his
captains
contract.
Western Australia. So
you can perm any 2 from 3, can't you, at the moment?
Benningham's on 26 as Harris bowls. That's played off through square leg for 1.
Hence the anomaly of Colin Ingram scoring 87 and fully expecting to be left out next week. Although a boon for Glamorgan, because Ingram obviously has played virtually no first-class cricket in the last 4 years, but Labuschagne may get called away, well, will get called away surely for the Australian tour of Sri Lanka mid-July, so Ingram might have to fill in a few more championship games.
Harris in bowls. It's gone off just behind the batsman on the leg side, no run. Lees wasn't quite sure where that had gone. That's the end of the over. A reminder, we're not out the woods yet with regards to the weather. We've seen some pretty nasty hailstorms here the last couple of days. Got through a whole day so far without any interruptions, but the Met Office warning of widespread frosts tonight. And when I looked out my bedroom window this morning and looked along towards the Millennium Stadium, the boardwalk on the riverside was bright white. So it said temperatures hovering around freezing for towns and cities this evening, but in rural locations a widespread frost will develop.
Ouch.
Under clear skies.
Down the road at Rodney Parade, by the way, in Newport, there's European Challenge Cup rugby on your telly tonight on S4C from our partners. Dragons against Gloucester at 8 o'clock. Largely academic for the Dragons, sadly. Hogan into bowl. Beddingham turns this to mid-wicket. Carlson fields and there's no run.
Newcastle have got a match as well, haven't they?
Yeah, they played 8 as well against the Italians, I believe. Zebre Parma.
Yeah, commentary of that one from BBC Radio Newcastle with Smithy and the gang.
Yeah, that should be a win for the Falcons, because Zebre are the only side below Dragons in the URC table this season. Hogan into bowl. Beddingham pushes forward off a thick edge down to point, and there's no run. And at the stage of the day's proceedings, where the Glamorgan fielders are desperately trying to convince themselves that they can snatch a few wickets.
Is that the it's like the UEFA Cup of in rugby terms? Is it the one below the?
Challenge Cup is the second tier, yeah. As Beddingham driving to mid-off, and there's no run. There's the applause and the comments from around the infield make it seem as if Hogan was beating the outside of the bat, not finding the middle of it, but you have to try and cheer up your bowlers at the end of a long day.
Yeah, I think that's trying to stave off boredom more than anything, isn't it?
Yeah. 1 brings 2. 275 for 3. Hogan bowls. Beddingham hurried a little bit. And to be fair to Glamorgan, they have reapplied a bit of control with the new ball that seemed to be drifting with the old ball, as you might expect, I suppose. But they've bowled tidily with the new ball. But Durham's performance with the bat, putting into context Glamorgan's inadequate performance with the bat. Hogan to Beddingham. drives towards mid-off. Doesn't make firm enough contact. 275 for 3.
Now this is very confusing because the ball is still very brightly coloured. It's new with its insignia and its polish, but the shadow it's creating is a very obvious black dot, and it's quite easy to follow the shadow rather than the ball in this low sunlight.
Yeah, the shadow of one of the floodlight pylons is across part of the square. Hogan bowls and forward stretches Beddingham, plays to mid-on, and there's no run. Thankfully that pylon at the moment isn't across the strip itself. And at the end of a Hogan over, 19 overs 5 men's, 0 for 57. Lees is on 138. Will he bat through the day? 14 overs remain. Beddingham is on 27. It's 275 for 3.
The Grand National winning jockey is a guy called Sam Whaley-Cohen, and his actual day job is running a dentistry business. But because he's an amateur rider, he won't receive any prize money for winning the race today. Always seems a bit of a shame, doesn't it?
Very hurried decision to turn professional, maybe. As Harris starts a new over.
Here he comes, right arm over from the Cathedral Road end. Playing a miss from Lees to a ball pitching outside of off stump. Who was it in the golf? Was it Dustin? No,
oh, you're asking the wrong bloke with golf, I'm
was it
afraid.
Luke Donald years ago? As a teenager, he nearly won the Open Golf at Lytham St Anne's and didn't receive any prize money and turned professional that week.
Yeah, apparently it's Sam Whaley-Cohen's last race before retirement.
Yeah.
The name of the nag, Noble Yates. It was 50 to 1.
Oh. Here comes Harris. That's played by Lees up to mid-off. It's a dot ball. 50 to 1. They're good odds, aren't they?
It's a good way to sign off your career. Even if he doesn't make any money from it, I hope a few family and friends of his have had a punt.
There was a horse won the Grand National years ago called Red Marauder.
Mm-hmm.
And it was the owner was owned Mason's Amusements in Sunderland. Here comes the bowler. That's gone through to the keeper. And the jockey knew a mate of mine, my mate Guy, and Guy rang him up on the morning and said, "What do you think?" And he said, he was walking the course, and he said, "We're never going to get round." He said, the going's far too heavy. We'll not get round. Don't put any money on us.
Great.
And it was one of only 4 finishes that year, and it won the race.
Dear.
I remember when the horse got back to the north, it was led on a parade of honour around Sunderland City Centre. Harris bowls and Lees plays that once away safely up to mid-off, no run.
Premier League today, Everton and into Manchester United struggles. 1-0 win for the home side there. Brighton 2-1 winners at Arsenal. Chelsea 6-0 winners at Southampton. Leeds 3-0 winners at Watford. And Spurs are 1-up at Aston Villa towards the end of the first half there.
Big win for Everton, that. Harris comes in. Played by Lees off towards the cover boundary for 1. Grandstand side of the ground. Especially after they lost to Burnley in midweek, didn't they?
They've now, if I'm reading this right, moved back ahead of Burnley and just out of the relegation zone. Manchester United 7th, struggling to qualify for Champions League on their current form.
Harris bowls to Beddingham. Beddingham plays the ball into the stumps at the bowler's end. Don't know if the bowler got a hand on it on the way through, but either way, Lees was back in his crease. End of the over. There are 13 overs to go. 92 overs have been bowled so far.
Chris Silverwood, recently departed England
Sri
coach.
Lanka, is it?
Sri Lanka,
Yeah.
2-year deal. $276 for 3. Who's in charge of English cricket? Who knows?
Yeah.
Durham's lead is 42 runs. Need to just press the accelerator a little if they're to get it into 3 figures today, but Borthwick may be looking to bat until around about lunch tomorrow. Cheeky declaration. Give himself 60 overs to bowl Glamorgan out cheaply without getting back into the lead. Seems it shouldn't happen on this pitch, but who knows. Hogan, right arm round, bowls. Lees playing it through square leg, may pick up a boundary. Sliding stop by James Wheel. Looked round, found the ball, kept them down to a couple of runs. It's been a little bit too much on the legs of Alex Lees, hasn't he? He's been able to profit fairly regularly and working the ball through that mid-wicket area. 141 to Lees. 278 for 3. As Glamorgan skipper David Lloyd standing at first slip, makes sure he's got his leg side field where he wants them. Square legs on the rope, mid-wicket is in as well as mid-on. And Lees finds a gap on the offside and pinches a single. Taylor with a throw at the non-striker's end is backed up. They were comfortably home anyway. Durham highest score for Lees, 181. That's eminently gettable, isn't it? Another 40 for his highest score for Durham. Some way to go for his highest first class score.
Oh yeah, was that 257 or something?
275.
275.
Hogan over the wicket for the right-hander, and Harry's betting him a little bit. Pitched up.
This 181 for Durham was against Leicestershire in 2019.
Yes, we renewing acquaintances with Leicestershire. Haven't seen them for a couple of years due to the revamped formats and the fact that I missed the one-day cup game at Grace Road, which was rained off halfway through anyway. Hogan bowls, Bettingham gets that one off a thick edge down towards third man, and we'll pick up a single as Wheel runs round and does the fielding in the shadows down to our right. 280 for 3. Durham will have completed 105 overs of the innings by the close of play tonight, so they'll be in a position to assess what's realistic in terms of bonus point targets. And slowing down against the new ball, they need about 5 and over to get to 350. Hogan bowls an inside edge from Lees down towards fine leg, trickling towards the boundary, just picked up inside the ropes by Wheel. Another couple of runs, and Lees, after all his sterling efforts today, is starting to look maybe just a little bit weary at times, as that was a harrow draw past leg stump off the inside edge. 282 for 3. Lees on 244 off 295 deliveries. In comes Hogan round the wicket to Lees, who pushes that one probably off more pad than bat, I think, out on the leg side. No run. 282 for 3, and Glamorgan are bowling pretty straight. Do you just get the feeling, Martin, that Lees is getting a little bit weary?
Possibly, yeah. He's been out there all day, hasn't he?
He has. He's made Glamorgan's bowlers feel very weary at times. As James Wheel will take over from this Cathedral Road end. 12 overs left tonight.
England 19, Wales 0 at half-time in the Women's Six Nations.
Yes, I mean, it's been 50 or 60 in the last couple of seasons. So I think the effects of professionalism on the Welsh game won't kick in that quickly. Wales have won a couple. If they beat Italy and finish third, I think that'll be a respectable enough campaign.
Wheel ready to come in once he's altered his field slightly. He's got a deep square leg, third man down on the boundary. And a long leg
Shot.
That's played nicely out through the covers by Beddingham for 2. Everybody else is really sort of forming a circle around the square. As if they were inside the discs on a one-dayer.
Yes, looks like this sort of vague sort of field that forms itself in a club match before the skipper and the bowler have really decided what to do. Get in a circle, boys.
Wheel comes in and bowls. Over-pitched and slammed into the covers, no run. It was a tricky one there for Callum Taylor because he wasn't sure where the ball was going to bounce. It was low and hard and he turned his back on it in the end. I think he's got one off the wrist.
Why is he wearing his shades on the
As the sun's behind him.
back of his head? In which case, what's the point of having them, you might ask, just in case he gets to field on the other side, I guess. A thrills at Chelmsford, Essex 514, Kent 405 for 5. Chelmsford.
Here's the bowler. That's a nice shot that from Beddingham. He's just leant into that one, steered it through between mid-wicket and mid-on and away for 4. Nice shot.
Kent a half-century for promising youngster called Stevens.
Yeah. He's one for the future, isn't he?
Absolutely. Century for Jordan Cox, century for Ben Compton.
Durham lead by 54 now. Beddingham has 34. 288 for 3. Lees has 144. So these two have nearly put on 50 as well. 46 the partnership.
Yeah, they're piling up these stands for Durham.
Wheel comes in. Played over towards the covers. No run there.
Hampshire beat Somerset by an innings in 113. Gloucestershire are 292 for 6 in their second innings against Northampton. That is a lead of 227, so fairly evenly fought game going into the final day. May well produce a positive result. Maybe not so at Edgbaston.
2 balls left of this 94th over. Here's the first of them. A bit leg side-ish that delivery, and it's played out to deep mid-wicket for 1 by Beddingham.
Edgbaston, Warwickshire, 262 for 5 in reply to Surrey's 428 for 8. Declared century for Matthew Lamb. 77 not out from Sam Hain, who has the privilege of being a Welsh fireman later in the season. One of the new domestic players signed by the Cardiff-based franchise.
Wheel round the wicket this time. That is the end of the over. The ball just played up to Tim van der Houten at mid-on. So then, what have we got left to go today? 11 overs here on the BBC. It's 20 past 6. This is going to be easily a 7 o'clock job, you'd think.
Be close to that, wouldn't it? At Leicester, Worcestershire are 166 for 1 in their second innings. A lead of 301 runs. So well placed to dictate the course of the final day there. Ed Pollock is 84 not out. Jake Libby made 75 there. He's just gone. At Lords, Middlesex 182 for 3 in their second innings. They're looking to get on with it through White and Holden, 60 odd apiece. 278 ahead of Derbyshire. Middlesex Declaration likely there. Early doors tomorrow, you would have thought. And they've just finished at Hove, where Sussex have a final day battle to avoid defeat. As Van der Hoogten takes over from the River Taff end, and his first ball is played back by Beddingham. At Hove, Sussex are 29 for 1 in their second innings, but that is 130 behind Nottinghamshire, who ran up 5-3, 4 for 9 declared, and Notts are Glamorgan's opponents next week. Durham entertain Leicestershire at the Riverside. 289 for 3. Van der Hoogten to Beddingham, pushes forward, plays to mid-wicket, no run. Durham lead by 55 runs. 10 overs remain of the day's play. As negotiate over the evening's interviewees. Don't usually get not out batsmen, do we? As Beddingham pushes out on the offside. Nice as it would be to get Alex Leeson a few quotes. Tim van der Hoogten, I'm afraid, maybe in the firing line from the Glamorgan point of view, having claimed 2 out of 3 wickets. To fall. Better get some quotes from him. 289 for 3. As the said Van der Hoogten bowls to Beddingham, who drives to mid-wicket. Carlson Fields, no run. Even though these batsmen are well set, timing hasn't always been perfect, but it's been certainly good enough to put their side in a dominant position.
144 run partnership between Mullaney and Everson for the 8 wicket. Surpasses by 1 run the existing record of Notts v Sussex, Bicknell and Rifle.
As Beddingham forces through the leg side, excellent shot between mid-wicket and mid-on. That one will run away comfortably to one of the longest parts of the playing arena. 293 for 3. Beddingham on to 39 not out, and he's looking in fairly solid touch already. First innings of the season, which isn't always easy, but Durham are making it look so in front of this sparse remaining crowd. Van der Hoogten bowls. Beddingham drives, tries to drive straight, but the ball ends up at mid-off. No run. 293 for 3. What are you looking at?
The stand down to our left was really busy this afternoon. There's one man in there now. Oh, somebody else has fallen asleep as well, I think.
Yeah,
that's it. They've all gone home.
That's the members' area, but you do find people moving around
with
the ground with the sun here at Sophia Gardens. So a few who may have been there are now.
There's not many left in the ground.
There's not many left anywhere.
Some may have retreated indoors to the members' room upstairs, but
yeah, they may be supping teas and coffees in the lounge that was used for the home dressing room last season. Members being displaced.
It looks nicely sun-kissed on the other side, doesn't it? The river end of the ground.
Yeah.
Here's Wheel coming into ball. This is flicked out through mid-wicket. No run. 1 run for Lees, who's approaching his 150. He's on 145 now. Beddingham on 39, and Durham are 6 runs away from a 3rd batting point. When did they get this second?
Oof.
The 82nd over, was it?
82nd was when the wicket fell on 242.
They took the new ball in the 83rd over, and they were 253 then.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, I
At the
think
end of the
83rd.
83rd over.
I think 83rd over the. They got to the 250. So gently accelerating. Over 8 -1.
In comes Wheel. A drive from Beddingham. It goes along the floor past the slip cordon for 4. Down towards third man.
Thickish edge from Beddingham though. Not much movement from David Lloyd, who trudges wearily after it. Lloyd being the solitary slip at the moment. And Glamorgan once more starting to look fairly weary as Durham close on this third batting point. I'll do the next over and then let Edward steer you through the final half hour or so while I do some writing.
Richard's been on. He says, not a bad day in the Wilson household. As a Wheel comes in. 2 balls left of... oh, it's playing a miss there. It's not 2 balls left. We've got 3 balls left of this over now. Halfway through we were 95.3. He said, I'm a season ticket holder at both Durham and Sunderland. The wife is from Leeds. They also won. I also backed the Grand National winner at 66 to 1.
Happy days.
I might put the lottery on. Thanks for great commentary, guys, he said.
Very kind. Glad you're having a good day.
Beddingham is on 43. Wheel in. Beddingham turns that one off towards the mid-wicket boundary for 1. Looks like a gorgeous evening now, doesn't it? Have you been outside recently, Ed? Cold, is it?
Well, this side of the ground it will be.
Yeah.
All in the shade.
No.
Yeah, he got 66. Well, it started at 50, so he got in at a good time.
Yeah.
There we are. Glad you're enjoying yourself. So.
.57 this partnership. In he comes. That's defended. Rolls off towards mid-wicket, no run there.
Well, Glamorgan haven't been able to get back-to-back wickets at any point today, have they? 37 scored for the first wicket, 58 for the second, and then the major stand of the day, 147 for the third wicket between Lees and Borthwick. And it's all looked pretty comfortable once those early LBW appeals were survived.
Well, round the wicket this time from the Cathedral Road end. It's played back past him. He just couldn't quite reach it as it's stretching out to his left. It's a single. And that's the 300 up for Durham.
It's a long way down for James Wheel as the crowd mark the 300 coming up, and the third batting bonus point. 96 overs. So 14 overs more to get bonus points. Glamorgan still need 3 wickets for their second, and Durham need 50 runs for their 4th batting bonus point. Take their total up to 7 out of the maximum 8. Should be a healthy start to the season, even if they can't force victory, and I'm sure they'll have a go at that. Van der Hoogten then from the River Taff end is into the left-handed Lees, who dabs the ball down on the offside, and the alert Carlson has a little shy at the striker's end in case Beddingham was straying, but he hadn't come that far down the wicket. Just the one slip, even though we're the relatively new ball. It was taken after 83 overs. We're now in the 97th over. 96th of the day. Van der Hoogten bowls, and Lees will get a single down towards third man. Difficult situation for David Lloyd, whether how to mix attack and defence in this sort of situation. And at the moment he's opting to have the fielders fairly scattered. He himself is the only slip. Lloyd, by the way, is unbeaten as Glamorgan captain on his previous games in the role, as Van der Hoogten bowls to Bedingham, who edges past slip.
Yeah.
Did Lloyd get a hand to that?
I think it was the shadow that we were looking at again. It's very confusing with such a strong shadow off the ball.
I think it bounced just short and wide of Lloyd there. Not a chance. Captain went sprawling. The ball went flying. Didn't quite carry, and he couldn't quite block it either. Frustration for the Glamorgan skipper. Bedingham on to 48. 305 for 3. Van der Hoogten bowls. Bedingham blocks it to cover. Lloyd did the job for 7 games in the Championship in the 2019 season, while Chris Cook was out with a serious ankle injury and was unbeaten during that time, and also did 1 game, I believe, in the T20 last season, which Glamorgan won.
Bedingham got 1,029 championship runs last year, including 300s and a 92 not out.
And he's about to add a half century, I feel. He's on 48. Hits that one hard down into the gully. It's parried by Salter there. Ball ricochets away towards Lloyd, and they'll go through for a single. Bedingham onto 49 not out.
He was the first Durham player to get 300 in a match when he got 310 against Derbyshire. He made 257 and 53 not out, and then earlier in the year he made 58 and 180 not out at Notts.
Wow. A decent signing. Lees on 147. 306 for 3. Lees defends. The last ball of the Van der Hoogten over. 147 to Alex Lees. 49 to David Bedingham, who will be on strike. And Edward Bevan will replace me for at least most of the last 8 overs, if not all.
The run he needs now for his half century. Be the 28th time he's got there in first class cricket. He has 1,100 so far. Durham, you'd imagine, will have a lead of around about 100 at the end of the day's play. Half an hour or so left to go, so around about 7ish. Wheel started his run up there, but the batsman wasn't ready. He drives, and that is his 50. So he's reached 50, Borthwick's reached 50, and Lees is on 147. And he's got there in 56 balls and 9 fours.
Interesting to see, Martin, the tactics, what they will decide on. Franklin's still the coach up there, so
yeah,
he'll be in discussion, no doubt, with his captain.
Lees on strike as Wheel bowls. This is played short on the leg side, no run there.
I suppose we're looking tomorrow at a third or a second, possibly, day's pitch, aren't we?
Yeah.
It seems to have gone. Well, there was not much life in it yesterday. Virtually nothing at the moment.
15 out of 65.
Yes, he's had his moments, but 50 is 50. Yeah.
Wheel bowls, and he drives at that one, and it's gone off down behind the wicketkeeper for 1. Lees moves on to 148.
Shadows beginning to lengthen pylons also. No doubt Glamorgan will be glad to get in, have a night's rest, back in the morning and see if they can pick up some wickets.
Well in. Bellingham cuts at the ball and it goes past point for a single.
Seven overs left then after this. We're now in his 17th over, not for 51. And Van der Gooten has got 2 for 50 of 17. Glamorgan's
pulled by Lees towards deep mid-wicket. He's only going to get the one though, so he moves on to 149.
I think to analyse the day, it's been a workmanlike innings from Lees, well supported. Morgan's bowlers have bowled pretty well. Haven't had all the luck that has been going, but they've stuck to their task, I think. And on this pitch, you've got to must bowl well, otherwise you're going to be caned. They've kept the run rate no more than 3. For long, it was about 2.5. So it's been a good effort.
Wheel to Bellingham. It's defended, it runs up to mid-off, and that is the end of the over, picked up by Tim van der Hooten, who now takes off his sweater because he will be bowling from the other end.
Bellingham's half century came off 56 balls and included 9 fours.
Sprinkling of applause on, not many spectators left. They want to get home and get their dinner.
James North says, when does Bellingham qualify for England? I've seen varying reports. I believe he's got 2 more years to go.
How old is he?
26 or something?
Oh.
He's 28 on April the 22nd.
In his prime, then he should be. Tim van der Hooten then to bowl from the far end. Coming up for his 18th over, he's bowling to the left-handed Lees. In he comes now and bowls to him. Lees just angles that away. Just backward of square on the offside. And Carlson scampers after it, and that is Lees' 150.
And that has come in 307 balls and 18 fours.
Right.
So he needs another 32 for his highest score for Durham.
Van der Gooten to the right-handed Bellingham on 51. He's in, bowls, and appeal for LBW, not out. It's again, says the umpire. Wow. Let's have a look at that. The way that he played it, it appeared perhaps it was going down the leg side, so no doubt we'll have the monitor showing us exactly where it went, or won't we? You've had some. No, here we go. We can't see from behind the arm.
Gone a fair bit forward, he's a stride or 2 down.
Oh, we can see front on now. Oh no.
That's the actual live footage. Ball's gone down to third man for 1. I thought he certainly didn't hit it the previous time. That was slightly confusing.
They might just show it again in a moment, but every appeal has gone down in this innings anyhow. Umpire Warren, steadfast, not out. Lee's on strike. As Van der Gooten comes in, bowls to him. And I don't think there's much movement from swing or seam at the moment, Martin.
We've lost the listener, Ed. Paul's now off to see Electric Sheep, the band that he mentioned this morning.
All right.
But he should be with us from ball 1 until the end tomorrow.
Sure you are.
And he's hoping for a Durham victory tomorrow.
Now you mentioned earlier on, and I'll pick your brains in just a moment, as we'll watch Van der Gooten bowl again, and that's driven square of the wicket out to the sweeper area. 313 for 3. There's somebody called Mervyn rang this morning.
Mervyn Hardy emailed.
Is he the man that always sits the far end?
I don't know.
Big gentleman he was. I don't know if he's he was. That was the one. He used to write me letters at the end of each season.
Well, he said you. He
Mervyn.
praised you for the way you called Alex Lees's 100.
Did he?
Yes.
I wonder if it's the Mervyn I know. Anyway, here's the next delivery. He's got 50, but he hasn't been all that convincing, has he? He's fit a few through the slips, and he's aiming to mid-off. That might be the cause of the...
150 came off 227 balls. It included 14 balls.
Oh, what did I say? 307, did I say?
Yeah.
That's not right. He's on
Returning to bowl.
He's on 309 before. No, 307 balls.
Was it 307 balls?
Yeah.
He's 150. I thought I could tell Mr. Hicknell.
I wrote 307 balls down
Yeah.
when Lees reached his 150. Yeah.
314 for 3. And we've got some spin to get us through the end.
Is this Salter coming
Salter
in?
is back, yeah. Bowled pretty well. Picked up a wicket.
And he got Borthwick, didn't he?
Yeah.
The only wicket to fall, it's after tea. Dixon was the only wicket to fall in the afternoon session, and Jones the only one in the morning. Durham 314 for 3, lead by 80. Oh, where's that gone? That's big. That's 6.
I'm just going to say that's the way he got out in the final.
Yeah.
And he short of boundaries.
Well, Salter's come in and bowled there, and Beddingham's just smashed it straight back over his head, down towards Cow Corner for 6.
Yes, I think this is what we'll see tomorrow morning as well, a bit of urgency. Does Lees play? Can he score quickly?
Yeah.
Because if they go, they're both in good nick.
Well, I've just been asked a question on email about what do you think Durham's plan is tonight or today. 350 and declare. In comes the bowler again.
No.
Let's flick back up the field. How many overs till the cut-off point? Well, there's another 10 after this, so there's still 10 overs tomorrow to get up to 350 and a 4th batting point.
No, I think they'll go for the full amount.
Salter in bowls, and that's pushed away. Down to long on for 1.
Gee,
Well,
I say they lead only by 87. If that was 187 or 287, yes, certainly pull in. But first game of the season, do you take a little gamble? I don't know. What do you think?
Well, I think get the next batting point on the board.
I'd go for the 2.
And then try and have a go, I suppose. Salter around the wicket. Where's that
Oh,
gone?
he's
That's lobbed out towards deep mid-wicket by Lees, who took a couple of steps down the track and will come back for 2. The keeper can't see the ball because of the sun. He's trying to shield his eyes with one hand and try and catch the ball with the other. It's coming in low, right with the sun behind him.
yeah.
Or in front of him. The sun is behind the ball and in front of the wicket keeper.
Thanks for that, says Chris Cook.
Yeah. The gulls sound like they're laughing, don't they? The laughing gulls. They're the support act tonight for the electric sheep, maybe. And comes Salter around the wicket again. Met on the bounce this time by Lees. Dot ball. Salter bowls. Tapped away by Lees up towards mid-on for 1. Quick single. 5 overs to go, and Durham lead by 90. I said the lead would be around about 100 come the close of play.
Yeah, it was our prediction, wasn't it?
100 overs have gone now. 5 remain today. And then 96 tomorrow.
Possibly.
Yeah. Unless they shake
Sure,
hands on
you'd
a
be
draw.
glad at 5 o'clock when you to shake hands.
Well, no, I'm going to be stuck getting home tomorrow night. It looks like
Sunday
engineering
night.
works and all kinds and bus replacements. I may as well just
Monday.
go back on Monday. Do it sensibly.
Oh my God, you'll be all night.
Yeah. The joys of a bus replacement service between Wakefield
Oh.
and Leeds on a Sunday night at whatever time.
You get a taxi back.
Yeah.
Where are you next week?
At home to Leicestershire on Thursday.
Here is Tim van der Houten. Comes in, bowls. That's
And after that,
one day shot there. You had whacked it over cow corner for 4, yes. I think they might have had a little message, don't you? Have a dart
Yeah.
at the end.
maybe.
Yeah. 3 to 8 for 3.
What's the lead? 94?
Yeah. Just over 100 tonight.
Is that short leg side boundary to bear in mind, though, isn't it, when
Yeah.
it comes to declarations and things?
Here's Van der Gooten, having been struck for that 4. First ball is in again and bowls. Down the leg side, glided away for a single out to square leg.
It is that Mervyn.
It is
He
it?
says, yes, it's me, Edward, and lovely to hear you again, and Martin as well.
Best regards. You still sit in the same place, long on, as I look from the press box.
He said, I don't write much now, as arthritis has
Oh,
ravaged my body and precludes me writing. There you are.
Mervyn, yes. Van der Houten comes in again, bowls. Down the pitch comes Bedlingham, plays it up to mid-on. I think Van der Gooten saw him coming, dropped it a little bit short, and he had to adjust.
You don't really hear of many Mervyns, do you? It's,
I used to go and have a chat with him every time, you know. When we
Merv
did-
Hughes, obviously, but it's a name that's sort of drifted out of fashion these days. No doubt it's due a return.
Yes, they always do.
Jack's quite a popular name again.
It's my grandson's name.
Charlie.
JAC, though he is, the Welsh way. And we have no slips. Out comes David Lloyd, reinforces the offside, and in comes Van der Houten, no slips, and it's a short, played out, and was fielded by Carlson. Was a shy, but the batsman had to scamper out of the way. Day for the purists today. I would have thought.
This is what people have been waiting all winter for, Ed.
Yeah. Van der Houten trudges rather wearily back to his mark. Now he's in and bowls. He's played it out and slide in, attempted stop by Carlson, but they go through for a single. 330 for 3. And we have 4 overs and 1 ball left this evening. And the players, and us here, will be rather glad to see 4.1 overs over. It's been a long day. Here's Van der Gooten again. Bows to Leeds. Oh, big appeal again for LBW, and you're not going to get anything off the umpire down that far end.
Russell Warren.
Russell Warren today. Van der Gooten goes up and has a word.
He did signal a leg by, didn't he?
Yeah.
It was around about thigh height.
Talking about that, just had a little look. The end of the game of Derby Swansea. Swansea won 2. With a huge melee at the end, where a Swansea player was pulled down. You can see it, more or less pulled down, and then somebody else, and another foul. And at the very end, when they shake hands, I'll just let you start the.
Salter to Lees. Lees plays the ball to mid-wicket, no run.
Wayne Rooney went up to the third official and gave him such a volley. Well, it isn't the third officials.
The fourth official.
The fourth official, whatever they are, is it? How can they
This is a
change?
dot ball.
They might say to the ref in their walkie-talkie, yeah, I think that's a red or whatever, but Surely he'll be done for that.
Where's that gone? That's up in the air. Is it a false shot? It's landed safely though.
Yeah.
From Lees. Just punched it up in the air off Salter. And coming in to try and field that one was Colin
Not
Ingram,
nice,
but I don't think he saw it initially.
No.
And by the time he got up to where the ball was, it had just bounced in front of him. I don't think Lees really knew where it had gone either. There's the air ambulance again, just across the way. Here comes the bowler. Flicked by Benningham down towards Ingram. That long on for one.
Sunderland win?
They won in the 90th minute, Ed.
They're all happy in here then today. Everybody won in Wales, and Sunderland. So what does that mean?
They've got the last playoff spot at the moment.
Are they?
Level on points with Wickham, who are just below them. This is pushed away to mid-off now, right?
Is it 6 in that division as well as Champions?
Yeah, it's they seem to be above Wickham, I think, because they've won one more game. Because they're level on points and goal difference, apparently.
Good end of the season.
This is played by Lee's off towards the covers, no run there, and we've got 3 overs to go, and the lead is 99 here on the BBC. Mervyn says he does still sit in the same place,
Long on, far side.
and he still manages a grumble or two.
Oh yeah.
But isn't cricket a wonderful game, he says.
Yes.
On our monitors, Jake the cameraman has caught a nice close-up of the air ambulance hovering around. Bright red with a green flash down the side. Mentioned earlier today the last match of the season last year at Gloucester, the air ambulance came and landed on the field. There's an incident in a house nearby.
Van der Houten to carry on. Not much left now. 3 overs. Van der Houten bowls and Bedlingham gets 4 through backward point.
Well, this partnership's nearly worth 100 now.
66 he moves on to.
And that's the 100 lead.
Yeah.
100 lead comes up in the 103rd over.
Here is Van der Houten again. Comes in, bowls. Oh, what a dreadful shot that was. He was running down the pitch trying to hit him into the next parish, and a head up in the air. Why do you think at this time of night?
Overnight declaration?
Yeah, probably.
Don't think so somehow, do you?
Well, maybe try and get that 4th batting point on the board tonight.
Not go for the 5th?
Well, if they're going to go for the 5th, they need to go for the 4th now, don't they? So, hence shots like that, I suppose.
Here is Van der Houten again. Bowls to Bellingham. And he tries, but it's a little bit too quick for him, or a little bit too wide as he goes through to the keeper. Generally, this time of day, you've got a night watchman strapped up, or and then he plays an outrageous shot like that.
Well, once this over's done, if there's a wicket, that's the end of the day's play anyway, isn't it?
Yes.
This is played to backward point by Bedingham off Van der Houten.
Just looking, missing that ball where the ambulance is landed, or if it's landed. It was going towards the city. Thinking about your journey as this game meanders to a close tonight, you could, as we watch Van der Houten comes in, bowls to Bellingham, he's pushed that away. If this game finished at 5 tomorrow, you could get to London. And there's pretty good.
My ticket doesn't allow me to go that way.
As I say, it's good service from London up to the north, isn't it?
The problem is, I've looked at lots of different timetables, and it appears that there are gaps in services for quite a few hours because there must be Sunday services on and there's engineering work on.
Well, you wouldn't go anywhere next week if you were travelling by train.
No.
Van der Houten in, bowls, short, pulled away up to mid-wicket. It could be 4, stop. No, it's very well fielded out there by Callum Taylor. They go through for 2. End of the over, 2 to go. And it's 3:39 for 3.
Lees has 160. This partnership is 3 short of 100.
Salter will bowl 1 and I don't know, Van der Houten probably finish up.
England 58, Wales 5 in the Women's Six Nations.
It's no surprise.
Salter from the Cathedral Road end, bowling to Lees. Ball played up to Van der Houten at mid-on. It's a dot ball. Yeah, why did they call it a bus replacement service? That's a good question, isn't it? It should be the rail replacement service. And it is a question which Half Man Half Biscuit ask in one of their songs. 339 for 3.
Do you know what thing I
pushed away for 1 up towards long off by Lees.
Coming back to cricket, I dislike. You see, we will get one tomorrow. Do you see Alex Lees 160, 170 not out? Yeah, but it was, second division bowling. It sends me. When you think of people like Rushworth, Hogan, Murtagh, you know.
Salter to Beddingham. But Beddingham plays that upfield too long on 1 run. Colin Ingram collects it. In comes the bowler. Nice little soft dab off towards point for Lees. He gets another single. And that's the 100 partnership from these two. Good work. And their 100 partnership has come in 134 balls. Next delivery. Where's that gone? It's gone for 4. From Beddingham. Down. Wide of long on. End of the over. So with the final over, the lead's 112. The partnership's 104. Beddingham has 73. Lee's 162.
Yeah. Run fest, I think you could call it. Batsman's paradise or whatever else. Any spinners in the Durham's? Oh yeah, Travaskis, left arm, isn't he? Is he a left arm spinner?
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember him last year. Might be used tomorrow if Durham do declare.
Have to see. Wasn't there a suggestion that it doesn't really take much spin on this pitch?
No. Well, you've seen with. Here we go then. Last over as Van der Houten comes in and bowls the first ball. An appeal for LBW yet again and yet again. Umpire Warren says not out. What have you done to upset Mr. Warren, bowlers? This is getting a bit tired now. 346 for 3.
Chris says the batting from Durham bodes well for the rest of the season.
In comes the next ball, played away for a single up to deep mid-wicket. As the clock is 1:07. Spot on here.
Chris says, after Lythe's England stint, Lees's career at Yorkshire stalled, and for a season or more I was convinced he needed a move to Durham, and I'm made up for the lad that it's worked out so well for him. He initially came to Durham on loan and played in his first game for them here in August 2018, and then that move became permanent that winter. He's now got 6 centuries for Durham and 18 in first-class cricket.
Oh, he plays and misses yet again, does Bellingham, as he tries to cut this away, but didn't get anything on it. Seems to be an aggressive player by nature. Long on and a long off, a deep mid-wicket, a deep square leg, a deep fine leg, and the third man. They're scattered far and wide. Van der Gooten again bowls. This is edged or guided down to third man for a single. Three balls left for the day.
Something's exciting the gulls again, isn't it?
Looking for food they are. We have a stay at Colwyn Bay. Non-stop day and night. It's the same at Hove.
And Scarborough.
Yeah. Lees waits, Van der Gooten bowls, plays it up towards mid-wicket, and good dive and stop there. 348 for 3. Lead is 114. Last ball of the day coming up. Here it is. In comes Van der Gooten, bowls, plays out into the covers. And gentlemen, that ends the entertainment for today, as the old umpires used to say. 348 for 3. The lead, as I say, is 114. It's been a profitable day for the batsman, leading the way. Leads with 163. Bellingham 74. The two batsmen out. Michael Jones for 9, Dickinson for 23, and Steve Borthwick, the other batsman, out. 348 for 3. It's good to have you tuning in today. Final day tomorrow. We could have an exciting day. We could have perhaps a dreary day. I hope not. But from us all here to sunny Sophia Gardens, if you can hear me above the public address system. Thanks for listening. A very good night to you all. See you tomorrow.